The LEC was forged by tons of great moments that forever changed the EMEA landscape. In match history, we look back at the games that will live in the memory of all of our fans, and of course, highlights from the LEC 2023 season. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and everybody else. We have Silver Scrapes, we have Game 5, we have a story for the ages, and we're going to have a lot of very interesting conversations and discussions around what it means for the state of the league, for the performance of G2, for the performance of MAD. And I think it is very fair to say that both Mad Lions have impressed today and shown what they are capable of, and G2 have shown that they are not at the same dominant level of the 2019 performance. And then figuring out where on that scale you land is going to be one of the fun stories that we'll track after we find out who's victorious right now.
I think that, the summary is G2 definitely could lose this entire spring situation that got going on. They could lose this win streak that they've had, getting trophy after trophy, and Mad Lions putting themselves in the light where they could potentially also beat anyone. It just causes such a ruckus to the bracket. We called them the dark horse earlier, and definitely the dark horse has delivered.
Yeah, it's really, really fun. It really has set the tone for what we hope will continue for the rest of playoffs. We have two more series, Saturday and Sunday. Tomorrow, Fnatic OG. Sunday, Rogue versus Misfits. And of course, the loser of this will drop down to the lower bracket. But let's go back on screen. Let's pay a close attention to how this laning phase is going to go. Wonder, blind pick, first pick Kalista. He's already just stomping on Arome. We expect this to be a difficult lane for the Maokai, so I wonder if he's going to get support from anyone else.
Yeah, the key thing with Kalista from level 1 with the Halo Blades just all-ins you. There's no champion that can really match her. I've been trying to experiment with Draven and Vayne and whatever, everything the same story. Kalista wins out level 1, she continues to pressure, stacks a big wave, calls for her jungler, harasses the Maokai under the turret, and continues that snowball. Reaches that level 6 and then eventually becomes even easier to dive because you can reset the turret aggro. You can see how oppressive this is. Arome is hugging his turret at minute 2 in the game. He's going to pick up some CS, but Jankos is already in position.
Yeah, hanging, waiting in the wings. We know that Olaf goes very low on a full clear. Jankos can look to siege. Also look at the mid lane. Perkz is pressuring, pushing Humanoid back as Shadow is now not doing the full clear in that way. Coming up for a potential counter. Jankos level 2 to Shadow's level 3, fully aware of his positioning. Flag and drag. I didn't actually see which skills, probably Golden Aegis. Nevertheless, Wonder now with a big wave. There we go. Gets a little knock up. Pierce connects. This is a difficult dive, Yamato.
Very difficult, but they're sharing XP. We have an all-in.
Yeah, they absolutely are. Kaiser and Kazi once again showing some dominance. I think all series long, they have been the stronger 2v2.
Yeah.
It's an unorthodox lane, but they've got an advantage already.
It's always the same timer as well. Around that level 2 mark, Kaiser always latches on to either make heal caps. This is something that G2's bot lane needs to address, because it's something that you can easily gamble on because it's been happening all series long and also sometimes in the regular split.
Yeah, and of course, I mean, let's be honest, Syndra Set versus Ziggs Bard, that's not exactly a traditional LEC combo. Caps continues to throw out those bouncing bombs and satchel charges, but the wave is pushing a little bit towards him. Obviously, you'll be able to push that one back, and no kills just yet. We've had crazy high kills in 3 of the 4 games. An average kill per minute, I think, is higher than 1 right now across the series. So I'm very interested to see how this will change, because the first 3 games are defined by win lane, win game. And game 4 was just lose lane, be patient, have a better comp. And that was how G2 were able to pull out the victory in game 4.
We see Mickey doing some movement here towards this blue buff. It feels like G2 know that this is happening. Maybe they can catch Shadow here. Everyone has prio.
Okay, so you're going to put some pressure. Wonder can back away. That's a very nice stun. Shadow continues to take autos, gets the blue buff. Now turns to fight. Remember, Olaf is stronger when he's weaker, but he will get taken out. Just full on concedes. I wonder, I guess if he'd flashed over the wall, could have got caught by Perkz, so you rather give blue buff to Bard? That's the logic I'm going with?
It was just getting collapsed on from every angle, and
yeah,
you also give the assist money. There's more gold to it. I think you hit the nail on the head there. Oh, Roma's in danger. His wave is so bad too.
Okay, number of stacks. 3, 4, 5. Stun against the wall. Flash for flash. Teleport secured out of Kazi as well. The Rend obliterates Arome. And Kazi, the teleport does pay dividends. He gets the kill.
The key thing is that Roma gets out of a very tricky situation. 1-for-1 for him is good, considering his wave was freezing for Kalista and he was in danger. Olaf died, he had no one to help him. Karzi TP's up top and the wave crashes into the turret, forcing Kalista to then TP back. This means that Roma is going to have a wave coming into him. He's kind of happy with how this went. Mad Lion should be kind of okay here.
And a little bit of breathing room for Caps in the bottom lane as well. Can push that wave in, undefended. Mickey is still not with lane, but I like this. Self-sufficient mage can wave clear. It's an AP into the Syndra. It's what you were talking about in draft, Yamato. And it unlocks one of the playmakers for G2 to go and look for those cosmic bindings, go look for the setups to help out the Kalista. Play through top, get Kalista ahead, win the game. That's G2's strategy.
For sure. It's also so key, if you want to do sick predictions, you just look at the damage share. You have 2 AD champions already. G2 want to lock in an AP champion. Ziggs with the ult can also wave clear, but honestly, who cares about that when you have a dive on top and Mickey is joining?
Yeah, I'm waiting for the Cosmic Binding. No flash for Mickey, but he can take the magical journey through the wall and surprise a Rome. That's what it feels like they're setting up for. Very, very good Pierce. Gets a double stack already. Here comes Perks as well. He's got an equalizer available. Mickey starts tanking this up, and this honestly just looks very, very textbook. Wonder takes a couple turret shots. He gets the kill. He's 2-1.
This is so brutal, and Mad Lions try to respond on both sides. They get the Drake, but Ziggs manages to tear down the majority of that wave before, even if, imagine a world where Caps reaches level 6 and that mega ultimate infernal thing bomb just clears the whole wave. That's what's so good about Ziggs' weak side. He can just wave clear, just as you mentioned, Trevor.
I mean, that gigantic wave that was denied to Arome, he's down 30 CS at 6 minutes. It's already 1,000 gold, so the entirety of G2's lead is obviously with Wonder's Kalista, and we've seen a number of roams. The Mega Inferno Bomb is Ziggs' ultimate. Can be used just to delay the game, play it out safe. I think that's also very clever for if or when anyone wants to push a side lane. We know Humanoid has a penchant for that. But we haven't looked at the mid lane. Let's talk about Kiana and Humanoid. It's one of his signature picks and champions, and I'm happy to see him playing it in deciding game. What do you think he's going to be able to do this particular game?
It's tricky because Shadow has been on the back foot. He died in the jungle there, and usually Kiana, she works very similar to LeBlanc. Basically, she wants to set up that gank for your jungler. You want to 2v1 because you can easily commit on the perks. But honestly, it hasn't happened because Shadow has just been too busy.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really glad to hear you say LeBlanc the correct way. Froggen told me that many, many years ago. Many years. I am Katowice. But of course, with a little bit of presence from Mad Lions in the mid lane, Mickey is now once again on the roam. The wave was pushed into Kazi and Kaiser. 51 CS and the codexes for both of our bot lane mages. The Balmy Cinder was picked up by Arome, and Equalizer is available for Perks, so can use it if he wants to. Kaiser steps forward. Here comes Shadow as well. Mickey's only level 5. Doesn't have the Tempered Fate just yet, but there's at least one plate being secured. It's Humanoid and Kaiser. I think they're fishing, but this could turn quick if Perks starts to overheat.
Yeah, it's just that all G2 is in position. There we have the Predator going. Humanoid.
Yeah, that's the case. Humanoid starts to burn down. Caps is looking for the bouncing bombs. Mega Inferno gets the kill. There you go. 1-0, but it's going to be at the cost of Perks' life. So it is a trade. 1-for-1. 4 kills to 2. G2 still hold that advantage in the top lane.
G2 now with this Rift Herald, the first Rift Herald is so much more valuable than the second one because of those platings. It's also so difficult to maneuver yourself around the map because you need to match the numbers. The moment a team with the Rift Herald actually gets uneven numbers and they're mismatching on the map, it becomes so easy to get a massive advantage.
Mickey is in a little bit of trouble. He gets slam dunked down, manages to use the journey to get through the wall, and his exhaust, I think, kept him alive. Reduced a lot of damage there. Merc trades as well, and G2 maintaining control, but Mad Lions, they're punching back. They're looking for some opportunities. They've got a kill on Shadow. They've got a kill on Kazi. How do they regain control of this game?
I think the key thing is that they need to just try to find space for this Kiana. If she gets to roam, it's very easy for her to latch onto a Bard or a Ziggs, find that deadly combination, CC someone down, because Mad Lions do indeed have a lot of teamfight tools in order to lock targets down. G2's gameplay should be around the Kalista, give her space, make sure that she continues to snowball, because if this Maokai catches up, he's going to be a very difficult tree to take down. It's important to keep him down as they are currently doing.
And I think it's also important to remember that, like, if Orome can keep Kalista busy, we've seen the Maokais earlier from Wonder, you can survive for such a long time, which allows Olaf and Kiana and potentially Set to run amok. Tempered Fate comes down. It means Kaiser is an available target. Equalizer's flashed away from. Flag and drag into the Cataclysm. Kazi's locked inside. It's just a pot. There's nothing hot just yet. And Caps gets the second kill. Easily set up. G2 threw a lot at it, but they got what they wanted.
I like the fact that G2 didn't instantly rift it up on top side. Those platings in the first turret did indeed look juicy, but the mid turret is so much more important because that space we've been talking about. Syndra, if she gets flanked by a Jarvan and so forth and she doesn't have a turret to protect her, no one on Mad Lions will. They have some CC to play with, but Mickey, not like this, Mickey.
Getting caught out. The Undertow will pick it up. And that was a small taste of some of the mistakes that we have seen throughout the series. Mad Lions have been good to catch and punish, obviously. But that's the type of thing you don't want to be giving kills away to Olafs, to Maokais and Kianas. And now Wonder and Perks. No Cataclysm available. That damage is really, really immense. The Rend wasn't able to pick up the kill. The teleport completes from Caps, and he will go golden. No Equalizer, remember. Caps just donates another kill, anticipating or expecting maybe Wonder to pick that one up. Not going to be able to take down Orome just yet, and now Shadow and Kaiser, they fancy themselves a chance. Here comes Mickey, will not be able to connect with the binding. The hop and the skip and the martial poise is pushing Wonder forward. That's a slam dunk! And Mickey forced to run for his life. G2 Esports, I'm not sure you should keep picking these fights because they are not going well, bro.
What is happening? It started with Bar dying in the jungle. Okay, G2 recover, back off. And then this TP. What is this TP? Kazi, don't cancel it. Don't cancel it. Good job, don't cancel. Because honestly, Caps was just running it down. This TP, you know, if he was playing the Maokai, maybe it could have been good. But he's playing the Ziggs. He needs to stay in the back line. And all of a sudden, Wonder, no mana, no return damage here. Orome survives and Mad Lions are back on the board. All of this early game that G2 worked for is all of a sudden in the dumpster. Kalista is not a champion that scales so well. You need to keep that lead going for yourself.
Sorry to interrupt you there, Yamato Cannon, but 5-1 Olaf right now. That is a scary, scary sign. 6-1 Olaf right now. Humanoid, 1-1-1. 8 kills to 5 and a 2,000 gold lead. This is what Mad Lions were hoping for, as they have come back from an early deficit versus G2.
Honestly, I wouldn't know that in a series between G2 and Mad Lions that a team could play a game of spot the Inter and be successful. Honestly, targeting Mickey and Caps now has been working because they overextend over and over. They need to calm down and remember the role in this game. Play safe as G2 set up on the rest of the map, and they will collapse into it. Their job is to defend the mid turret, nothing else.
All right, 2,000 gold, correction, 1,500 gold lead here for Mad Lions. The Ocean Rift has just spawned. This tower will fall, and this will bump them to about 2k lead. Mad Lions, they've got some of the tools that they need to get ahead. You would wish that those 6 kills on Olaf maybe were on a Kiana or a Syndra maybe. But having the ability for Olaf to run through and try to chase down Wonder on Kalista could be the game changer. If he doesn't have flash, just lock him in Cataclysm. Of course, that's one way to deal with it. So now all of a sudden, Mad Lions are in control. How do they continue to pressure this? They've just picked up the dragon and obviously the tower.
You mentioned it there with the Kalista. It's very difficult for her to itemize because the enemy has like Kiana, the melee assassin. You want to buy armor into the lethality build, but at the same time you need the QSS to remove yourself from the Maokai. So killing the Kalista in the teamfight with these champions is going to be a bit easier than you'd expect, because sure, the Kalista can jump down, but not when you're rooted. So I think as the game progresses, Mad Lions just need to make sure that they set up for the fights, they make sure they're first on the objective, something they've done super well throughout the series, and just continue the same path.
Sanguine Blade was completed there for Wonder on that Kalista you were talking about. Luden's Echo for Caps on Ziggs. Humanoid's got the Duskblade of Drakthar. He's got the Predator, which I hadn't actually said out loud or may have missed, as well as the Moby Boots. So let's see Shadow and the rest of the squad trying to get a flank. This looks like a numbers advantage for G2. And that's a stun onto Mickey. Here comes Kazi. That's a great stun from Mickey. Nature's Grass starts flying out. That's already a kill. The most fed member of Mad Lions is down. A slam dunk from Kaiser, pulling Jankos back. Caps is being forced and zoned away by the Unleashed Power. Mickey takes the magical journey to safety, and now Humanoid is just being run down. G2 Esports were able to pincer in Mad Lions, and the Cosmic Binding did well. It ends up being a 2-for-2. But it asked the question, who was being the hunter and who was being hunted?
Honestly, it was so back and forth. It began with Mad Lions finding like that flank. You know, Shadow is hovering around. He's on that pink ward. It feels like G2 knows something's happening. Mad Lions are collapsing. Wunder's in a rough position. The Piano does very little there. And then the full commitment here. That's why Olaf is not that great into Kalista, because you could just hop around, walk away, and then the beautiful Bard ultimate saves it all. Oh my goodness, everybody goes golden.
I mean, when your 6-1 Olaf is removed from the fight that quickly, again, Mickey, the binding's just so powerful. It pulls G2 back into this. Kill score very, very close, and I actually think it was the minions that may have ended up finished there with Sapling. I didn't quite see the final tag. I was trying to see what happened with Mickey. Gold still in the advantage of Mad Lions. Dragons still in the advantage of Mad Lions. So we're looking at that 24, 25 minute soul point, and that is something the Mad Lions have been pretty good at all series long, and G2 need to consider.
Looking at items is just, you know, coming into this Drake, as you mentioned, it feels like they are going to be at a stronger point with the Black Cleaver finished on Olaf, Jarvan is sitting on a Kindle Gem, Soundfire Cape finished on Maokai, second item maybe on Humanoid as well, because it's rather cheap, while Rumble is sitting on very little, Rumble looting the wave now. It's not going to be back on cooldown in preparation for this Drake if Mad Lions actually start at the moment it spawns.
Yeah, going to be very, very close indeed. But it's still, it puts you in this position where you still do not know what is going to happen. And honestly, that is the best. Mad Lions have shown they can compete with G2 Esports today, and it comes down to decision making. The Rift Herald picked up there by Shadow. They've already got one tower to their name, while the bottom inner is being pushed. If you look at the minimap, G2 are coming up. There's pressure here onto Arome. There's a lot of Ren stacks. Arome does still take a long time to go down, and the bouncing bomb will send him packing. Now the inhibitor turret could get chipped at, but that's a good setup to get vision control for Dragon, while Humanoid and the Rift Herald will be pushing the top lane.
I'm very greedy there walking up to the turrets. I think Mad Lions were committed to the idea of just splitting sides. They took the top turret, they took the Herald, and then continue the push. It's okay to trade sometimes. I don't think you need to commit to it, because the Drake wasn't alive anyway. So I think Roma should have just walked away, G2, with the quick punish.
Yeah, good damage there. And taking a look at itemization as Wonder just returned to lane. Blade of the Rune King and Sanguine. The Cull has been fully farmed up. 3-3-1 for the time being. Double needlessly large rods sitting in Caps's inventory, so he needs to farm up a little more gold. And we're getting ourselves set up for the Dragon fight. Who needs to land their abilities to win a fight?
Honestly, I think it's all about if they can latch onto this Kalista, because she has the majority of the damage. The Rumble items don't look that impressive. He's also on level 10. Maybe if he reaches level 11, it's better. Bard, if he manages to find a massive ultimate onto the Syndra, then maybe Mad Lions will be in trouble. But Mad Lions just have the better position. That's key.
Okay, and the problem is they have taken a little bit of poke. Those bouncing bombs and the mines from Caps will be frustrating to deal with. Reminder that the Cataclysm Equalizer can come down. Humanoid waiting in the wings with a supreme display of talent. The additional bushes in the Ocean Rift working up, and the engage comes down from Mad. That's a stun already. Jankos needs to buy some time with the stopwatch. Mega Inferno Bomb does a little, and that's going to be a good tempered fate. Equalizer finally gets thrown down here, and G2 Esports are pushing forward. Where's the re-engage? Cataclysm still available. Humanoid hops over the wall, and the Dragon picked up in the melee by Mad Lions. 3 dragons, 1 away from Soul.
That's G2 the only gain they get from this. They lose the Drake, but they have a better position to push into mid. But all those turrets are gone already, so Mad Lions are not going to lose anything. They're going to pick up that, and you know, that Soul, the Ocean Soul, is the most oppressive one by far. You don't kill a Maokai with Ocean Soul, I tell you that.
Okay, Humanoid and Kaiser maybe setting up a trap. Wonder the Pierce doesn't find a target. That's the pullback from Kaiser. The exhaust is buying a lot of time. Slam dunk onto Wonder. That's put distance away from Humanoid. It may have actually helped Wonder out. Now he's going to forcibly back away. Doesn't want to get jumped on by Kaiser or Humanoid. And I think The suplex, saving life a little bit. The PS will get the assist on the board. 1 to Yankos, 1 more to Caps.
It was a good idea from Mad Lions, but the execution was not the greatest. Mickey with the clutch exhaust there onto Humanoid when he threw out his burst, made sure so Kalista stayed alive and got to lifesteal. Absolutely phenomenal. We'll take a look again. The stun lands. They don't know Humanoid's position. He comes in, EQ into R, and then the flip. The flip. I think just Kaiser thought that Wunder was on the other side because of his E, but with the push of Humanoid, he kind of pushed him into a different position. G2 collapsed, and this is kind of a big deal. G2 get a lot of money here and a lot of breathing room as well for the composition.
Okay, Yamato Cannon, we're 20 minutes into the game. Even on kills, G2 have got a very, very small gold lead. The tension is not going to get bigger than this. And the expectations, honestly, be damned, right? Whoever wins the team fights around either the Soul or the Baron is probably going to be the team that's going to win this. It's been so crazy and so back and forth, and we've seen so many things to praise and so many mistakes. I think this will be a series we'll talk about for a very long time. So let's look towards the next Ocean or the next Baron. Did you like how G2 played that team fight? Do you think they can break through this Maokai and Syndra, the oppressive AoE CC?
First and foremost, like before we get to the fight, it's just about, how is the CS and the gold being distributed? Because I'm looking at these Rumble items and they look very, very weak. So this is not some destructive Rumble ultimate that is going to take over the fight. Humanoid, if you compare his gold, he's going to have that destructive impact. All of that money is on Kalista. Kalista as a champion doesn't scale that well, especially when enemy team comp is the Maokai and the Kiana. Very difficult for Kalista to itemize against this. And then to summarize, when we talk about these fights, throughout this series, I feel like Mad Lions have prepared for these Drakes better. It's all about being there first, being there on time. G2 are always very greedy with how much CS they want to take, and this has been punishing for them. Humanoid finds the flanks on Kiana, and this is what is going to decide this upcoming fight around that Ocean Soul.
1.5 minutes to go before it spawns, just over. Mad Lions do have a Ring of Vision behind the Dragon Pit, and G2 are starting to now push their vision into their eastern quadrant. So it's a vision challenge. Mad Lion are clearing the north, G2 are clearing the east, and they have to move down. I think those wards behind the Dragon Pit should time out before they come up. Teleports are available for Arome and Kazi. Thank you very much. Top one should be good, bottom one should time out, and we'll see whether or not Mad Lions can get set up, because this time round, G2 are prepping the waves, they're prepping the vision. Mad Lions realizing it, they're pushing top as the reply.
Yeah, the key difference is Mad Lions' composition is not that good at doing natural. None of them can really hit it hard. They all have bursty spells and they are assassins and such. They can tank it, but it doesn't really matter if you can tank it if you can't kill it. G2 on the other hand, with the Kalista, they have some natural threats. So I like that Mad Lions are trying to make sure that they have vision around the area, because the last game, and I don't know if it was the last game, but in one of those games, G2 managed to sneak away a Nash, and Mad Lions don't want to fall into that trap again. Yeah,
definitely the case. It could be such a big deal to deal with. With such short range comps and magic damage from Syndra on really the longest range, it take forever to clear those minions. G2, with 30 seconds before Dragon, they're pushing the mid lane. Remember, they've done such a good job of taking out the turrets. They've got nothing to play for. Deathcap was picked up by Caps, and we're looking at a repeat of that team fight. So, are we in the same position where Mad just set it up better, and now G2 are again countering, or do you like the vision G2 put in place?
I like what Mad Lions is doing. G2 are looking for Humanoid, but he can get out easily, no? He has flash.
He's going to run for his life right now. Supreme display of talent. That one stuns up 3. All of a sudden, Perks is in trouble. He's not going to be able to do a whole lot. He does get the equalizer off. It's already used. Follow eyes. That's already a lot of trouble for G2. They've lost 2. Yes, they caught Humanoid, but the follow-up from Mad Lions was quick. That equalizer did not do enough.
There's no smite.
Ocean Soul. Cosmic Binding does a lot. It's on Wonder and Caps. Mickey takes a magical journey to safety. Can they steal? There's no smite available again. Bouncing bombs are going out. Caps, 50% mana. That's going to be a root. Mickey's in trouble. Gets pulled outside of the journey. Not going to happen. Ocean Soul to Mad Lions in Game 5.
My goodness, it all started off with, G2 doing the clever move of trying to push out Humanoid, because Humanoid has been very good with those flanks, but they overcommit, use every key ultimate, the stun lands on so many people, Humanoid buys enough time, and then the collapse. Perk dies right away. Caps can't really fight from this angle, he doesn't have any protection, he has to back off, he has to flash. Kazi with a beautiful EQ. Looks very wonderful here for Mad Lions, because honestly, Ocean Soul is so goddamn broken. And if you have Olaf and Malco on your team, and you have Ocean Soul, and the enemy team already have a hard time itemizing, and now they need Executioner's Calling and Morello, it just becomes so much tougher. Mad Lions heavily favored to win this game now because of this Soul.
Ocean Soul at 24 minutes, Elder at 30, Baron is available now. You've already pointed out the Baron challenges that Mad Lions will have. But if they are able to catch G2 trying to sneak it or set it up, the engage and the power of Syndra, Maokai, and Kiana just goes up exponentially in that space. So maybe they can use it as bait, maybe they can play around. We'll have to see what happens. For now, Mickey and Caps are the target. Magical Journey may be needed. And that was a very short journey. I think a little bit lucky to have support in the bottom lane, or intentional. And they will be able to escape. Humanoid almost gets that top turret. And by the way, Hurricane was completed for Wonder's Callista. Now, what is going to be the trade? Baron is started off by Mad Lions. The inhibitor's going to be taken. This is a trade. This is a straight up trade.
They can look to end. Ziggs has W. He can stir so fast.
Satchel charge on the towers. This is going to be a base race situation.
DP.
Teleport now starts channeling. Kazi's running for his life. Yankos may need to get into the pit. Tempered Fate is buying a lot of time. All of a sudden, there's
kill,
not a kill.
Kazi.
Caps is down. Kazi gets the kill. That was massive. But they've lost a Nexus turret. That's a good stun. They're on to Wonder. The slam, the flag drag, and a dunk. Equalizer has been used. Baron has been interrupted. Perks is going to try turn it around, but Humanoid's going to chase. Wonder's got minions coming up. He needs to dodge and dip and duck and dive. He's going to look, flash away from Kazi. Manages to get the turret. He goes for the kill though. One auto, not going to be enough. Support comes out. The empowered recalls from Mad Lions, but this game just got interesting. Wonder is now being chased down by 3. Very good use of the passive. Continue to try chase. Gets caught by the undertow. Minions will help out, but it is just a matter of time. Mad Lions with Baron. They lose Nexus Turrets inhibitors. How on earth do you play the game from here on out?
Honestly, this game is gonna turn really cocktail really fast, because right now G2, they can't team fight. The only option they have is to kind of split push the way they did. Send Kalista into bottom and threaten end. The enemy team has no Nexus turrets.
No, not at all. Caps goes. He gets a kill. Manages to secure it. Goes down to the Ignite. I thought that was 1 or 2 more ticks away. Another Cosmic Binding picks one up. Orome teleported into the mid lane. Death time is 16 seconds for Wonder, 35 seconds for Caps. And we do have Elder Dragon in 2.5 minutes and Baron a little while longer. But they've got to deal with super minions on the side of Mad Lions. And for G2, if they have a teleport up on Wonder and a ward or a little bit of time, he can backdoor this Nexus.
That has to be, it's just the game plan. There's no other way for G2 to play this. Mickey's trying to pull some cocktail stuff by trying to TP into it, but it's not working. Mad Lions is aware that this is going to turn into a very, very freaky game, because G2 have a lot of tools to stall out objectives. They can throw the Bard ultimate, the Ziggs ultimate, the Rumble ultimate. There's many ways for them to annoy Mad Lions while it's happening. We have the situation once again, the Ziggs and the Callista kind of base race situation. Mad Lions not so quick at doing the Nasher, don't have that much DPS, they can tank it forever. The TP comes down. If this TP didn't land, all of a sudden this series would be over. The TP happens and Kazi gets the kill on Ziggs, which is so massive. G2 tried to stall as much as possible. We know the Rumble and the Jarvan, they are very weak at this point in time. They have no money, no gold, they're just trying to buy time. But that time was enough, but they did indeed manage to get 2 inhibitor, like 1 inhibitor turret and
Yamato.
turret.
This is what we wanted to see from G2. Like, for weeks and weeks, we talked about their creativity. They didn't have a pressure point. They didn't have Ocean Soul. And some freaking way, they find a way to expose the Nexus. They're down in kills, down in gold. But they have control of the bottom lane thanks to supers. We're now in a situation where Mad have to somehow get through the wave clear of Ziggs and Equalizer from Rumble. Somehow deal with Tempered Fate and Cataclysm, but also prevent Secret Mission Mickey Place Ward to protect their Nexus. Admittedly, once that inhib spawns, it'll take a little extra time. But we're just in such a weird game state. And for a team with this little experience on the stage, good luck making the calls.
Honestly, for Mad Lions, I feel like, if we take it, if we zoom out a little bit, looking at their comp, with the Ocean Soul they have, the Elder is also spawning, there's so much, there's a limit to how much cocktail you can throw in the mix, right? When the Elder starts spawning, you have to do something about it, because it is on the bottom side of the map. That is the beauty of the Elder. Here goes Humanoid.
He's looking for caps. Perks is around. Equalizer comes down. Humanoid flashes away. Mickey manages to get a slow onto Arome, but the stun onto Perks. He goes golden to buy some time. The mines come out, but that's another kill. Perks is down 1, 5, and 3. The stats from game 2 is damage per minute, a shadow of his former self. An Elder has just spawned. 35 seconds until Perks is alive. No equalizer available, but frankly, Mad are not available. They're not in position. And it's like you said, bottom lane supers is a thing. Jankos standing guard.
Oh, okay, Caps. Here we go.
Oh,
what the hell?
No! Not going to be enough just yet. How? Manages to trade 1 for 1. It was the Undertow from Shadow that actually picked up the kill. Now, no Mega Inferno Bomb, no Perks. Jankos, can he pull off the Miracle Steal? There's Ocean already. Is he going for the... He's going for the ward? He's going for the ward. Secret Agent, 00 Jankos. Flash is available. He needs to hold on to it for a few seconds longer. Humanoid is chasing him. He needs to get... He doesn't have any wards in his inventory. He doesn't have any wards in his inventory.
Put on the flag, Jankos.
Oh, my word. Flag and drag after the Cataclysm. But they've stopped the Elder. Oh, my word. This is just getting crazy fast. Now, all of a sudden, that's going to be Shadow running for his life. 11, 2, and 2. His Olaf is showing up. Jankos with a great Demacian standard into Dragon Strike escape. Just buying time. Stalling. Look at the minimap. Supers are not making it to the inhibitor. Mickey is now pushing towards the base. I don't know what G2 want to do to win. We are going to have to ask them extensively, many interviews. And how are you going to keep a ward alive? Controls are going to clear this out.
Honestly, this is beginning to remind me of this game called Lemmings, where, they just keep trying to run into this little gap that Mad Lions have created in their base. They're trying to get in there because, honestly, everything is pointing towards Mad Lions to win. They have the Ocean, and what the... Whoa, what was this?
Oh, what is happening? Okay. Caps manages to get out. He goes in. Elder is trying to help him. He flashes away from the Undertow. That's going to be a kill here for Humanoid. He's chasing. Supreme Display of Talent should be enough if he needed it. Did not. Held on to it. No wonder. He's going to start chasing. Magical Journey sets them forward. Elder Drake is starting to go low. Equalizer will cut off the retreat. This is really good for G2 on the offensive. Oh, that's a blown up Wonder. Absolutely destroyed. Elder Dragon picked up by Mad Lions. Ocean Soul secured by Mad Lions. You have to believe they are going to win this game based on the setup they are in. But you cannot count out what G2 can do. Can they pull off a miracle?
The sapling. He spots it.
Oh, okay, Baron is being secured here. Jankos, once again, he's moving up. Cataclysm is available for him. Flash and Smite too. Mickey's pushing forward. Teleport is coming up from Caps. He's going to need to make this work. How much time can Jankos buy? Not enough. He will be the focus. Elder Dragon takes him out. He dies so quickly. Oh. Tempered Fate buys time. He's on the Nexus. What's the Nexus? Starting to go low. There, the Dun is pushing in. Caps. Oh. No, Caps. He bounces. They almost got the kill. It's not enough. Mad Lions. They turn it around. Oh my word. What happened with the satchel? Did he interrupt his auto?
What happened with the satchel?
We need to watch that back.
007 Mickey X finds a way, dodges, gets in, dodges the sapling, gets in.
Oh my word! Okay, the thing is, this play to me screams of a level of desperation. Auto. Oh, heartbreak for G2. And you know what? All credit to Mad Lions. They got back in the nick of time. They're in this position. Yes, they made a call for Baron, but if they can defend their Nexus, they can win this game. They can win the series. They were picked by G2 Esports, and they can pick up the upset and guarantee themselves a top 3 placement at worst in the Spring Split.
Mad Lions have just this one weakness in their boat. They just need to cover it with some flex tape. Go through there, you know, make sure that there is no sneaky business. The minions are coming in. They know that G2 need to do these desperate plays. Ziggs is going for that Lich Bane. He wants to break turrets faster. I think Mad Lions, you know, they are poised to win this game. They have the Ocean Soul. They got the Nasher as well. They just need to get a siege going because G2 have no TPs.
Play the control ward game. Keep your eyes on the inventory at all times. Keep looking at the control wards inside Mad Lion's base. Teleport for Wandering Caps is on cooldown, so they do need to buy some time. And that's going to be difficult. A lot of magic damage AoE versus the Baron buff. I mean, if Mad do this, and they should, they are favored to win from this position despite their Nexus situation. Is this the biggest upset in EU playoff history? Round one, G2 picking Mad after the year that they had. Like, it's too early to ask and you can't give a definitive answer, but man, it's going to be in the discussion.
Honestly, yes. I can't think of anything else that is a bigger upset. G2's form from last year with MSI and all the question marks with Caps ADC. They finish first. They come into playoffs looking strong. Second half of the split, they look super strong. Mad Lions had that glimmer of hope with the way they played against Origin. They took that style with them and they've continued to play well. G2 with a lot of iffy things happening in these series begins to put that thing into question of, you know, they are indeed playing online. Maybe this has an impact.
It's very, very true. And, you know, you have to adapt to the circumstances, of course. And they are extremely difficult circumstances worldwide. The Mad Lions have risen to the challenge. I've been impressed with their early games. Shadow, 14-2-4, right? He started this game 6-1. We haven't checked in too frequently. Orome, 2-3-11. After he got cut down where he stood in the top lane, he's in this place with Righteous Glory, Ocean Soul, Spirit Visage as well, mind you. And right now we're playing Whack-A-Mole, except instead of a mole, it's Whack-A-Ward. Because Mad Lions, they need to just clear out any and all G2 vision.
Okay, this is going to be a dance. They're just waiting for either side to slip up, because that's when the punishment comes in. We are at the knife's edge. A simple mistake, a simple move that goes wrong, and all of a sudden this series is just over.
Oh my word. 1.5 minutes to Elder Dragon. 3 minutes to Baron. Yankos is get caught out. That's a long range engage from Orome. Cataclysm again, buying some time. Nature's Grasp continues to chase. He'll still get rooted up as the roots are running a mile. Mad Lions, they're never going to get a chance to kill G2's base if G2 can continue pushing wards into Mad's base. So the moment G2 run out of inventory is like the only breathing room Mad Lions have, because it's literally like playing catch, you know? Catch the G2 member, find the ward. We're not playing Kill the Nexus anymore.
It's just so silly that we find ourselves in this position, because G2's kind of champions are kind of perfect for it. Ziggs with the stalling, with the turret pushing, and the Bard with the portals. It's so silly that we find ourselves here. I'm pretty sure G2 didn't plan for this though.
Hang on. Yamato, I know you're fairly new to casting, but planning to be 10k cold down, trying to go secret agent into the base, now all of a sudden, Shadow, he's going to be taking so much damage, but look, he's still not down. He's got a GA to work with. Equalizer comes out, the Ocean, and the life still in the autos. Shadow is unkillable. That's 2 already for Mad Lions. Elder Dragon is going to be up in 10 seconds. The second Elder Dragon of the game. They may not need it. Perks is down to 50-second death times. They've done it. They've got enough death time as Yamato. Can they finish?
They can finish. Look at Kiana pushing mid lane. Caps and Nikki can't stall this out. Maybe with the Mega Infinite Bomb, or maybe the Bard, but it was just wasted there.
Can you believe it? The rookies have risen up. The defending EU champions in G2 esports are on their back legs. There's no ways. 5 members are down. They've done it. It's the Mad Lions. They have unseated the champions. They have killed the kings. The rookies of Europe have taken down the world finalists and the 2-time 2019 champions. Mad Lions have earned this victory. Mad Lions have defeated G2. Thank you for watching Match History. Every single week, new moments and legends are born, and today's action is just about to begin. Stay tuned.
moving. When did we stop doing it? When did we settle for technology that keeps us still?
So move me, baby, like you've nothing left to prove.
The Kia electric range. Technology that moves you. Kia. Movement that inspires.
Where legends have walked, and even bigger legends will continue to make their name.
You're gonna make it! You're gonna make it, dude! Come on! Stay with, work with me here, work with me! We're nearly there! We're nearly there! Come on, let's go!
Oh, Trev. Help.
Mark, you've done too much, dude. What can I get you?
Give me that.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Are you guys being weird again?
Down, 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 like I never met ya. Round, 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 but I can't forget ya. Sitting like I'm single on a Sunday night, trying to get you out of my head. I don't know her name, she didn't ask for mine, but I'm not here to talk. Another drink, I watch it go. Down, 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 like I never met ya. Round, 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 but I can't forget ya. Down, 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 like I never met ya. Round, round, round. Another drink, I watch it go. Down, 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 like I never met ya. Round, 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 but I can't forget ya. Down, 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 like I never met ya. Round, 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 but I can't forget ya. Wake up in the morning, it's already night. Think I'm hanging on by a thread. Don't know my own name, but yours is on my mind. I can barely walk. Another drink, I watch it go. Down, 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 like I never met ya. Round, 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 but I can't forget ya. Down, 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 like I never met ya. Round, round, round. Another drink, I watch it go. Down, 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 like I never met ya. Round, 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 but I can't forget ya. Down, 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 like I never met ya. Round, 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 but I can't forget drink, I watch it go.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Will you turn and run from what's to come? Will you face it all? Or will you fall away again? What's calling out to be found when the time is right? When the time is right. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Feel the rush, feel the taste. Wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again.
Hello and welcome everyone to the battle of the top four here in the LEC 2023 Spring Split. Before we kick off the finals weekend, I have a question for you and everybody here in the studio. How many teams do you think have made top four all time in European history? Well, the answer is 18 teams have ever made top four in EMEA. But I do think context here is important. I want to take a look at how many splits each of these teams has competed in Europe. And then I want to take a look at how many times each of these teams has made it to the top four. As you can see, we have an incredibly bottom-heavy league. very few teams have been able to reach the high highs that Fnatic and G2 have been able to accomplish. And this weekend, things are a little different. While we have some old and recognizable faces of G2 and Mad, we have newcomers to the top 4 again in Team Vitality and specifically Team BDS. 4 total splits, first time top 4, first time finals. Here, these mix of faces in the spring split are looking to make history. And of course, for teams like G2 and Mad Lions, you've seen these teams before. They've made top 4. Hell, they've won on this very stage in winter. They've got multiple titles between them, and just 2 months ago, G2 and Mad was the finals. This time, however, the teams are simply not good enough. Their opponents this weekend have been better. For example, Team Vitality, despite competing in Europe for 16 splits, they have only made top 4 3 times. And it wasn't any of the recently assembled super teams with names like Alfari, Selfmade, and Kazi. We have to go all the way back to summer 2018, where familiar names like Jazuke and Kabashot and Attila reached 3rd place in the Palacio Vista Alegre in Madrid. That was nearly 5 years ago. Since then, Vitality has been chasing their former glory, and now is the time for them to change their legacy. They are led by the 8-time LEC champion Perks, flanked by superstar bot laner Upset and the mechanical monsters of Bo and Photon. But I have a question. Can they overcome the hurdle? Will they falter once more to the new up-and-coming superstars? On Sunday, the one surprising team that has defied expectations over and over is waiting as the final boss of the spring split. Team BDS's debut year in the LEC in 2022 was rough. They placed 9th and 10th. They had a record of 7 and 29. Frankly, they sucked. Fans and myself began to question the ambitions of the organization. And I was about to write off BDS for the foreseeable future, but oh boy, did Team BDS step up. They have not dropped a single game in the Brack stage. They are on a 10-game winning streak. They have a combined record of 14 and 2, and Team BDS, put simply, is dominating the competition. They do not want to stop here. They have their eyes set on the title, on the championship, on lifting the swing split shield and representing EMEA at MSI in London. So ladies, gentlemen, and everybody else, the LEC Finals weekend starts right now.
of the LEC 2023 Spring Split live from Berlin, Germany. We're down to 4 teams remaining in the competition, and each day we will eliminate one more until we get to our split final on Sunday with a spot at MSI on the line where BDS is waiting. Not at MSI on Sunday, but if they win, they would go to MSI. I'm Shox, and I'm joined by Reckless and Yamato. What a treat!
Thank you for having me.
Yeah.
Yay! It's good to be here.
Yeah, it's a pleasure, Martin, that you want to join us for today, and Yamato, who will be joining us the whole weekend. So let's pull up the bracket and see what we're going to be talking about today and over this weekend. Martin, what's your first reaction when you saw this playoff bracket come out?
BDS in finals.
Yeah.
I think that is the biggest surprise to all of us. But honestly, looking at their games and how solid they have been throughout pretty much the entirety of the season, it shouldn't really be a surprise. They seem to have figured out exactly what they need to do as a team, and they're doing it back-to-back against anyone they play.
I think also with how the format kind of plays out, with the fact that the teams have to figure out one patch, I feel like BDS are definitely the masters of this patch, and they found a level of consistency that kind of resembles good League of Legends right now.
Something you said in rehearsal that I'd like to repeat for us to follow is they're waiting in the final, but that will be the first best of 5 they play together.
Yeah, that's actually also so crazy to think about, that BDS, you know, this team playing that only best of 5, and that is going to be the final, and no lower bracket for them. Either they're going to be waiting and, you know, they can study their opponents, or they're in for a shock of cold water when you finally get to play those best of 5s. But luckily, best of 3s might have prepared them just enough.
Yeah, at least they played a couple of best of 3s already. And for everyone still confused about who we're sending to MSI, it's quite simple. The winner of the split will qualify next to G2. If G2 wins, MAD will join them due to championship points. So it's pretty straightforward, and I know everybody wants to know. Let's pull up the bracket again, because as we get into this weekend, I just wanted to call out a couple of player stories that we'll be following throughout this weekend. And because our esport has aged, you know, and there's a lot of connections between a lot of these players, it's quite interesting that they might be playing their ex-teams. I want to start with Crowny and Labrov. Of course, Yamato in Vitality had a big task ahead of them, and now they find their way to the final.
Yeah, I remember when they were playing in Vitality back in the days, you know, they were kind of just sidekicks in this self-made leader story, because they were playing the Yasuos and the Dianas and Crowny and Labrov. You know, Labrov was always a player that was always high ranked in solo queue, and people thought, oh, this is a player that has a lot of potential, but didn't necessarily show what he could be capable of on stage. Crowny as well, you know, some of the community members always spoke highly of Crowny, but he was always put into these kind of weird situations team-wise where he couldn't really flourish. And now the story for the both of them, I mentioned that they were the side characters in the past, but now they are the main characters of their team, and they're really, really popping off in the current meta.
Yeah, Martin, we saw Crowny's interview last week as well.
What an interview.
Yeah, you saw how much it meant to him. And it's true what Yamato says. Sometimes you just get into situations that aren't ideal, but you have to make the best of it as a player.
Yeah, and I think especially for Crowny and I guess Adam in some way, playing the LFL last year, going all the way from the RLs now back into the LEC, proving everyone that they have what it takes, and playing a finals on Sunday, that just seems to be sort of a Cinderella story. So I think that interview Crowny did last weekend really was the icing on the cake for me.
It was. Hopefully they'll have more icing if they are able to perform in the final. Let's talk about Carzzy as well. Of course, his return to the Mad Lions. This was the organization with which he lifted those trophies. How do you think he arrives here in this finals playoffs weekend, Martin?
I think he actually arrives with pretty good games in his back. I mean, he had a rough, like the entirety of MAD had a rough regular season, but honestly in the playoffs so far they've looked pretty good, and they seem to more and more kind of just accept that they are this team that fight everything and relies so much on that. And I feel like Carzzy is actually pretty good in that setting. He's someone that actually pops off a lot of games that they play.
I feel like Carzzy is such an enigma, because all of the good also comes with plenty of craziness and plenty of bads. You know, he's kind of this wild card that I think a team can kind of rely on as you go deeper into the games. I'm kind of curious how it will develop for him now, as everyone has noticed that his Jinx is a champion that should be targeted, and I'm curious if Carzzy can bring some of that play of magic from 2021 MAD into the best of 5 series.
There was
this
a lot
weekend.
of clutching going on back then for Mad Lions, and Kaiser was a big part of that. Of course, Carzzy's partner in crime from back then is now on Vitality. And how do you think he's been doing with Upset overall, Martin?
I think they've been doing okay, maybe a little bit worse than people expected, but I also think people's expectations were that they were just gonna smash everyone from the get-go. The one thing I would say is I feel like they're misusing Kaiser so far, because to me Kaiser is a roaming support, someone that doesn't necessarily have his strengths in the bot lane, and they are playing more range supports and using him more for the bot lane. I think that is not the way I would play him in my team.
I think also when I think back of the Kaiser that was the most successful, it was especially that player that was, when he was in Fog of War, he could be anywhere. They were diving top against us in that finals in 2021. They were roaming into mid. He was always connecting with Elioya, and I feel like this is the most dangerous version of Kaiser, but this is also where Vitality struggle as a team, where they are playing more connective. They are more this type of team that needs to get lane leads and then dominate through the sheer force of mechanical play, but that can only get you so far.
True. We'll see if they've workshopped that coming into this final week. Finally, I want to mention Perk. Perks. He might be up against G2. In fact, he might have to beat them if he wants to make it to MSI at all. And it's so looming, right? With this Vitality Perks, which has always been a super team or a team with such sky-high expectations, Yamato, but they've fallen short time and time again.
No, I just remember, Perks against Caps that finals when Caps was solo killing. When you were playing Reckless, you were playing the Tristana and I believe Sivir and the Jinx that series. I remember that series, like it just sparked this kind of rivalry that we kind of got robbed of because they happened to be on the same team afterwards. And now Perks has now been fighting his way back in to the top 4 through these super teams here on Vitality after a stint in C9. I can imagine that in Perks' mind, it must anger him that we see as Caps as the GOAT of Europe. And Perks was always in that conversation. And I believe today, like if they manage to face off against each other, you just know it's going to be fireworks because you have these two players with so much pedigree and history behind them.
He's definitely still in the conversation.
For sure.
Yeah. So we're clear. But this weekend, not only a spot at MSI is on the line, but the Spring Champion will also secure their spot at the season finals after summer. We're excited to share a few special announcements regarding our roadshow in Montpellier-L'Occitanie.
The competition within the LEC is getting more and more fierce. And now we're bringing the first ever LEC season finals to Montpellier-Occitanie. We couldn't be more excited to return to France, where our fans can catch the best teams of the year compete. But only one team can climb up to the top and write their names down in history. For those who are able to claim it, glory awaits.
G2 are inevitable. G2 are inescapable.
Fnatic rule Europe!
Season finals weekend is September 8th through 10th, and we want you there with us. Tickets go on sale on June 19th, so mark your calendar. And yes, we will be in Montpellier for 3 days. You want to know why? For the first time, the EMEA Masters Summer Finals is joining the LEC on the road. Watch the two teams from our regional leagues battle on the big stage as we kick off a weekend packed with some incredible League of Legends.
It's a pentakill!
And it will all happen in Montpellier-Occitanie. Don't miss it.
Oh, we won't miss it. We're going to be there, and I hope you all will also be there. And how cool. EMEA, I always mess it up. EMEA Masters Finals, EU Masters Finals rather, will also be there. Reckless, that's just such a gift to the players.
Very much, yeah. I played it last year,
Yeah.
so I know how important that tournament feels, and I'm also watching the one that is ongoing right now. And I can imagine for these teams having this opportunity in summer must feel like a goal of a lifetime in your career to be able to play in front of a crowd and get that opportunity that only really the best players otherwise get.
I think if it isn't, it definitely should be. I think for every player, like I played my first LCS match on the big venue in Lille. It was the big Zenith, like everything was vibrating. It's just a completely different experience to play in front of a crowd because that really awakens something in you. You never want to miss the opportunities to ever do it again if it is in front of you.
Absolutely, and in France, it's going to be insane. And if you haven't been following our ERLs, you're bad. But you can check out map.lolemia.com to navigate all of our regional leagues on an interactive map. And as Laura said already, our tickets will be available soon for our roadshow in Montpellier-L'Occitanie, on sale on June 19th. You can stay tuned for more information on ticket prices and where to buy them, as everything is always on lolesports.com, but you'll see it on your other channels as well. Now, while the EMEA Masters teams will be running it to Montpellier in summer, here in the LEC, we've also seen some interesting plays last weekend. So to fully align the broadcast with our players' gameplay, we've decided to also run it down. And you'll be like, shocked, don't we always run it down? Yeah, but now for real. What's going to happen here is that Goldborg will be running it for us tonight, and you at home can decide based on the clips that we're seeing at which speed the treadmill will run. You can spam staying cool or running it in the chat as we go through the clips. Now, I'm going to start you off on a walk, I think.
Well, let's see. I think you have to press the...
I did.
No, not the middle one, the bottom
I did.
one.
You're also in my ear saying, but I've pressed it a couple of times. Oh,
well,
no.
we can pretend like I'm running.
Turn it on using the bottom button.
Oh, there we have. There's something. You did it. We're going.
You gaslit me. Okay, here we go. It wasn't the middle button.
No, that's at the bottom one.
Okay, you did actually. That's
yeah,
true. All right, I'm going to start you off at a walk to get you into the mood. And I do hope that the people at home are careful with you. Let's go to
remember
clip 1 and
Twitch
see what
chat? I
happens.
really love you guys. I've always loved you guys. You are my favorite people. Yes, you're my favorite.
All right, clip 1, here we go.
Okay, so we have this unfortunate play from Fnatic trying to go for the back door. Not really the back door, the base rates. Already quite unfortunate is the fact that the TP has come through from the
Gonna
Jax.
cast it
No
too?
item was back either bought afterwards that would actually facilitate
Okay,
it.
it's going up.
Counter-Strike is a bit unlucky because it's procced early and Reckless on the Sivir as well. You know, that's just not a good situation. You could definitely have gone for the end there had there not been some mishaps in that play. I'm just actually going to let go here. So, okay, slight jog now.
Okay,
Yeah,
are you
getting
sure
the
you want to
flow going.
shout every play as we go?
Listen, I'm running. I'm not doing this on
Okay,
purpose.
play
It's just
2,
happening.
please. Play 2, please.
It's still walking pace. I feel this.
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, so you've just seen them. Okay, on Vision. Everyone, we've seen him on Vision. He's now clearing the ward. I know you want to go for the play here. I know you want to crash it. But why are you still sticking around? Because there's a Maokai you've already seen him. I just feel like it's illegal to die here just because you've already seen the Maokai. You know he's coming down there, and you just need to respect it. You would get so much on the other side of the map because you know where the enemy jungler is. And I'm
they've
really
got you
feeling the jug
running.
now.
They've got you running. I mean, there's 2 more, so
Yeah, let's go for
see.
it.
Maybe it's a play that allows you to be a bit slower. Let's see.
We'll
Play
see.
number 3.
Oh, this is
yeah.
a beautiful play. First off, the gobble off from Labrov. Absolutely magnificent. Then the CC chain. And let's mention this, the miasma from Mewtwo into the knockup combo. The only thing that's running it in that play is the fact that Adam ulted into the wall instead of flash ulting. Oh, God damn it, I'm so out of shape. I love this.
Goldborg, I know you said that they should be nice with you, but this was clearly...
Why is it at the top?
Yeah, it's because they're still spamming running it instead of staying...
But that was a good play!
I know! Let's take a look at the last clip. I'm sorry, I can't help
you know
it.
how
I listen to
love
Twitch
them?
chat.
I absolutely hate them. Now, unfortunate position from Capstan. It really comes down to the hesitation. The fact he doesn't go for it immediately allows the turret to hit the cannon minion for the level up, and it looks like a complete in for Caps. Unfortunately for him, not the only in he was going to have.
Okay, you can slowly cool down. Thank you so much, Twitch chat, for that. And thank you, GB. Truly an excellent performance.
Yeah, great pitch
I gotta
shots.
say, good stuff. Now, Mad Lions is up on the docket, and Chasey and Eloya have also been excellent last week. So they're now standing by with Laura for an interview.
I hate you.
Thank you, Shock, standing here with the Mad Lions ahead of their games today. Chasey, Yoya, thank you so much for joining me. Yoya, I read an interview from you earlier this week about MSI and the audience perception of you guys making it to MSI. Can you tell me how much is fueling you, the fact that people don't want you to make it there because you may not win any series?
Yeah, it's a lot of... I actually have a lot of motivation to win this series and qualify to MSI myself. I think that'll be a really good moment, so people can stop hating, because even if we make it, like we were second last split, we are in the top 4 at least this split, we are playing G2, which is for sure a strong contender. Like, yeah, you have to understand.
Yeah.
We are a good team. We are gonna make it work in MSI. We forget about what happened in Worlds, in previous Worlds. That happened already. It's a new Mad Lions. So also, I don't want the people in these Mad Lions to take the blame for what I previously did. So I think it's not fair. So yeah.
I think it's a nice thing to address, and shutting down the haters is always an extra boost and motivation. Chasey, back to you now, facing Broken Blade today. What do you think about the top lane matchup, and why are you a better top laner than BB?
I think I'm younger than BB, so I think I better hand, better mechanic, so I can win. And if top carry matchup, I will win. For sure.
Gotta love the bit of a flame here. Yoya, anything you want to answer to your top laner about what he said? And because we know that when top lane works for you guys, this is usually a good strategy to abort here. So any take on the top lane matchup against BB and what Chasey just told us here?
I agree. I think he has better hands. He's gonna win today, and even more if we pick rat champions. If we have Kennen and R, these kind of champions that are little rats, Chasey really benefits from it because he's also a little rat, so he will for sure win them.
Rata champions. We've noticed that with the games that you played recently, you play easier composition to execute, I feel, which suits your playstyle a bit more. Can you tell me about this shift and adaptations to find yourself in the team again?
Yeah, I think we were making our lives really hard with some drafts, and we just realized that if we start drafting compositions that make more sense into enemy champs and we go back to team fighting, which is one of our strengths right now, we will be a really good team and we will fix some of the mistakes that we were having. And I think this made a huge impact for sure.
I'm looking forward to seeing that. On the Rift, of course, today. Last question for you, Chasey. Last time you did an interview on stage, you asked Yoya to gank top a bit more. Is there anything you want to ask your jungler today ahead of today's series?
Please, tank champion for me.
For you?
Yeah, for us.
For us.
For us.
For the team.
Yeah.
Chasey, thank you so much for the interview. Yoya, thank you. Best of luck today against G2 and Shox. Back to you.
Thank you so much. That was a lot of fun. A rat, eh? Okay. Sure. Interesting. Tank champions, he said. That's interesting because I feel like Chasey has had some standout performances, not just on tank champions. And when we look at Chasey's performance overall, I feel like he was such a big contributor to the fact that Mad Lions made that run all the way to the final back in winter when not a lot of people expected it.
I feel like Chasey is very good mechanically. I think when it comes to like the lane phase and how he fights, I think he does it very well. But I feel like he only has one gear, and that is to go forward, forward, forward. He does that in lane phase. He does that in fights. Whenever something different is required of him, this is where Mad Lions look a bit off. And I hope that they facilitate that strength and they draft it in a way that makes that into a strength and not a weakness.
Mm-hmm. When we look at Mad Lions, I feel like that's all they do. They just go forward. Sometimes they take suboptimal fights where you're wondering, all right, what's going to happen here? And it doesn't work out for the best for them.
Not always, but it seems like towards the end, at least, they've realized that this is how they play the game the best way. So if you look at their picks from Hylissang, if you look at their picks from Chasey as well, it seems like they have just kind of realized that this is how they can play, or maybe this is the only way they can play, but at least they are aware, and they've kind of brought this into the playoffs now, and that's, I think, what got them the two wins that they needed.
Yeah, their proactivity can be a boon for sure, but I guess here we see some examples, Reckless, of when it doesn't work out.
Yeah, sometimes it can be a bit too much, but I would like to mention here that they are still kind of stuck in this, we're not really sure what to play. Like that clip, they were playing Lucian Nami, and I think as of late, you have just seen them completely transition to what is really actually good at. Okay, he's a great Rel player, he's a great Pyke, Rakan, Braum, so they're just putting him on those champs now, and I feel like that just does so much for that team that is continuously wanting to fight everything that moves.
I think that's so true. Even in this clip, we have Hilly on Soraka. That's not something that brings back good memories for me personally. I think Hilly, whenever he can be a facilitator, and I think if Mad Lions, their biggest difficulty is always making sure that they're on the same screen. And as Rex mentioned, you can just see the pattern. If Hilly has playmaking and you have a lot of setup around mid, and the 3v3 actually makes sense compositionally, and they have these team fight compositions that can push forward and pressure forward and just engage, I think this is where Mad Lions do their absolute best.
But we mentioned it already earlier, we see it behind us here as well. Carzzy's been doing great on that Jinx, but it's almost lighting up like a fire on those drafts. You know, there are going to be some adaptations I think need to be made when you go into best of fives, and more gets banned out as you go further.
I think especially against G2 it will be unlikely that he gets Jinx, because I don't think they are a team that wants to play Jinx themselves, so I feel like it's just an easy ban in this series for G2. Then is the question, can Carzzy pull something else out that fills a similar role? I think he did sort of a good job on the Seri, so that could be happening today. But for me, it's more about actually how top lane plays out today, because I feel like Chasey is, as you said, like this one gear player. Even when he plays Cassante, which I think is his most played, he just plays it as a carry. Yeah. So how much of that can they use today? Can they use Chasey as a carry today, and can they empower him with Elioya's pathing, or is it just gonna be about the bot lane, and then for me, Hans and Mickey are just a step above?
Yeah, probably the best way to go for Mad Lions is looking at that top lane. Jinx for Carzzy, perhaps, and G2 on the other side. They also found a pick that works for them. In fact, Bel'Veth. So Goldberg, run us through, no pun intended, how they're utilizing her.
And I will. Thank you very much.
Cool.
Well, not run it on a literal treadmill. I think we're done with that for now. Yeah, I want to take a look at the Yike on the Bel'Veth as well, because G2, as a whole 5-man unit, are actually really good at setting him up. In the beginning, you're going to see that. You haven't seen it yet, but they're going to drop defensive wards to make sure that there's no invade when Yike is actually going for the Raptors instead. Crucially as well, Yike is getting a leash from his mid laner and from his top laner as well at the same time. So we can see it now. There's so many resources from the solo laners to set him up successfully. Even then, they're also dropping the wards. They know they can do this because there's not the highest chance that Malrang will actually path topside, and even if he do, he will be spotted on these Raptor wards. You can see now the wards we mentioned earlier came through, and now going up towards the top side. Bot lane's completely even. There's nothing to worry about. So by this point in the game, it's just a free cam clear into topside. So Genda being a bit too far forward does not matter. They go for it. Now with the teleport coming in, Yike again still around. At first, it's fine for Sugenda. You're like, okay, I died. At least I can pick up the wave. That right there was the big one. And that's already 2 kills this early into the game. Now let's have a look at what actually happened on the other side of the map when that teleport came in. Because of the early information they got with the raw wards, the rest of G2 was actually able to come around and stop that play. So while they went aggressive on one side of the map, the bot side actually invested so much to make sure that he was not losing camps on the bottom side of the map. Now that red buff is still alive, so Yike comes back after his clear. He can clear that up, can move into the Rift Herald as well at the same time, or the Raptors rather at the same time. And then from the mid lane, because Larsen is stepping up like he is, they now have 3 units around Yike once again on the Belveth. And once again, it's every single member that he's always surrounded by, albeit by the Mickey on the Nautilus, Caps on the Sejuani. You can even see it here. This is the second Raptor that he's going to steal away from them. Once again, ward dropped down. Now he's in a position where he's finally cleared the red side again. He's cleared his own blue buff. Because of the level advantage that BB got on the top side, they're now able to again go for another play on the top of the map. Beautiful dive. They juggle the aggro. Marang on the position where he's not really getting out. They even get some plating on the road there. And look at how far he is right now. 3-1-2 on the Belveth. 2 level up, or actually 1 level up will be 2 level up on Malrang as well. And that goes down to the entire efforts on G2, how they play around him. They were talking about how Jinx probably won't get through. Well, I'm curious to see will Yike actually get his Belveth again, but back to you, Shucks.
Thank you so much. That is the $1 million question, and it's so interesting when you look at G2 and the way they're just playing around their jungler so much. The big question is also, they are starting in the lower bracket. Martin, do you think that they can replicate what they did in spring last year when they made that run to MSI 12-0?
Definitely. I personally really like coming from more games. If I look back at some Worlds experiences when I played play-ins, for example, 2017, I think that gave us a lot of power when we had that momentum, had those games under our belts. So something similar probably happened for them last year when they figured out the whole Jarvan Ahri thing way before everyone else. And now they have the opportunity again with potentially 3 best-of-5s back-to-back where they could really get to know themselves.
No, for sure. I'm in agreement. I've done those lower bracket runs, and I feel like your foundation really gets tested in a way that is different, and you are allowed to make mistakes that maybe you can't make in the finals, and you kind of explore yourself and find yourself at the highest form for the most important matches.
G2 has shown that they have a proficiency to peak at the right time and take the information gathering to a new level. What Caps is going to show up? Usually he is the big game player, he is the playoffs player. Are you expecting more from him now that he is in this finals weekend?
I think that's the only expectation to set on Caps. He's always showing up for the big games, and even though he's underperformed, I think that he has, built enough of a credit here in the LEC to know that when it comes to the BO5s, he's going to be able to, pop off and find himself again. I think the biggest thing is just the champion pool, because the mid lane meta has been very strange. We don't like Ahri so much here in Europe, and we will see what Caps kind of finds in his pocket.
Yeah, I think for me, the biggest worry isn't necessarily how many times he's killing people or dying, how much damage he's dealing, because I think his role in that team is not necessarily to be a carry anyway. It's much more to facilitate the team. The one worry I would have is that his kill participation is quite low. So for me today and moving forward in this weekend, I would like to see him more a part of the fights, more setting up the team, because I think when he has Yike there playing carry jungles, when he has Hansama there playing hyper carries on AD, he doesn't necessarily need to be the one dealing the damage or killing people. He just needs to set up the fight.
Yeah, and I wonder if that's of course a big departure from his usual role, especially when he's really stepping up in those playoffs, really facilitating 100% for your teammates. So we'll see what happens. Mad Lions up versus G2. G2 looking if they can make that lower bracket run once again, or if Mad Lions can shut up the haters. Do or die in the lower bracket for G2 versus Mad Alliance for a chance to face Vitality tomorrow. The LEC Spring Finals weekend starts right now.
Fnatic, Atlas starts to open up. It's a Quadra. LEC trying to get away, but Humanoid will not let him.
We were very disjointed. We didn't play the same game. Everyone was doing their own thing. Team fighting was not even our strength anymore. You have good players, but they're just a bad team.
Humanoid trying to survive. Oscar trying to do what he can as well. Fnatic have been in this spot before. But Mad Lions slam the door in their face.
Being on the same page was something that we really worked on hard. I think we're showing it off.
Astralis had hope, but it's immediately quashed by the Mad Lions as they make their way to the playoffs.
We have a pretty good read on them, and we kind of know what to expect from them. And we also have 3 best-of-5s back-to-back to go. So I think we're gonna come in full force.
G2 looks pretty strong. It's very important to keep the momentum going. And I feel like I'm just kind of checking them like one by one. We have players with experience. I don't think it's gonna be a big issue for us.
They have to engage on the 4-man core of G2, but Caps with a clean ultimate onto Mickey. Maybe it's enough to start the fight off in favor of G2. X-Kick on the backside cannot get it done. G2 take the Baron, they take the fight, they're looking to end the game.
They did win 2 series to get here, right? So they obviously deserve to be here. Are they the best team in this tournament? I don't think so. They're probably the worst, I'm not gonna lie.
If we beat G2, I think it's probably one of the highest chances of winning a split that I would have in the LEC.
It was supposed to be Vitality, but in the finals, waiting for an opponent is BDS. 1 win away from being your champions.
In this series, we kind of forgot how to play. I don't think we were the same team that we are usually. BDS, they 3-0'd us. I think that's unexpected for everyone, but they're a good team, and we just have to get stronger, and I think we can do that.
2K getting lower. Perks, can he take this one away? No. BDS get the Baron. Massive shockwave from Nuke. Kaiser going to block the follow-up damage. The only thing keeping Vitality standing in this fight, but it's not enough because here comes Crowny.
To be honest, it would be crazy, surreal to win the entire thing and to play at MSI, to represent our region with insanely good teams. It would be completely crazy.
With the Magnus Storm, the Slugs Smash coming up with the explosive cast is anti-synergy, and Kazi has a lot more health. A triple for Kazi.
If we're about to win, it will feel very relieving just because we have improved so much.
Now flashing in, there's the ulti. Q goes a little bit wide, Knockup now going in, and 1 kill, he dashes through. Oh, he can't be killed.
I'm definitely aiming for first, and that's what I'm always aiming for. And winning means everything to me.
To the first day of the LEC Spring Finals weekend. I'm Mehdi, that's Vedi. At the end we have Katie. Hopefully your mic isn't muted this time.
Yeah, last time was muted. I made such a banger joke, but I can't make it again because it was a once-in-a-lifetime moment joke and you're never going to hear it again.
Unlucky, unlucky chat.
Maybe you will.
But the chat's already rising. Excited to see Pedro back on the desk again alongside Mehdi Vedi. The banter geniuses.
It's going to be flying.
It's the British lads ready to take you through what will be a banger day of games with Mad Lions versus G2, a battle of champions.
Yeah.
Both G2 and Mad Lions. We'll see who's able to come out on top. Only one will move forward to face Vitality tomorrow, and the other will be sent home.
They have a long history in best of fives as well. It was Mad who first took down that 2020 G2 roster that had won everything. Then Mad won 2 splits, then G2 fought back, and now we'll see who wins out today. Last time G2 took it 3-0. So as I was saying before I was so rudely cut off.
Yeah.
Last time they played in a best of 5, it was the finals of Winter. G2 won 3-0, secured themselves a spot at MSI, and now they are fighting in the lower bracket. Loser of this is eliminated from contention for the LEC Spring Championship. Of course, BDS wait in the first place match.
Head-to-head's not great in the favor of Mad Lions this year, is it? So we'll see if they can change things up here in the spring. Already into draft. Can't wait to hear more stories later on, Milik, though. Vi, Jace taken away, Olaf taken away. Is Draven a ban, you think, for Mad Lions? Is Draven... It's been such a ban throughout...
Yeah, yes, it is.
Do they ban Draven and Zeri on red side?
I mean, do they ban Bel'Veth as well? Because G2 have been such a strong proponent of having Bel'Veth for Yike, getting him a head.
A wed?
I mean, maybe he's getting married. But sometimes the Void Queen just needs a little company, Kachel. Okay. But yeah,
maybe she does, Medic. But let's see if she gets it or if she's being put in the ban list. Mad Lions could ban away Zeri.
Annie, Rakan.
Annie, Rakan, Zeri, Bel'Veth. There's so many OP champs open, actually, now that I look at it. So I think both teams will be happy going through those. Rakan has to be a first pick here for G2, doesn't it?
I don't know. I feel like Mickey's the type of player that would have an answer for the Rakan, but we'll have to wait and see. Jungle priority has been such a massive thing for many European teams, but it will be the Kennen. So adopting a little bit more of what we've been seeing over in the LPL and the LCK with such a high priority on the Kennen.
It does mean, though, that with Gragas being let through, Nisqy can take that into the mid lane. Often when Mad Lions succeed, it is Nisqy on a utility roaming champion from mid, get him into those side lanes, and then manage to team up with Elyoya. Probably discussing what they want to pick after the Gragas here. As you said, the Rakan a possibility, but there are some counters still available to G2.
Yeah, looking at Rakan, Zeri, Wukong is still up as well. We'll see where that Gragas goes, because I think Nisqy, phenomenal Gragas. And Broken Blade's been playing a lot of ability power top laners. I think in his last few games, he's mainly been playing things like the Gragas and the Kennen. That frees up Yike to play the junglers a lot more. You don't really over-index too much in top jungle in terms of damage share, but that's something that they've been looking towards. It also frees up Caps if he wants to play some kind of AD mid. You just have that reliable AP champ. There's the Rakan picked up for Hilly. Hilly Rakan, I think, is almost iconic when it comes to his history of playing in the LEC. I think G2 can match, like you said, with things like the Nautilus.
Or the Morgana, right?
Don't even get me started. Jinx Thresh,
Jinx
G2,
Thresh.
thank you.
All right.
Massive shout out to G2. Last week, they were still on the Varus hype train. They were still getting a bit of copium in their veins, but now they know Jinx is the go-to pick. I would be surprised if Mad Lions don't pick Xayah here.
Cheeky hover of the Nisqy Twisted Fate. Of course, a champion that's very well known, associated with Nisqy, but I do wonder if something like, the Azara, of course. We also talked a little bit about the Aphelios. Carzzy doesn't have the greatest track record on the champion, but when we talk about scaling or hyper-scaling AD carries, Aphelios and Jinx normally sit up there. Regardless, though, Xayah Rakan, very powerful 2v2 in the bot side.
Bel'Veth has to be a ban now for Mad Lions. You're looking at Wukong, you're looking at Bel'Veth as the next two junglers in line, and then things like the Jarvan, but they're actually going to ban Cassio for now, so maybe they're not too worried about that Bel'Veth.
You can go Cassio Bel'Veth, right? Cassio is just really strong into the Gragas in mid lane, really neuters any power for the Gragas alongside the Rakan. Like, there's no ability to get in. The other thing you could look at is Caps going to play Veigar? Because Veigar's really annoying as a Rakan player as well.
That's true. I think Mad Lions have a very good opening for draft here with Wukong on 4 and then picking something like Ahri on 5. That could round out their draft pretty nicely, or they can save counter pick later on for that mid lane with the Gragas flex. I mean, Kennen's already picked, right?
I agree with you. I really doubt the Gragas is going to go top. Just because of how much Nisqy has played Gragas in the mid lane. I think if it was anyone but Nisqy, I would say Gragas is a flex, but here my expectation is that the Gragas will go mid.
Do we get to see Chasey's Irelia? Something like that into the Kennen would be great. But there's the Bel'Veth ban, I think, to no one's surprise.
Part of me thinks that we might see the Sion once again from Chasey. Not something that he often defaulted to, but something that we saw Adam have great success with in the matchup against Photon last week. Regardless, though, with Malphite being taken off the board, you imagine the G2 will look to continue to remove some top lane options. I do believe it was Broken Blade who played the Cho'Gath into the Kennen matchup as well. But it will be the Wukong ban, something that you talked about earlier, trying to mitigate some of those early powerful junglers. So now we move into the next tier of junglers, things like potentially Lee Sin, maybe a Jarvan.
Jarvan, Lee Sin. Jarvan's kind of hard into Thresh, but I mean, they have Ken and Jinx. You could also flex the Jarvan on 4 here for top as well. So it's quite a nice flex pick here. But Lee Sin, I think, is a better champion. The Thresh just does way too much against the Lee Sin. Now I wonder what Yike actually does play into this Lee Sin. We've seen things like his Lilia, we've seen his Graves, his Viego, Kindred. I don't think he's going to struggle to find a champ.
I was thinking even Nocturne, but I don't love Nocturne into
Xayah. Of course you
I mean, over in the LPL, they're not afraid to pick things like Nocturne into the Lee Sin. I think it can be a pretty solid matchup, but into Xayah, you don't really love it, especially when there's so much disengage with the Gragas.
No, Nocturne doesn't exist. Not a champ. I refuse to believe it. It used to be playable when you had like Galio and stuff, and you had really full follow-up hard engage, but not into Xayah. I think it's just...
No, I agree.
A bit of a bit rough on. Viego's good though. I think Viego can win out.
I mean, it was also a Yike classic, right? This was something that he would often default to when he initially debuted alongside G2. Often a very powerful skirmisher, and when paired up with something like an Ahri, gives you a pretty powerful 2v2 presence.
I think G2, so I talked about the Wukong on 4, Ahri on 5 for Mad Lions. I think G2 were scared here. They're going to go for the Aurelion Sol blind pick, which is fantastic. Cap's such a great Aurelion Sol player in the past, but they were thinking about taking away the Ahri, and I think if they did that, they would run into a Lissandra on 5, and they would find themselves in a really big hole in draft. So blinding the Aurelion Sol looks like going for range is the answer here rather than kill pressure.
And looks like you might be right as well, Kadra. The Gragas going towards the top lane for Chasey. Lissandra now locked in for Mad Lions in the mid lane.
Crisp from Mad Lions. Xayah Rakan with things like Lissandra, Lee Sin, you love the amount of setup you have in the mid game. So Mad Lions will be very happy with that draft. Gragas is the nullifier. They're going to play mid to bot. G2, I think top will also be in isolation, but I think their scaling on G2, Aurelion Sol Jinx, they can get to 4 or 5 items, it's lights out for Mad.
They're a very squishy team, though. If you look across this, like, who is tanky on that team at all? If you're caught out by the Gragas, if you're caught out by a Frozen Tomb, you're going to get popped. Mad Lions can start isolating one target at the start and then winning the team fight just through a numbers advantage. It could be tricky for G2 to get to that scaled position.
I will say, you've got Gragas Ultimate, you've got Lee Sin Kick, you've got Lissandra CC, you've got Rakan Charm. There are a lot of things to get in the way of the Kennen trying to find that flanking engage, right? And I think the Mad Lions engage options in and of themselves are just easier to execute. So when it comes to setting up the fights, I think that this is something that G2 may struggle with. But I very much agree with Cage, when we look at just pure objective scaling, G2 have a massive advantage when you look at that Jinx and the Aurelion Sol.
And it's also like nuanced scaling in a sense where they will be powerful on paper, the Aurelion Sol and the Jinx, but how can you play around it? Because at least in kick, at least in does fall off, but at least in kick, a good kick flash never gets outscaled, right?
We've seen Meteos, you know, 60 minutes into a game, learns how to play Lee Sin and finds the kick. Can be
exactly throwback.
It can always have an impact later on in the games. Mad Lions facing off against G2 in our first best of 5 of the weekend. 2 more to follow. Let's see who faces Vitality tomorrow. And it's lights out. And away we go onto Summer's Rift once again. I was wondering for a brief moment whether we'd see the Heartsteel Kennen from Broken Blade in the top lane just to add a bit of tankiness to the lineup, but he has gone summon Airy, which implies that it won't be Heartsteel. You usually see Grasp if you're going to go for that tankier build.
So here we are, day 1 of the finals weekend. Either of these teams, no matter who wins, will have to play another best of 5 tomorrow, and then a third best of 5 if they manage to win out on that one too. So a lot of preparation for this weekend. Need a lot of endurance, both these teams.
Last split, it was Mad Lions that ran that gauntlet. They ended up facing G2 in the finals, and they did end up falling short, but they went the full 5 games against SK. They then were able to defeat Rogue. I believe it was at a 3-1 outcome, and ended up falling short at the final hurdle, but it is definitely it's a grind having to go through the gauntlet.
It's a grind for you, but it's also such a treat for the enemy team. You know, BDS will sit there and they'll get so much information on these teams, exactly what they want to play. But I feel like we're seeing G2 and these teams taking a page out of the BDS book, playing things like the Jinx now. They've gone for the Aurelion Sol, which is kind of like a scaling mage in a sense, but wow, Caps is just...
He's really abusing the Q, so like when you're applying that Q, let it stack up a little bit, and then you get that extra bit of the proc damage, which he's using to full effect right now, and he is just abusing his range over Nisqy. Nisqy's doing what he can to try and trade back.
It's just every time he steps up, it's like, you know those adventure games when you're trying to get past like the next step and there's like a fire-breathing thing and you have to wait for the timer to come off. So frustrating to walk up for
Nisqy. To get a better cycle, okay? It's on 60 FPS cycles. You just have to work out when you can sneak past the fire-breathing dragon to get to the princess's castle, save her from Bowser, and then collect the hammer at the end. You know, it's super easy.
Observers, if you could just click on Caps for us, because then we can basically see, like, I'd love to look at his cooldowns in the bottom left. Basically, every time his Q was up, he was looking to use it. And just consistently harass his lane opponents. Yeah, it's very low cooldown. Also, the mana cost really isn't that high in the early laning phase, who's taking advantage of that. But while we've been seeing so much trading in mids, push has been gained by Broken Blade in the top lane matchup. In the bot side, also, that advantage has been gained for Hans Summer and Mickey. Full clear top side jungle for Aljoya, as Yike has chosen to start blue Gromp, and now he's moved into his own bot side.
So we didn't actually see that on screen, but Karsi had to cleanse away. I think Mickey must have hit a hook on him. Cleanse away from the hook on the level 2 disadvantage. Still level 1 here, they're going to level up now, but having lost that cleanse, it becomes a lot more difficult to walk up and take trades. Normally it's great for the Xayah to walk up so the Rakan can E and then W to gap close onto the AD sometimes. Now they're going to lose a little bit of that aggression, so you can see both junglers matching each other towards this bot side.
Hook into Chompers then, we'll catch Karsi underneath the tower. Wave already pushed in. And for the moment, you can see G2 gaining quite a strong early lead down here. You know, 8 CS or so in their advantage.
Yike mainly just hovering around the bot side river. Obviously for both junglers, it's something you have to be careful of. When you do get that early prio, bot side junglers can look to invade, try and steal away something like the Gromp, maybe even the blue buff. But for now, both junglers having the freedom to clear as much as they like. Mad gained information on the river, so they assume that the bot side is clear, giving Elioya the space to secure his first Scuttle Crab, as Hans Summer has looked for a bit of a cheater recall, has the slight CS advantage in the bot lane, has gone back to base, spent some of that money. He'll be able to replenish the resources, so he should come back into lane that bit stronger. But so far, very tepid early game from both teams.
And before we get into any more action, I'll just highlight for people. If you look on the overlay, you can see how many stacks Caps has. That pink bar also shows how close he is to leveling up to level 5. We'll try and keep a track on those stacks as the game goes on. But usually, it's about 10 stacks a minute is a really good position for Aurelion Sol to be in. Early game, you struggle a little bit because you get stacks from charging your Q on enemy champions or getting executions with your E, or getting shutdowns and such. So for the moment, a little bit difficult as Chasey flashes away in the top lane, stunned up with the Spectral Maw underneath the tower. He will get taken out in the end. It's Broken Blade who takes the kill.
Great gang setup there from Yike. Chasey got caught napping a bit. The waves pushing towards Broken Blade. Ideally want to pick up a little bit more gold there before he took a base. Ends up falling now. Mad Lions on the cross map. Broken Blade has the TP to match this. Caps does not. Summoners are available for G2 here, so the dive is a little bit complicated. They have got an Ignite to work with, but Niski's on the way down. Ward on the entrance red. Elioyo's recalling right now. Maybe he's calling the play off.
Could just be waiting for a moment as well. Mickey puts the lantern down. Hansama grabs it. Will be forced away from the tower. Loses about half a plate, 3/4 of the plate. Shouldn't be the whole tower plate falling as of yet, as Kazi and Hillisang unable to do that last bit of chip damage. But you can see Caps already roaming from the mid lane. Elioya hooked! That's the lollipop if I've ever seen one, and it doesn't taste too good for Elioya. In fact, it tastes like death. Niski now caught out, pops a Ring of Frost, flashes the wall to get away, but the Astral Flight from Caps will chase them. Yike gonna dash back forward as they look for a little bit more. The stolen safeguard acting as a deterrent as Mad Lions forced under that tower.
Great hook from Mickey and a great punish from G2. As Mad Lions, they tried to make the cross map happen, but you identified it earlier, Cajal. The wave was just so awkward. The timing wasn't great for Mad, which meant that in the window that they had, they couldn't really make full advantage of it. This meant that both Yike and Caps could respond to the rotations that had come through for Mad, and they're able to return themselves a pick.
So Caps is blocking off Niski here, forcing him down. Elioya thinks he can get out, but Mickey X just insane hook onto Elioya. Maybe had W up, maybe wants to W Niski. Had a ward as well that he could have jumped to, but once you get hit by that hook, the chain CC comes in. Picture in picture, you can see the Broken Blade's got the stun, but he won't get the kill. Caps forces Niski's flash, and they don't manage to find the reset, of course, because yeah, can't use the ult on level 6 yet. Even though he has the soul picked up, he can't gap close with that dash.
Yeah, he'd also used the Q earlier, so it was on cooldown, making it harder to follow up as well. But overall, G2 in this early game find themselves in a healthy gold lead already. We talked about the scaling, how on paper they do have this massive advantage, and we're not going to write Mad off right from the get-go, but to build this lead, G2's feeling pretty comfortable with this early game so far.
And the worst part of all of this is the Chasey just tossing ult there, maybe trying to push Broken Blade into the wave and then queuing it so he can get tower aggro. The worst part is here, Caps still has flash. This is the setup you want. Ignite on the Spellbook Lissandra, Lee Sin. Just set up, get the kill, but Caps still has that summoner, so it becomes really difficult. And if he plays safe, this Aurelion Sol will get deceptively tanky when he gets things like the Rod of Ages.
Oh yeah.
Even the Rylai's
HP, right?
Yeah, you spilled full HP and just becomes so difficult to kill. So Mad Lions know that they have to force things in this early game. They have bot push, they have mid push. Both of these lanes are playing safe because they want to scale. 7 minutes in, they're going to get this first dragon, but G2 will just maintain this gold lead and maybe just look to cross map. Yike's going to go into Elioyo's topside jungle, but there's nothing to take away at the moment.
You imagine that he's going to look to set up for the Herald as well. Still 45 seconds away though, so Mad could look to respond if they felt strongly to do so, but instead, yeah, you can already see Chasey got back to base, recognizes that the dive is a very real thing. He's going to sacrifice that wave, and he's not going to take the gamble. Play picked up for Broken Blade, but overall G2 continue to maintain this gold lead and nothing too chaotic happening in this early game.
So I think what we'll see is G2 oftentimes mismatching or maybe avoiding specific fights up until a point where they think they've got a breakthrough. Because, I mean, Lissandra Lee Sin will only get stronger when it comes to 1 or 2 items. The Gore Drinker, the Everfrost, the Chain CC only really gets worse. So Mad Lions will index so much into these dragon fights, and it's on G2 to decide when they want to take the dragon fight. So we'll see if Mad Lions roll a good soul, because something like the Hex Tech Soul would be game-changing, whereas the Cloud would be something that G2 can look into avoiding a bit more. Karsi playing really cocky here, trying to make sure that G2 look for a fight.
Chasey's going to have to escape from the top side as the Slicing Maelstrom comes out. Chasey, no flash and nowhere for him to go. Yike and Broken Blade should just be able to chase him down. The Happy Hour healing him a little bit, but the Spectral Maw finds its mark. Yike hits 6 and gets the kill in the top side.
Chasey just trying to push out that top wave and then get away to safety, but he didn't have the flash available. His ultimate was also on cooldown, and ends up giving away another kill to G2. Once again, though, Elioya hovering around mid, looking for a play.
Should go for the ward jump flash kick.
That's the stun. Frozen Tomb coming out. Elioya dashes forward, dodges the falling star. There's the kick. Elioya perfectly played to escape the clutches of Caps under the tower.
Yike arrives, but the mid jungle are out. Mad Lions maybe looking for a bot dive into 2v2.
Going in with the quickness. They're looking just to isolate Hansama. They'll take him down. Mickey low as well. Hillisang taking the tower. superbly. And now Mickey down to 100 HP. Hylissang tanks it. Might fall, but in the end, he's got the grand entrance to make a perfect exit for Mad Lions.
9 minutes in and the Mad Lions are alive, aren't they? 2v2 dive in the bot side. They finally get this mid jungle rolling. It was falling out of their hands.
Don't get baited, crowd, okay? The observers do that like 4 times a game. You gotta anticipate.
G2 going to cross map with a Herald here. Chasey's going to spot it out. Niski has the TP, but this is as good as gone. So good proactivity now from Mad Lions.
Yeah, and the execution was great across the board from Mad. They set up the beautiful play in mid lane, didn't really give Caps a chance to respond. And then Hilly with the flash engage onto Hans Summer. No ghost, no cleanse. He pops the ghost to try and get away to safety, but the chain CC was clean for Mad, which meant that alongside a beautiful sidestep from Hylissang results in 2 easy kills for Mad Lions.
Also, that Xayah E-Flash was insane. The fact that Carzzy knew that the AD would die and he can actually go for a double here, that E-Flash made it so they could get 2 kills there. If he just used a single E onto the Jinx, they would have probably just only gotten 1. And now Mad Lions can start to play really heavy mid-bot side. We expected G2 to play away from Mad Lions, leaning towards this top side. Now they're going to have to cover bot a little bit more.
So far, both teams largely playing towards their strengths. Broken Blade is in a very powerful position, very quickly getting closer to his first item spike. Of course, 2 minutes away still for the next dragon. So G2 shouldn't feel pressured to go into any fights, but Mad Lions feeling a lot more confident as they move into the next skirmish that they would like to set up.
No TP yet for Broken Blade either, though. That will be a bit of a pain to get himself involved in these fights. Unleash Teleport 3.5 minutes away, and Mad Lions, again, like you said, they're going to look for dragons. When does G2 take the fight? And how much are they going to look to cover bot now? Because Yikes here, they've realized they can keep going top, but if this Jinx falls more and more behind, the game's just going to get really difficult. So defensive plays here from G2. I don't think they're setting up for a kill. I think Yikes just looking for any kind of counter gank or maybe some window to pop the Herald down.
Yeah, they do have the Herald, so maybe Yike will try and step up a little bit further forward, but you can see with them only staying in that first bush, obviously that's the hardest bush for Mad Lions to ward because you have to push further up into the lane, but Mad Lions have all 3 of them set up. Now they'll know that they're on vision as the ward went down in the river bush, and Carzzy and Hylissang now going to start pushing forward once again.
So Mad have 2 options here, but with the dragon spawning in the next minute, I think they're going to keep leaning bot side here. But you saw Niski run up the river.
Hilly dodges, quickness goes down. Carzzy with the cleanse as they look for the damage on Mickey. They can't quite get it down, and Hylissang will dash away. In the end, not too much burnt there from the G2 bot lane.
I think Carzzy's E was on cooldown there. He didn't use it, didn't have the burst. They have the ignite that just came up as well, so a little bit more and they had a kill.
Very close. Very, very close from the Mad Lions. Was punishing Mickey there.
Oh, Caps trying to get away with the Ring of Frost into the Frozen Tomb, into the kick. Sonic Wave, a resonating strike to follow. Elyoya gets another in the mid lane, and Caps is 0-2.
I mean, this is the strength of Lissandra Lee Sin, right? Lissandra sets it up, and then the Lee Sin just knocks out the home run. It's a very difficult combo to play around, especially when you're not running things like the cleanse to be able to escape some of the CC that the Lissandra can throw down. And they make the same play once again in mid lane. This time, though, Niski utilizing the Ghost to catch Caps' flash off guard.
This is the power of the Gragas flex, right? If you blind Lissandra there as G2 to deny it, they're going to play Sylas Lee Sin, and it's not going to be any better. You blind Ahri, the same thing will happen. A control mage was a good idea, but of course, how immobile you are, you're just so easy to lock down. And now G2 have lane swaps. They've done something that BDS commonly does with Aphelios. Crowny was doing this in their best of 5 up against Vitality. He would oftentimes, even in an even lane state, just swap with Herald up, swap with a Herald in the inventory, just try to get as much gold, and then just keep mismatching away to make sure you can match their tempo.
And part of that as well is the dragon is about to come up. So Mad Lions a little bit slower on reacting to this. Could have been setting up down towards that bottom side to get the second dragon of the game. There are 3 plates still remaining on this top tier 1. The Rift Herald in inventory for Yike.
Dragon's up though, so what's happened here is G2 has pulled them all topside, looking for a fight.
Elyoya hook, Flame Chompers down, but Elyoya dodges away from them. The Flame Chompers not quite where the hook pulled Elyoya back to, meaning that Elyoya had that narrow window to escape.
Yeah, I was a little surprised that Mickey didn't flay him into the Chompers and then follow up with the chain CC, but he probably figured that there was no way for Elyoya to escape from that situation. The Herald will be dropped down. G2 will commit to this play, and keep your eyes on Niski in the mid lane. He's constantly looking for a window to roam up towards top. He's now on the move, and Caps will be forced to follow.
It's a bit awkward for Matt, because Carzzy doesn't have sums, so it's really hard for him to step up. But like you said, let's track those mid laners in the river. I think a fight might kick off around there if one of them doesn't decide to pull the trigger and get out. But who wants to get out first? It's a game of chicken.
Has the flash. Flame Choppers go down. There's the knock up with the quickness. Gale falls forward as well. Hans Summer holds both his summoners apart from the Ghost has already used that. Hans Summer underneath the tower is ignited. Now Carzzy having to get away with the Feather Caller. As he's locked down, Caps takes him out. And Caps is on the chase. Hylissang has to dash away. Mad Lions, 1 man down, decide they don't want any more part of that fight.
The skirmish breaks out as Mad Lions thought that they had caught Hans Summer off guard. But G2 were very quickly able to respond, protect their AD carry, and convert it into a kill.
They're looking for one more plate. Now they have their eyes on Caps.
Flash, Frozen Tomb, knock up Sonic Wave. Caps locked up. The rest of his team had left him to his own devices, and those devices meant death.
So one responded back there from Mad Lions, so overall pretty even. They lose to Lissandra Flash in the exchange, and interestingly though, all the meanwhile, Broken Blades used his Flash. Chasey's half HP, ultimate of Chasey's on cooldown. Broken Blades TP is also on cooldown. I'm not sure when he used that as well. So maybe they were trying to get themselves involved in this fight too. Dragon is still up. They're just scrapping over this Herald at the moment. So let's see this again. Hylissang finds Hans isolated, and the rest of G2 want to help Niski out, help Caps out to force Niski back. So good engage, but Hans Sama actually holding the Flash, seeing that the feathers are on the right side, knowing that the pullback won't land. Great turn from G2.
And you can see that Niski being forced up behind the Baron pit meant that Caps could collapse first, creating a 4v3 situation. And even though Hans Sama was forced out of the fight, the damage that he had done to Hilly was enough to start the initial fight in favor of G2. The greed here comes from Caps as he looks to try and secure an extra plate for himself. Niski sees a window where he says, hey, Caps, do you remember this play that we've done 2 other times now? Do you want to watch me do it again? Flashes in, gets the ultimate, and the follow-up from Elyoya is clean.
He did get the plate, though.
He did get
the
the plate.
So it's like a net 200 gold to Mad Lions. Caps will take that. He got 175 out of it. In the end, though, the Dragon does go over to G2. The gold lead down to about 1,000 in favor of G2. It was a little bit higher than that a few moments ago. Mad, once again, and quite a few members up towards this top side. Niski will be able to chip away at this tower. The Singularity from Caps checked if there was anyone in the bush. And as the wave crashes in, Niski retreats away from the action.
Elyoya is looking, waiting for anyone to walk into this river. Good ward set up at the moment. They need to get it a little bit further if they want to look for those kind of picks, though. Mad Lions going to start this up pretty easily. Niski's got the heal. He's got the Everfrost. He is spiking so hard right now on that level 11 with 2 points in ultimate, so I think they're just going to have to give this G2. Yikes, dropping the base. Caps still yet to pick up a Mythic, and now Mad Lions can start to threaten this top tier 1. Has to flash up here, Caps, but again, Mad Lions' comp is so CC heavy, and that's so powerful in the early to mid game, so G2 need to really respect it.
And I'm really interested in how these fights will be playing out later on into the game. We talked about how Mad's ease of execution when it comes to starting the fights is just a lot simpler. Rakan, you can follow it with the Gragas, you can follow it with the Lee Sin, Lissandra from a flank. They have so many creative ways to actually kick off a fight. And if you as G2 try to engage, think of what you're engaging into. Even if you don't have the same tools, there's the Lee Sin kick to maybe disengage. There's the Gragas barrel to disengage. There's the fact that Xayah can also ult herself. There's the Lissandra who can ult herself. Like, there's a lot of tools that make it awkward for G2 to actually start the fights that they want.
A good way to summarize it is, on one end you've got uptime for G2, on one end you've got threat from Mad Lions. If they can avoid the threat of Mad and get as much uptime as possible, G2 will stop them in the fight. But if they are locked down and one kill happens or Hans or Caps falls, that's it. No matter how much damage you've got, if they can lock you down and they can land that threat, you're gone.
It's a DPS versus burst check.
Exactly,
right?
That's exactly it. So Mad Lions actually investing Niski's TP here. Maybe with that Herald, they want to drop it in mid right now and just keep the game, keep the pace of the game accelerated, and that's exactly what they'll do. No flash on Mickey means it's quite hard for him to threaten the hook or kind of fake pressure Mad Lions away here, but this tower will fall.
And it will. Riftel's going to get charge in. And the crowd goes wild as the tower falls in the mid lane. Opens up more space on the map for Mad Lions. Next Drake in 2.5 minutes. It is Chemtech Soul, though, so not the most important objective for these teams to fight over.
And Mad Lions have always been that team that historically, when Niski came in last year, it was a very mid to bot heavy team. You know, pick a roaming mid, move towards bot, get the team rolling, and then mid game was where they shone. Oftentimes, I think they get a little bit overexcited when they get these leads and they go way too deep, they overchase, and that's when teams can find easy ways to turn. But at the moment, Mad Lions of old are looking like they're shining bright.
Wait, top lane exists? Oh, it only does because it's in bot lane. Okay, that's why Hylissang's ganking Broken Blade right now. The Slicing Master coming out, the stun's gonna land. Broken Blade underneath the tower, Super Mega Death Rocket coming in as well. Chasey's low, but already Broken Blade has fallen. Caps trying to come in with a falling star, and he does manage to kill off Chasey. Elyoya dashing back forward, a huge shutdown to Caps. He's picked up 2 kills on this fight alone, flashes away from the feathers, and now Yike is on the chase. Hylissang and Kazi should be able to escape this. You have enough tools, you've got the flash, you've got the cleanse. Hilly can dash, do exactly what he does. The play coming out though, Kazi now locked up under the tower, and G2 perfectly juggle it to make sure they get one more on the board.
And we see it right there, the overconfidence of Mad Lions in the 4v1 dive. Broken Blade can melt through the wave. Niski's not there. He used his TP mid to make sure they could get the tower. And then, of course, G2 are ready to respond. They managed to make the turn happen, and now Mad Lions have thrown away so much of this early mid game.
I really think the hero of that play was Broken Blade. The fact that he was able to get such a great ultimate off and buy so much time for Caps to arrive, that they were able to turn that fight around and get a good collapse off. Huge props to him as Mad Lions saw a Yordle left isolated that they thought they could pick off quick, but Broken Blade held strong.
and was able to turn around the play. Now the small gold lead in favor of G2. The Dragon spawned in about a minute's time. Ultimate should be alive around then, but I'm expecting another fight soon to come.
Oh yeah, we'll definitely get another fight. So let's look at this again. Hilly's going for the engage onto Broken Blade. He melts through that wave so quickly. Hilly drops aggro. Rocket hits onto 3. Chasey flashes out a tower aggro, but I think he dies on the end of the explosion because it's the upgraded version of the ultimate. Elyoya has no W. Carzzy and Hilly have no way to threaten him or CC him, so he picks up the 2 kills, and the rest of G2 are collapsing. Look where Nisqy is. Mad Lions pulling the trigger in the 4v1, thinking that they could win. They have good vision set up, but G2 saw that play coming.
Remember that Nisqy used that TP in mid lane to put the Herald down, right? Like, they'd already committed that play earlier, so there was no way for him to really get involved in the fight. G2 creating a numbers advantage, and they were able to get ahead in that bot exchange. Now, though, of course, the blue being lost in favor of Mad, Caps will be denied.
And Caps is struggling this game because of the champions that he's playing against, but I just want to highlight, as much as we didn't see it too much in that replay, he actually sacrificed his top waves to run bot and cover Broken Blade. He was probably calling to G2, hey, they're probably going to die bot here, let's cover it, and now he's got himself an extra couple kills, but the Dragon spawned. Mad Lions, really good setup around this objective. If anyone walks in here, they're going to get instantly blown up. Broken Blade has the TP. Question is, where does he put this TP? Could do it towards the bot side of the map, but Mad Lions are marking both sides.
Chemtech Drake helping out Mad Lions a little bit. Those Scryers blooms a little bit easier as the hook connects onto Chasey. He pops down the explosive cast. Mickey's knocked into the team as the top laner for support trade so far. Broken Blade though, TP'd on the wave, knocked back immediately. Carzzy trying to fight up towards the top side, but already a double. Yike going for more as he stuns up Hilly. Glacial part the wave, that's 3. Looking for more as Yike continues to dash forward. A heartbreaker, add another name to the list. It's a triple for Yike.
G2 just dismantled and dissected Mad Lions. 5 for 1, they managed to find a full ace. They're going to pick up this Dragon really easily as well, and that's 3 kills on the Jinx, that's 2 kills on the Viego. The scaling is going to start kicking in, and I feel like G2 just caught Mad Lions napping for a second.
I mean, I think we need to call him Mickey X marks the spot, because this man has been landing hook after hook this game. He's the one that started the fight off by landing that initial pick onto Chasey, and the rest was history. Broken Blade found a great flank, and look again here, keep your eyes on Mickey. He throws the ward over the wall. I'm not even sure if he had full vision on Chasey, but he catches him off guard. The single target chain CC is strong. Or they knock Mickey back and he loses his life. The follow-up from G2 is good.
And the important thing here is Mad Lions are split. Carzzy's on one side, Nisqy and Elyoya are on the other. You want to stay together with this comp. You really want to just isolate one target and play front to back with just your burst. But how can you burst if your AD carries off to the left side of the fight?
And you look at Yike, he goes from one jungle to the next jungler that he had an incredible performance on just a few weeks ago with the Gragas, then gets himself a Rakan to engage once again, and he just keeps being given all these mobility options to keep the fight going.
And now G2 extend that lead, 4,000 gold ahead. They got the Drake as well. You can see Mad Lions setting up around this Baron. They realize they are spiking quite hard right now. 2 items on their AD carry, on their mid. But it's going to be a struggle for them to find these fights versus G2 now.
I wouldn't be surprised if Mad Lions force a Baron here. I think they realize they're playing against the clock. Hilly's basing now to refresh his walls. He just placed some down, but in the next minute or two, Mad Lions could look for the force. Hans didn't lose his flash though. And Caps is coming up again shortly, but they're not playing against the Kennen with flash, so that makes it a little bit easier for the backline to play. Let's keep our eyes on how Chasey moves around this map, because now Hilly's coming out of base with those wards, and G2 have taken setup. So Mad Lions, how do you break this?
And Broken Blade has 2 items in stopwatch as well, so even if he does put himself in a bit of an awkward situation, he can just put that slicing mouse down for some zone control. Hillisang looking for one. Nisqy coming in from the side as well. They're trying to catch Ansama, but he flashes over the wall. Elyoya, the Sonic Wave wide. And now Hillisang's locked up in that slicing mouse from Nisqy pops a stopwatch, but you have to feel G2 will just collapse upon him. Ansama gets another. Caps knocked back, flashes the wall once again. Feathers fly from Carzzy, but underneath the tower, you just can't do anything. A double for Hans. He opens up onto Elyoya. And underneath that turret, Mad Lions are battered and bruised.
Yeah, Mad Lions tried their final attempt. Broken Blade almost takes Elyoya down, and they're going to pick up the Baron here, G2. I think that was one of the last attempts they'll get in this game here, Mad Lions. They knew they had to force on that mid-wave, but a couple things went wrong. Hilly missed a knock-up onto Hansama. He hit it onto Mickey, and then Elyoya couldn't land the Q to follow up, and then Nisqy was all alone in the middle of G2.
It's a situation where Mad, they tried to use that burst to catch Hansama off guard. Carzzy with a very aggressive trade already in the mid lane. Broken Blade hovering for protection, and then you can see here, Hilly sidesteps the hook, engages onto Hansama, gets the charm, but then he doesn't get the two-man knockup, which means that Hanshammer has the window to flash away. He then sidesteps the Q with Mickey there, flashing over the wall for protection, and then the re-engage from G2.
And Niski's on top of 3 or 4. If he can buy time there and Hans and Mickey fall after losing their flashes, that's fantastic, because Niski will die, yes, but his whole job is to buy time, and then Mad Lions can turn the 4v3, but unfortunately they don't land their spells, they don't get the kills, and that's a Baroned up G2 now looking at your mid tower.
And the game swings very heavily in favor of G2. Caps down towards the bottom lane, 7 seconds on his TP, so he will be able to join a fight if anything does begin. Dragon up in a minute, 40 seconds. Alioya looking for the flank, but he's going to be spotted on that pink ward.
I think G2 can honestly just play safe. Wait for Infinity Edge on the Jinx. Just tell Mad Lions, you know what, we've got such a big lead now that we're going to slow the game down. We can avoid dragon fights if they want, but looks like they're just full rotating away from one lane. Instead of playing on 2, they're going to play on one singular lane and say to Mad, if you want to push mid, we'll base race you. They just want to stay together here, G2.
They're doing exactly that, 4 members strong. Up towards this bottom lane. Alioya's on his way, finishes Black Cleaver now, but everything just looks so dire for Mad Lions. Obviously, if they can, you know, isolate Hanshammer, if they can kill him off, they might be able to find enough damage to win out a fight. But there's Mikaeus as well. Mikaeus blessing on Mickey, so even if you get a stun, even if you get a bit of CC onto him, Mickey is ready and waiting.
Caps. It's got the ultimate.
Caps across the wall. The skies may descend. Instead, just a breath of light. And that will be the mid tower falling. Singularity out as well as Kazi's getting chased away. Hanshammer looking for a little bit more. The Super Mega Death Rocket still in his pocket in case he wants to try and explode anyone. As you say, maybe just waiting for Hanshammer to get this Infinity Edge currently. Sitting right at the top of the gold chart, 2,000 ahead of Kazi. And you can see how much of a struggle it is for Mad Lions in this mid game.
And I mean, just all of the G2 carries. It's really Mickey that's been slacking this game. Obviously, just kidding. But what a great performance all across the board from G2. Huge props to Broken Blade. When in the isolated matchup, he was able to really take advantage of that, build himself a massive gold lead. He did, of course, get a few early ganks from Yike, which he used to full effect. And in these team fights, it's just been G2 doing exactly what we were discussing earlier, right? Mitigating that burst, limiting Mad's options at the start of the fight, and then being able to turn it around in their favor. Another hook lands.
Hilly can dash away, though. Should be able to escape that one. Anyone else could have been a sitting duck. Hilly has the tools in his toolkit to evade death.
Yeah, it's interesting how Mad never really found a way to break open the game despite killing Caps 2 or 3 times in mid, getting a 2v2 dive bot. Things just didn't work out. Yike, maybe have to flash here, Niski, if he wants to land the ultimate.
Yike pops the Scryer's Bloom to make sure that Niski and Alioya can't do it. Dodges the Sonic Wave blind. Smart play from him. And I think a lot of it comes down to that bot lane play, Kedro. You mentioned it at the time, Mad Lions just overextended, and that really broke the game open for G2.
I mean, I also think that in the early game, especially when you have a composition that relies on getting early leads, Herald is a really important objective. Yeah. Like, it unlocks the map a lot. It's a great way to actually siege these mid-tower, in particular, function from Chasey.
Oh, the explosive cost not quite where you'd want it to be. Hanshammer now opening up with a zap, and they've got the stun, and they're locking him down. Chasey, though, Yike has to pop a stopwatch. Caps is coming in. The skies will descend in a second as the slicing maelstrom has already been used. Niski locked up, and here come the skies. Chasey hit with a comet, and what is more fitting for Aurelian Soul than to smack a meteor into someone's backside? He takes another in the base, and G2 4-1 to the good will push in for the win.
G2 wipe Mad off the map once again, and they're looking for a sub 30-minute win. In this best of 5, G2 came to play, and they're looking strong.
And it seems like it may be a repeat of the Winter Finals. Mad Lions were routed then. And in this game, although they showed a few signs of life, G2 have knocked them to the dirt. On the fountain, Alioya falls. G2 will pick up another kill before they end it, but that's 1-0 to the good.
Great start for G2. Mad Lions had the game in their hands a couple times there, and although they didn't break the game fully wide open, they did have a couple plays to put them in a winning position, but G2 defended one of their plays so fantastically well, and then they just took over. On top of that, the next Dragon fight where Mickey landed that hook that you highlighted, Vedius, it was from that point onwards that I think the lead was just so comfortably in G2's favor that Mad Lions as champions and the way that they could play the game was just so nullified.
Yeah, a strong opening game from G2. A couple of question marks as a result of their group stage performances. Will we see that level of consistency? And one of the big talking points that we had coming into this week was Caps hasn't looked his strongest throughout the group stages. Will he become stronger in the best of 5. So far in game 1, he was attacked, but overall, I would say he's definitely had a very solid game as the rest of his team continues to step up. Yike continuing his very strong performances.
I very much agree with you there, Veddy. I think the 0-3 to 3-3 really like accelerated Caps back into the game. Across the board, though, this Jinx seems to be working for G2 after they struggled to find it last week. Maybe they just couldn't type J into the champion selector. And taken away from Kazi as well, who
it's important.
Last week had so many good performances on the Jinx, was really in a position to carry as well in this early game. He was in a very strong spot, and he just couldn't do it with the same power as a Jinx.
Is Mad Lions blue side Jinx first pick worth it?
Well, I was going to say, how valuable do we think the Rakan still is? Because G2 are quite happy to give it up in exchange for the priority on the Kennen, and they're basically saying, you don't have many champions that can answer our Kennen. We do have something we feel confident playing into the Rakan, and while there were times where Rakan did find good engages, by and large, they got a lot of value out of that Thresh Jinx.
I think my question there is, can you play Aphelios Rakan, right? Can either of these teams have the confidence to bust out the Aphelios there? Because I think giving up Jinx and playing Aphelios Rakan is a pretty good trade.
It could be. We'll see if that happens in game 2. For now, though, we're going to hand it over to Gorborg and Reckless, who are standing by.
Thank you very much, Medic. Yeah, we are going to look to have a look at Yike and his early game pathing on the Viego, because honestly, I don't know if he could have played that first clear much better than he did.
Maybe not the entire game. He's just been an absolute beast on Viego, and I think back to my time in LFL last year when we were facing him in LDLC, and I remember my coaching staff telling me before every game to ban Viego, and this is probably why.
Yeah, I actually checked it up as well. I think his all-time on Viego before this game was 28-6, so now 29-6.
Yeah.
Pretty good. So if we start by rolling out the clip, but you can see once again G2's going for some early aggression. We saw it against the likes of not BDS, but when they played the former series as well against Koi, where they got a lot of vision here. They do it again. Doesn't spot Elyoya in the beginning, but basically just a blue side clear except the Wolves.
Yeah, he skips the Wolves and will still get the level 3 on the red buff here, so he is ready to combat if anything comes up. In this case, not much will come up since they both spot each other in River. After that, he makes sure to cover the bot push out, which could be dangerous for the Jinx if Lee Sin is skipping camps. So basically, from this point, he's everywhere. He can be anywhere. He's ready to combat because he skipped the Wolves and instead did the red buff.
And even though nothing happens in the bot lane here, it's so pivotal that he comes around to really just be a facilitator if anything should happen, a counter gank or something like that. And as we actually pause the replay right here as well, you can see the map state. Because of what he's done right now, you've been able to come back with Hans, so he's already in a beneficial position with that quick reset on the Jinx. Up towards the top side as well, still good vision, so they would know if any wards were coming through as well. So as we continue out the clip, he's not reset just yet. He's stunned the camps and he's now making his way back up, and a little bit of a lazy ward maybe?
Very much a lazy ward from JC, but regardless, I think it's quite unexpected for Jike to be here because he did top the bot, so normally he would be bot for a longer time, maybe resetting before he makes anything happen, but in this case he farms all the way back up to top, does the play, resets, makes sure to be in time for the counterplay that Mad were trying to pull off, comes with an item now. Elyoya still hasn't base, so this is always a favorable fight
He
for
just
G2.
everywhere on the map, that's the thing, like he got a full clear on the camps, he got a kill top side, he got a kill bot side. I mean, you couldn't have asked more, right?
And covered mid and bot after level 3 as well.
I mean, it's like Malrang with the most efficient jungle as well at the same time, but yeah, thank you. That's it for the Telestrator, Reckless. I know you got the rest of the desk to walk over to.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, we do have a lot to talk about. I want to pull up the picks and bans with the pick order because I think it's fair to say that you both weren't convinced by the draft out of G2 when it went into the game, right, Yamato?
Yeah, we were both very concerned about Aurelion Sol in the mid lane, you know, playing against Lissandra Lee Sin. They kind of can just choose whenever they're going to kill you. I know that you also mentioned that they have like four threats and they don't really have facilitators. What's your take on the G2 draft?
So normally I would be much happier to see some kind of facilitating champ in the mid lane here because you already have the Viego, you already have the Jinx, and the Kennen as your power pick, first pick. So I don't really feel like you need Aurelion in the game. And I'm particularly surprised by the fact that he didn't run Cleanse in this one because I think whenever Lissandra wants to ult him, he's going to die, and it happened 3 or 4 times in this one. So I was surprised by the pick and also the summoner choice. But regardless, he ended up being really useful. He made a really good call, I think, around the time they dove Broken Blade in the bot lane and got 2 kills for himself and got himself in a strong position again. But yeah, a lot of things have to go right, I think, for G2 in this game to be in a strong position. And I guess Yike ended up doing a lot of things right.
Yes.
So it was okay in the end, but scary with so many carries.
Is that what you generally characterize G2 as when they go into these drafts? They are willing to go for things where everything needs to go right out of a certain confidence in their own ability. And what do you think about it as a coach?
I feel like G2's biggest strength is just how they transfer pressure. And when they are playing champions that allow them to do less so, this is where I get concerned because they don't get to pull off that strength. But I do have to highlight as well that I think G2, when it comes to deeper extended games, in the late game decision-making, set up around Drake and Nashos, if they get to those points where they have champions like Jinx or Aurelion Sol, I feel like they can analyze the goal of the composition and kind of facilitate those champions to kind of excel.
I feel like that's what we saw in the game as well.
Yeah, and I really like the change they've made in the bot lane as of late. I feel like previously with the Varus, we had that graph up at the very end of our segment earlier.
Yeah.
But so in the first best of 3 series they played, they had the Varus 3 games in a row. And I think their idea is just, we're going to win bot lane and we're going to use that pressure for something in the game, whatever that is, maybe jungle lead, maybe mid lead. In this case now, they've made the adjustment in the last series to play a hyper carry instead. I think they feel like they're winning bot lane regardless of what they play because of their player skill. So they can get away with a champion like Jinx, have her in a really good position in the game, and have Hans actually have agency later in the game. Because if you look at this draft, there's actually a ton of scaling. Way more scaling on G2 side and Mad side, and they're still winning the early game. They still got the cheater in the bot lane. They still were the ones trying to make plays in the early game. So I feel like they kind of get away with things because of their player skill, which otherwise wouldn't be possible.
Speaking of player skill, the bot lane matchup here was super interesting to watch. We had Thresh for Mickey and Rakan for Hilly. And in terms of historical win rate, 32 wins, 8 losses in LEC history on Thresh for Mickey, and 38 wins, 16 losses on Rakan for Hilly. That's, you know, they were going at it. And we saw some beautiful moments, I think, from both sides. We'll take a look at some bot lane action in just a second, but it's just beautiful to see it play out.
It's crazy that both of us have had the pleasure of working with both of them, actually, and both of them are absolutely legendary on their champions. You know, the Rakan of Hilly, of course, showcased in this game what he can pull off, finding that 2v2 kill. Mad Lions bot lane is a bot lane that has been criticized, and here they find an advantage in the 2v2. And Mickey as well earlier with the hook on the Thresh and how he facilitated the fights and played around the Viego. It was just a beauty to watch all around.
Yeah, I think Hilly had a really good game. Like the first 10-15 minutes, he had a really good game. Then they had some fights which felt too forced, in my opinion. They had the one top fight where they tried to go on Hans. He had double summoner up, couldn't pull it off. They had one around mid as well, where Karsi Gale Force in first, and then they tried to follow up on it, and it was a bit off.
The bot dive too, yeah.
Maybe people won't think from looking at this game that they actually had a really good game on the Syrakan, but I think they were in a position where they could have taken over that game. So I would be thinking twice if I'm G2 next game about giving the Rakan again.
I think that's a great note because you could quickly say, oh, is there anything else there? But they were doing their jobs. I think the team let them down, or they let each other down in this next replay, the 20-minute ace, or it was, of course, if you want to look at it from the other side, G2 just being, you know, classic G2 and going in and decimating Mad Lions.
Beautiful hook. I thought at first here G2 is crazy to want to contest this in the first place because it's the Chemtech Drake and Zaya's on 2 core. Jinx didn't finish 2 items just yet, but they find that hook and they walk into this fight with so much bravado and confidence because Yike had such of a big advantage, and when you find that one kill, the sequencing of how just Yike played out the Viego is just
I think he might have played it almost pixel perfect, this one, Yike. Almost pixel perfect. Crazy good on Viego.
Yeah.
A false sense of security this whole game. Like, I think this, where they end up acing the Mad Lions, also the fact that the Aurelion Sol was having such a bad time, but then some key kills and he's back. Same for Viego. Mad Lions is moving on to the blue side, Reckless, for this next game. What do you think their adaptations will be?
I think they will now consider Jinx as a power pick, because most likely in this first game they were thinking we get the Rakan, enemy won't play Jinx anyway, and then we go for the Sion 3, and we should have a favorable bot situation, but G2 end up picking the Jinx Thresh on the 2-3, and I think those are champions you probably don't want to give. So what do you do with the Jinx now? I feel like that's kind of where you're left in the next draft.
Where does the Jinx go? Well, G2, they take game 1 in this best of 5 and are one step closer to facing Vitality tomorrow. How will Matt bounce back in game 2? Find out after the break.
But you can see absolutely roaming from the mid lane. Elioya hooked! That's the lollipop if I've ever seen one, and it doesn't taste too good for Elioya.
If he shows here, I'm gonna flash shoot him, okay? Yeah, I think we can already. Right, have you?
Okay, looks good. Nice. Good job. Well played.
I'm soon here.
Okay, Zaya on the flash. Zaya's dead. Zaya's dead. Yeah. Go.
No kick.
Maybe Nash. Hey,
no
kick.
Okay, no kick, Lee.
Nash. Or the one I just... Whatever.
Nice!
Nash or what?
And it seems like it may be a repeat of the Winter Finals. Mad Lions were routed then. G2 have knocked them to the dirt. And welcome back. Oh, you can't.
You can't just see the water bottle. It's like really
I lose. I'll put it on his side. So for context, I was convinced that you wouldn't be able to see this water bottle from the camera lens, but I think I screwed up.
I think you messed up just a tad there.
Yeah.
Wow.
Just a tad.
He
Like
doubted
Mad
us.
messed up a tad in the first game. That's
Good
called a
transition.
segue. Yeah.
Or segue. That's a synonym. That's called a synonym.
Good job. League
Yeah.
of Legends
This
is
isn't
happening.
awkward at all. Anyway, let's transition quickly forwards into game 2.
Into
where we
picks
have
with
G2
okay.
Esports
Picks
versus Mad Lions. The draft will now be beginning.
The shield is on the stage.
And Mad Lions have elected to play on the blue side. No real surprises there.
Yep. Shocker. So what's the first pick? Are they going to index into this Jinx? Are they still going to run back the Rakan? Can Karzi bust out as Aphelios? We will soon find out in this second game. Is Olaf still a ban? Well, yeah, Olaf's still a ban. Draven's still a ban. Common theme still.
Well, Rakan. What about Jace? What about Vi, Maokai? They can't ban them all.
Belver.
Gotta ban them all. You can make a series out of that. A cartoon or something.
Yeah.
Vi taken away from El Yoya.
Banning them all, that would be your series. Yeah.
Just walk around the rift with a massive hammer banning people.
Yeah. Ban.
But you're right. It's really hard to guess what they're going to ban because there's so many OPs. You just listed a lot of them. Even Zeri was untouched last game, right? So if you do ban something, Malphite, I mean, they want to first pick Jace. I think Mad Lions are saying, we're going to first pick Jace, you ban Jace, we're probably going to first pick Rakan again, would be my guess.
Is Jace good into Kennen? Or is Kennen good into Jace?
Jace good into Kennen,
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
I think Kennen's matchups, which are... Maybe they first pick Kennen, actually, then. That would be a pretty smart way of saying, you know what, now you have to play Aurelia.
In fact, they do.
Yeah.
You also don't have to play Aurelia.
So that was Mad Lions' plan all along. We ban Malphite, you ban Jace, we pick Kennen. Now what? So.
But Broken Blade, as mentioned in the last game, has played Cho'Gath into this matchup, which I think is like fine. You can just sustain. Kennen can't really bully you as effectively, especially if you put points in the queue. Yeah, Gragas also works. Sion also works. Like, there's plenty of matchups that teams have found ways around the Kennen. You could also go into something like an Aurelia if you wanted to try and win the matchup. But Maokai will be the priority. Not that surprising. We saw G2 ban it in game 1, but we've seen here in Europe at the very least that it is an effective champion. However, last week when Mad Lions had to play into a Maokai, they actually did bring out the Trundle Braum. We were casting that game, and that was where they were able to do a lot of damage. Of course, it was paired alongside the Nautilus.
Ooh! Akshan as an answer to Kennen top.
Right, okay. I mean, AD carries will do good into Kennen because of just the way the nature of the lane will work if you're building ability power, right? On hits will always outtrade in shorter versions of Kennen not getting the burst off and such. So that Akshan's going into Broken Blade's hands. I'm surprised they didn't go for something like the Gragas or the Sion I think you were touching on as well. I think Sion is such a powerful pick, and we've seen it in the LPL and the LCK. But they did need some AD damage, and it looks like they might play double AD solo lanes. With the option of Jinx up, they've gone for Xayah Rakan, and I don't really blame them with Kennen. You know, it just works a lot better together, but you've given over Jinx again. Mad Lions might regret that.
Well, we heard Reckless talking about it on the analyst desk, where he mentioned that even though from the eye test it might not look like it, he really felt that Kazi and Hylissang did have a very strong lane and a performance with the Xayah Rakan. So from their perspective, they probably feel confident in the 2 versus 2 at the very least, and also in what the matchup can offer. When you have things like the Rakan and Kennen, you just provide a great engage for the Kennen to effectively follow up with. So Mad Lions looking to run it back. We'll see how things pan out. Of course, they can look to ban away the Thresh now and deny that away from Mickey.
If they ban Thresh, G2 can blunder here because they need to ban Jarvan. I think if you're playing against this comp with Jarvan and with Jinx and Thresh banned, you're going to regret it. So we'll see if G2 spot that ban. When those champions are out, I really wonder what is the option for Mad Lions. If that does get banned, is Lee Sin really the champion you want to play? I'm going to be honest, Lee Sin sucks. Like, it's just such a bad champion, I think. I mean, you get good setup in your early games.
The Lee Sin one trick is saying that it sucks?
Yes.
Wow.
But you're winning on it.
Winning is a strong word.
Yeah.
Getting carried is another.
Sometimes you just need to get carried. All you have to do is like find the Jinx with a kick, and it makes Jisoo's job.
But I like your point about, so they're afraid of the
So if they ban Thresh here, I think they're going Jarvan on 4-5.
Unless the mind game is G2 played Jarvan support again.
And they
Akshan mid, Jarvan top.
Oh, so they left the Thresh ban. Instead of doing it first, they did it second. So the G2 would do their final ban. And now G2 will realize, I think, that Jarvan is a bit of an issue here. Or maybe they're fine into it. If they pick something like Tahm Kench into Rakan, it sucks, you know? But that could be an answer or a way that they get themselves out of this hole.
Could they do a Braum now to try and
Rakan.
I know, but maybe to provide peel for the Jarvan that's looking to dive on you. I'm just thinking, like Tom Kench may even be the pick.
Yeah, they've got. Okay, so G2 realized. I think they realized a bit too late though in this draft. Planning Jarvan there would have made it a lot easier, but they've pivoted to the Tom Kench, so that does stop the Jarvan a little bit. We'll see if Mad Lions now adapt away from that and say we'll play something different. Maybe we'll play Viego.
Gragas still up for them as well if they want Nisqy to run that in the mid lane. Would mean you need an AD jungler. It does give you a very heavy magic damage top side, but gives you that isolation potential on a Jinx. Once again, a good explosive cast. Can do a lot. Lyoya gonna go back to that Lee Sin.
Yeah. Pivoted away from the Jarvan. I like it. I think Lee Sin with setup is important. He's got a lot of setup. Just pick Ahri here or something, and let's see how it goes. G2's comp's a bit all over the place. They're playing like double AD carry with some peel and some engage. The easiest way to round out comps is just add CC to it.
I was about to say Lissandra.
So Lissandra, Sylas, just anything with some crowd control.
But it's going to be a Cassio.
Cassio would do well as well, yeah.
Sion mid. Just go double AD carry or Karma mid, you know? Just play pure Enchanter meta. Instead, though, looks like G2 might be going back to the Aurelion Soul, but there's the Cassio.
Yeah.
And it is locked in.
So,
now let me raise you Kennen mid.
Funnily enough, it was Kadril on your stream. You were browsing through Caps' match history, and you were like, Caps is mad. And when you looked at his match history, it was a lot of Cassio games.
Caps was around 1,000 LP, 1,200 LP. He won 22 solo queue games in a row since they lost that series, with a win rate of about 40-7 or something. And now he's almost rank 1.
It's pretty impressive.
So I think he was spamming everything.
Yeah.
Every single champion on the sun. Normally Caps' solo queue looks like a lot of happy picks that he's practicing. Then he was playing all the meta-orientated champions. So let's look at these comps. Mad Lions, very similar comp to last game. Now they've got even more go-in potential with Kennen and Gragas. G2's comp again, a little bit all over the place. Better scaling again, yes, but also lanes you kind of need to win through top and a very defensive bot side.
Yeah, I'm still waiting to see how teams make these AD carry tops work. It was a failure from Vitality with regard to their Akshan. A big part of that was because of how Adam played the matchup as well. But when you looked at those comps, it was difficult for the Akshan to really offer threat. And when you can just overgroup and play around objectives, split pushing feels like a difficult way to win the game in the current meta. Maybe G2 have found a way around that. Maybe G2 have figured out a better way to utilize the Akshan. We'll have to wait and see.
Maybe G2 also said, they picked Kennen, Broken Blade said, hey, I've got a counter for this.
Also, it does often happen.
He won lane phase in game 1, okay? He gets this one. It's a 5-game series. You lose this, you know you're not on match point. It's fine.
Guess we're going to wait and see.
We are. Let's get into it. G2 versus Mad Lions. And onto the Rift we go for the second game of this series. Winner of the series plays up against Vitality tomorrow. Winner of that series plays up against BDS on Sunday. See the Portuguese buff for G2. Didn't really need it in game 1.
Or maybe that was the effect.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe. True, actually. True.
So, Broken Blade, Akshan. He's running Fleet Footwork. He's running Ignite as well. No TP, of course. Now, Akshan can be used in 2 ways. One, I think he can be a lane you play towards, but he's also a lane that can solo push out in a sense and then just stealth towards other lanes. You see things like Akshan support actually being viable in some realms of solo queue because these guys just get level 3 and then they just roam into my lane and kill them.
One of the things, though, for me, is that I think Akshan, one of his biggest strengths is his ability to get out of lane. Quite inconspicuously, because every time he moves into fog, his W gives him a lot of power, right? I think at top, it's just harder to leverage that. You know, whereas in mid, it gives you a lot of power to like roam bot, roam top. It gives you a lot of like map control that you have to be very cautious of. In top, it's less of a thing. What I do expect from him though is to prioritize things like the shield bow to give him a little bit of resistance, because the all-in from Chasey is the scariest thing for an AD carry, right? How many times have we seen Kennen's one-shot AD carries, especially with something like an electrocute? So much more burst exists in this top side. It's less about poke, chipping away your lane opposition. It's a lot more about that all-in. As I talk about that, Hillisan already looking for a bit of a trade down in the bot lane 2 versus 2 to help them get prio in this matchup.
And I think Mad Lions will be pretty happy with this matchup. The Tom Kench is just a defensive tool. Rakan will be good into it, of course, because you can just trade in, trade out really easily. There's no real way for Tom to fight back. Normally, it's just picked into melee supports, right? But at the moment, the Jinx has a little bit extra range, trying to push back for level 2 there, but it looks like Carzio will get it first. And you can see that Broken Blade's already using the E forwards, I believe, to trade onto Chasey.
Yeah, getting the level 2 first in the top lane just means you have that free window to trade in. Yike going first strike on the Maokai here in the jungle means that alongside the red jungle item means that he's likely looking for a few more sapling tosses, a little bit more damage out of that instead of going for, you know, the aftershock build.
Interesting map state now, because Yike's actually shown running into Elyoya's top side. Elyoya is actually going to hover towards his bot side of the map. We could have a split map on our hands.
Look at the mid lane though, Elyoya looking for something.
Yeah, you can see how hard the map is split. I don't know if they can gap close that at all. Also have to be careful of Maokai. Elyoya should know that he's on his top side camp, so what does Yike do here? How does he get out?
Currently only on the Gromp has put down a sapling that will spot Elyoya as he walks around the corner here. No blast cone yet for Yike.
You should see the first strike went towards the top side.
There we are. Sonic Wave hits. Yike pretty tanky at the moment. Tempest Cripple coming out as well. There's the slow. Niski moving from the mid lane. Yike's going to have to flash this. Broken Blade coming in as well, but Yike will burn the flash to get away. Stole a Gromp. Elyoya will not wall jump any further forward.
Right, so Yike gets the Gromp, loses his flash for it. Needs to stick around though, because Broken Blade will need help in this lane. It's a bit of an awkward game now for Yike, because he's lost flash, loses jungle 1v1. He's going to lose the crab as well. But he needs to help top, but all his camps are up bot.
Well, that wave is still pushing towards Broken Blade, isn't it? So I guess he just needs to cover him over this very specific period.
Yeah, he might get... I mean, I don't think he'll ever get dove because the Akshan can thin the waves out, but it's just frustrating. Watch Yike on the minimap. You can see he wants to go bot side, but he also wants to stay top side for the push out. His Raptors are respawning, which is lucky, so he can stay on the top side of the map. They have a little bit of vision to work with, but I think Elyoya will look to punish that or look for something in the top side of the map.
This ward from Yike will spot Elyoya, but he actually ward jumps in, hit with the sapling power of Maokai. Elyoya thought he could dodge around the vision, but he just can't do that. Mickey coming in to cover the mid lane as well as Caps is trying to get the push out. Elyoya might path back up towards top. It's just doing a little jig, doing a little dance right now, and decides in the end that his wolves should be his next target.
It's awkward for both junglers, isn't it? They kind of want to be top, but if Yike's pathing bot, Elyoya can't really do anything. No real kill threat. They have a little bit of CC, but not enough. And now he'll cycle through his camps. Mickey, I think, was important there to just help Yike out, just cover mid, make sure everything's all right. And they are just taking in spot crab here for Yike. So, disaster averted for both sides. Caps will try and get this wave in. Niski will try to stop him, though.
Caps gonna get knocked back. Elyoya's on the way here. Caps slow, no way out. Really thought him. Flash hit him. Niski takes first blood and a solo kill.
Well played by Niski. It seems like Caps was not expecting the damage to come out. And the wave is in a good spot for Niski, so he can now look to go back to base. The TPs will be forced out. But well played. The barrel seems to catch Caps completely off guard. Now Broken Blade looking for a bit of a trade. Ooh, but that goes in favor of Chasey. I believe Broken Blade couldn't quite proc the shield passive, which meant that he had to face the full brunt of that damage. And now he's in a very awkward spot with the Ignite, with the wave in the state that it's in. Both mid and top struggling a little bit 5 minutes into the game.
Unexpected as well. The Akshan was a counterpick to Kennen. The Cassio was a counterpick to the Gragas. This was Mad Lions' way of saying we can punish these solo lanes.
Mickey should be fine here. Has that thick skin. Shields up a little bit of the damage as Ignite not used by Mad. They knew they weren't really looking for the all-in. Elyoya's on his way down here though, and no vision in the bot bushes for G2 at the moment means that Elyoya will have a path through here, but I expect not much will happen as we go to a replay.
Yeah, Cap's trying to get this wave in and take a base. Niski levels up and won't allow it. And Cap's just falling short to an easy kill for Niski. Just picks it up, punishes him.
Meanwhile, Mickey locked up for a second. Elyoya coming in as well. The thick skin trying to save Mickey. He flashes away. Elyoya can't find the Sonic Wave, but Kazi finds the damage. Safeguard gives the assist over to Elyoya. And Mad once again winning out the bot lane.
All right, Mad finding so many more advantages in the early game this time around. Punishing even more so in the 2 versus 2. And finally, Elyoya able to have a little bit more impact on that. Now they're threatening the dive.
And Summer has the ghost, uses it, flashes away from the knockup. Kazi tanks the tower and takes 2 shots. Oh no! 2 to Hans Summer. Scaling's arrived. He loses the wave, but he gets 2 kills out of it.
Oh, Mad. It was looking so good. And then Hans Summer just broke your ankles.
That was such a greedy dive. That was so greedy by Mad. They always get a good play, but then they're like, can we go more? No, you can't. Stop it. Mad Lions always try to bite off more than they can chew. Hans can flash the Rakan W. And Karsi's got aggro. Why has Karsi got aggro? He can't even take 2 hits.
K-Drill, if you were in Inception, you'd be banging on the wall, being like, stop it! Stop it, Mad Lions! No!
You can see
Don't do it!
Oh, you mean Interstellar? You mean Inception?
Yeah.
Interstellar.
Oh, Interstellar, yeah. No, I see what you mean, yeah. Come back. Don't dive bot. Yeah, that's 2 kills on Jinx. Gold's still even, though, between the 2 AD carries.
Yeah.
But after how the lane has gone, that's not what you want, right? Ideally, Kazi should have been ahead after that sequence of events. Hansama now ticking over to 6. Hylissang looking for a play.
Caps knockback, petrifying gaze mid-air. The miasma coming down as well. Hylissang can dash forward though. Caps trying to trade in with the Conqueror. Dash back by Hylissang. Didn't want to engage any further. Elioya is snuck behind Broken Blade though, and with a slicing Maelstrom, he doesn't even have time to use his summoners.
The play is clean, very clean from Chase. He still had the flash up. The ultimate combo is good. Yike.
Twisted Advance going in. Yike's going to sap some magic, but Niski with the happy hour can heal up. The sapling over here. Niski realizes he needs to go the long way down towards the bottom lane. Now Hylissang's coming up, but so's the Tahm Kench. Mickey can Abyssal Voyage in. Niski, where you going? Locked up by Yike. The knockback with the Bramble Smash, and Hansama gets his 3rd kill of the game. Hilly has the flash, and G2 find 1 on the bot side.
Niski was looking for a little bit of vision there, but Yike's quick to punish it. Thought he was out, but bot pushes in favor of G2. Mickey can gap close just about in time. 3 kills on this Jinx now, 4 hands. Waves pushed out. All of this bot advantage that Mad Lions have been finding in the 2v2 has completely disappeared. And as much as it's going great in the solo lanes before this death from Niski, you know, Chasey's in a great spot. Elioya is in a great spot as well. The bot lane is now even or behind against the Jinx, and the scaling is in G2's favor.
Certainly is. Mad Lions, well, they definitely still have win conditions. One of the biggest differences, I feel like, last game to this game is this top pick. You look at Akshan and you think like, what value? What is his role within a team fight? At the end of the day, he is just another AD carry. Maybe if he can find an isolated skirmish at a certain number of items, Akshan can definitely be a threat. But when it comes to the straight up 5v5, that Kennen ultimate is something that they're going to have to find ways to deal with. Of course, the Tahm Kench is going to mitigate that to a large degree. And again, I think, when you look at objective scaling, G2 do have the advantage. When you look at a Cassie, you look at a Jinx, like sure, this should be easy for them, but I still feel like Mad have a lot of elements to give them tools to play in this fight.
True. Rocket's gonna look to try and stop maybe Karsi there or Hilly's base. Push outs coming through. And let's not forget the loser of this is out. That's it. The playoffs run is over and you will not move into tomorrow for your next best of 5. And Mad Lions playing the same comp as they did last game. Need to make sure they execute when they have these small advantages, and G2 holding on.
Caps no flash here. Alua is looking for something. You can see Yike actually on his Razor Beaks. Could path down towards this. Niski flashes, body slams a minion and chucks the cast out for good measure.
Oh no.
And that is not a bomb.
Dab on him.
That's the
Dab
opposite.
on him, Niski.
That's a happy little accident right there.
Yeah.
We've all been there. We've all done it on Gragas. I do it every
done
game.
it in an LEC playoffs game. I'm going to be honest.
That's true. Niski completely blunders.
Sneak into Masters. I can't get onto this.
That's a massive whiff from Niski. He's got no flash now. I mean, Caps' flash, if you saw it on the right side before that play, was around 6 seconds until it was up. So he saw a window to go for it, but yeah, execution just not there.
I feel like
Doran will be turning in his sleep.
When you said he saw a window, I'm reminded of those slidey windows. He didn't realize it was closed.
Just ran into it. Face planted into it. I do want to come back to something you said, though, Keijo. Although
might not have time.
Broken Blade's still all the way back in his base, right? We have a moment here. As we said that, you know, the loser of this is eliminated from playoffs, but they could still be in MSI contention. G2 obviously already qualified for MSI. As you can see here, champion of the split at the top, and then the teams that qualify on the bottom. Abyssal Voyage coming in. You were right, Vedi. We do not have time to talk about that. We'll leave that to the nerds on the AD, as Niski is locked up, and the Super Mega Death Rocket comes out from Hansama.
It's just an easy play from G2. They punish the flashless Niski. After a good run, they will lose a couple of plates as a result of that. Hylissang trying to slow their rotation down towards the bot lane. But 4 kills on Hansama. The Kraken Slayer completes.
As Elioya gets the kick, the slicing mouse from Broken Blade's back is broken as Mad Lions slam him into the floor.
It's clean. Do they drop the Herald here? Are they going to just push on for a full tower here? Mad Lions have the option to, but that kills the lane phase. TP in from Caps will stop that from happening straight away, but you can see how easy it is to punish this Akshan. You can win the lane and get CS leads, but now once you get ganked twice, didn't even get a chance to use his flash in these 2 ganks. He just gets CC'd, Lee Sin Q hits, and he's dead. Cap stopping the base of Chasey there. I'm not really sure what this Akshan will provide later on.
Yeah, just big jungle advantage gain for Elioya. In game 1, it felt like that he was struggling to find big areas where he could have impact, but this game he's found a gank bot, he's found ganks top. He's been having impact all across the board, and look, Mad continue to gain plates.
He's going rogue. It's the name of the ability, Avengerang.
Surprise.
Akshan's abilities are some of the funniest names abilities in the game, by the way. Avengerang is his Q, Comeuppance is his ultimate, Going Rogue, Heroic Swing.
It's the type of skill names that fans get really confused, that's why you keep saying that.
Oh, Hansama Kazi force route, but Hansama almost gets away in the end. Kazi, though, solo kills in the bot lane. That was beautiful. And now the Rift Herald comes down as well. No TP for Caps means they cannot react. This is going to be full 5 plates in the bot lane to Mad Lions.
Wow.
That was nice.
That was a mechanical masterclass from Carzzy. Q auto, Gale Force to E onto Hans, even though he popped the Ghost already. Mickey, I think, probably could have eaten him, but he uses his Q. I think Mickey comes out of the W and Qs instead of ult, so he's already casting a spell, and he can't ult in the animation, so maybe could have saved him, but nevertheless, Mad Lions now blowing the game open through bot. Chasey, if you solo kill this, that could be game.
Flash away from Broken Blade, saved it from those last 2 ganks to use at the opportune moment, Mark.
But Mad are dominating this early game this time round. They're not giving G2 the opportunity to scale up, and we thought Hunt Summer would become a problem. But Carzzy, with a great play, able to bounce back. Mad now with 4 members mid.
Explosive cast going down, the Sonic Wave already used by Leo. The Pedifying Gaze only lands onto 2, and Caps is locked up and nowhere for him to go. Mad Lions, 7 kills to 4 up, 4,500 gold ahead at 13 minutes.
Top tower is going to start taking some damage as well. Chase is going to get some plates before they fall off. G2 are going to get themselves a dragon, but I don't think they're going to get any more off that second one. Carzzy has the flash.
It's a little bit too far forward. Didn't really expect Broken Blade to come in. Can pull the feathers back, but he's locked up. He gets the root with the flash forward, but perhaps a little bit too greedy there from Carzzy. Went for the plates, did get them, but then thought he could get a kill out of it as well.
Yeah, overstayed his welcome just a little bit. And G2 were able to punish Hylissang, maybe in danger.
Abyssal Voyage forward from Mickey, looking for Hylissang to jump over the wall. Hans Summer's going to get locked up here for a second, and Hylissang will dash away. The Grand Entrance coming down onto Mickey now because he's going to have to flash the wall to try and get away. The thick skin used, but there's the Dragon's Rage kick, and Mickey's locked up, and Hylissang takes his life. Chasey fought Yike and Hans Summer off towards the top side, and that kept them from rejoining the fight.
Mickey doesn't see the point in wasting flash. Chasey's position gets called by the rest of the team, and Mickey's like, even if I flash over this wall, Chasey's gonna kill me. There's no point. So he ends up giving away his life. You can see them trying to punish Hylissang. Hylissang doesn't do what they predict him to do. As the man, as unpredictable as Hilly, that's a surprise to no one.
If he doesn't know what he's doing, how are you supposed to know what he's doing sometimes with Hilly?
Able to get away to safety. And Mad Lions with a commanding game 2 early game. Of course, we've seen them with leads in the past, and we've seen them falter them as well. It's really important that they maintain control and they keep the pace of the game going, because of course they are still down 2 dragons. They did prioritize getting those early heralds so that they can funnel more plates, look to try and invest more gold into their carries. And so far they've done a great job, but they need to keep this pace up.
You know, I just see a level 9 Akshan building towards Kraken Slayer, and I'm just wondering how fast he's going to get one-shot in his fights. Like, if anyone lands a skill on this Akshan, he's just instantly blown up. So G2 are going to have to pick their fights very carefully. There's the Herald.
I mean, one of Akshan's big things is being invisible, so Broken Blade's just taking that to the next level, right?
Wow.
Savage. Absolute savage. Well, he's got the Kraken Slayer now, so let's see what he can cook up. Normally you go things like the Kraken Slayer into a lot of frontline, but Mad Lions' frontline is an absolute one-shot.
The thing about Akshan, which is getting me excited, is that, you know, we talked on Euphoria about making the pros scrim traumas thing. I feel like Akshan could be that.
Scrim champs.
Stomps and scrims, fails on stage.
Abyssal Voyage forward, Comeuppance coming out as well. Hylissang can tank that. Nature's Grass used from across the wall, but not really going to do too much. Carzzy with the fancy feet. He's really feeling himself in this game.
Surprised Matt didn't Herald top there. They just picked it up. They could have gotten a tier 2. They get Yike's flash for Niski's, but I think they could have blown the game open through top. Instead, they're moving towards mid. Maybe they want to place it there.
Yeah, with the Maokai ultimate being down, it becomes a lot easier to crack this tower, especially Carzzy no flash at the moment, so his escape path from a Nature's Grass would be a little bit tricky. With the Rift Tail now charging in, this will be the tower falling, and as you said, K-Drop, Mad deciding to invest in getting that mid lane tower down.
The one thing Mad Lions just have to cover off. Nice hit.
Cheered too early, guys. Cheered too early.
Absolutely debated. The one thing Mad Lions just have to cover off is his Dragon Soul. Shouldn't be too much of a problem. 2 minutes on the Dragon spawn. I think they're going to set up and deny that straight away and then play towards this Baron.
Just love the fact that you said shouldn't be a problem, because that is by far and away the strongest caster curse I've heard in a while. Surely it shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, fine, you know?
Mad Lions with this gold lead in this position to be able to hold off the next Dragon,
it's not
right?
like they've only won 1 game against G2 this entire year. Oh, every time I pick up a tactic, something happens. Yeah, so they've lost 6, they've won 1. Last time they met in a best of 5, it was a 3-0. Historically, it has been G2 favored, although Mad were the team that managed to beat the 2019-2020 G2 roster that was undefeated domestically. That was a few years ago, and since then, G2 have been a little bit on the up after, of course, 2021, when Mad Lions claimed their 2 LEC titles. Yike going forward, Blast going there for him. He can dash away and might be Mad Lions' second win of 2023.
Doubled them.
If they can pull it off. Dragon now 1 minute away. And look at the map state right now. Just pushing lanes across the board. You can see how Mad Lions are able to just keep these waves pressured up. They continue to maintain control, and they're just going to drop these wards in the enemy jungle as much as they can to keep that pressure up and set themselves up nicely for the Dragon. Look to reset now, replenish that vision, and then as G2 invests all that vision to clear out their side of the map, then Mad have so much more security and safety as Yike now has to very cautiously make his way into the river, which he doesn't have a lot of information on.
I wonder if G2 is going to fight this. They don't have a 2-item spike on Hans or Caps, but Mickey's just rebased to refresh his wards, covering off Broken Blade on that top catch. Now, Broken Blade needs to make his way down if they are going to fight this. There's nothing that they can cross-map for either, because as you highlighted, Vedi, all these lanes are pushing in. There's no way they can play for top tier 1, is there? Because they don't have the vision, they don't have the pushing power. Mad Lions.
Oh, the saplings.
Yeah, 15 seconds now on this Dragon spawn. And looking at G2, I think they might take a fight, which is really, really risky.
Caps TP.
But Baron's is not up. Baron's not up, so if they do get ace, they won't lose Nash.
Yeah.
So I think that's actually the reason they might be fighting this.
Sonic Wave hits onto Yike. Mickey forced away. There's a ward from Hans Summer. Chasey in a good position as Broken Blade starts to step forward. The control ward comes out, and that means that Mad Lions know where Broken Blade is, because no one else really could have placed that while invisible. The Dragon started. Cap stepping forward. Hylissang looking for something. Cap's not back. The Petrifying Gaze doesn't find anyone. A good route, though, onto Hylissang means that he can't really engage, and Hans Summer opens up with Super Mega Death Rocket. Come on, He swings around. He finds his mark, and the action.
Whoa! A pause?
It's for me. I lost my words. It's gonna
what just happened?
Obviously, we'll see what happened with
Broken
the
Blade.
So sick.
Can we please get a replay of that?
Around.
That was so cool.
I think Hilly thinks something should have blocked it.
He's gone and curved the bullets, hasn't he? How's he done that? Yeah, it looked like someone was trying to block it there, but I think Mad Lions didn't. My logic is they didn't have vision of Broken Blade. And so they saw the bullets coming at different directions. Maybe they were like, how is it coming from a different angle from the original one we saw?
Look at that smirk on his face. He was like, that was cool.
Broken Blade knows that wasn't a bug.
Calling me out as well, man. It's like he's been invisible, then he finds that. What a play from him. We'll see exactly what the pause was in just a couple of moments' time. But what a moment for G2 as well. They were losing this game. It was well out of their hands. And then the two Dragons finding this pick as well. And we'll see what, in the end, is the verdict on Hylissang dying to the comeuppance.
I'm looking at the replay. They did have vision on Broken Blade. I'm wondering why Hilly paused, actually, because he looks like Karzi's blocking for him, but then Hilly like runs in front of Karzi and tanks it and dies.
Yeah.
So I wonder if his mouse broke or something, or like maybe he misclicked, or...
We'll let the league officials tell us when exactly what's happened has happened, but yeah, it was definitely Mad Lions in the ascendancy in this game, and now G2, good Petrifying Gaze to slow, even though he didn't manage to get any stuns, and then disengage into Hilly not being able to get into the fight. He was rooted at the start of the fight. If you could see exactly who locked him up, that would be great. I think he flashes into the Nature's Grasp.
Into the Maokai ultimate,
into
flashes
the
into the Maokai ultimate, then he gets knocked out of the Jinx traps.
So you can also, I mean, I shouldn't talk about the replay without the fans having the replay as well. If we get a replay, we can talk more about it. But yeah, it's Mad Lions in a... Oh, perfect. We're going to get a great replay. Excellent. So the positioning here from G2 is actually convenient for them in that they have a wall that they can continue to play around. And the best case scenario for them is Mad Lions engage onto them. Now, they do find, or Mad Lions find an initial pick onto Caps, which kind of baits Mad Lions, I think, into this narrow choke point, which then gives Hansama a lot of freedom to start dishing a lot of damage.
And Hilly goes a little bit too deep here. Goes onto Caps, but tries to get his flash, but then it's where he gets chain CC'd. Then he dashes away to his Zaya, I believe it is, just dashes away with the E after the rocket comes through. Now watch Hilly here. He's going to run forwards in a second in front of Karzi and get hit. So I think maybe something may be wrong with his peripheral or something, because I'm sure he didn't want to do that intentionally, right? Obviously Karzi was supposed to be there to block. And then G2, Broken Blade comes across with the portal. G2 look like they might be able to put themselves on soul point here.
But wow, that was that was such a cool one of the creative things that you can do with Action. The downside of that ultimate is it can be blocked by literally everything.
Minions, towers, anything with a health bar can block that.
Yeah.
Apart from support wards, I think. I don't think it can be blocked by wards.
It's crazy. But I've never seen something like that done before, where he basically just repositioned himself to kind of get behind as much of Mad Lions as possible to then land the ultimate. Great play there from
So League officials are investigating the interaction of the Akshan ult with Hylissang. They are having a look at Hylissang's shadow play right now. Obviously, we have like a recording software working on all of the players' computers, so we can see exactly what inputs happened, what happened with the PC settings and everything. And for Mad Lions would be...
Did you ever have a bug before when you had to pause?
I had 1 hour pause on stage.
Really?
Yeah, it was when Silas got released and there was lots of Silas bugs.
Yeah, it was either Silas or Viego.
I think I remember that game,
It
actually.
was against Origin. Yeah.
Do you know what year it was? We can see if we were casting.
I don't know what year it was. I just remember Mickey took Silas ult on someone and then it didn't work for some reason.
Oh, there was that
mid
one
lane
bug.
Mickey,
It was
yes.
not.
Yeah.
It was. There was this. I remember this one bug where sometimes if you took Silas ult and then the champion whose ult you were trying to take went out of vision, you just didn't get it.
Yeah.
And there was this one where in the bot river, I think it was an XL game where they threw out Silas ultimate and then the Nautilus just moved into fog and they just didn't get an ult and then it just went on full cooldown.
Just disappeared.
Silas.
there
Viego
was another one with Banshee's Veil where you couldn't see Banshee's Veil and then
I remember
he tried
that.
to hijack
I
the
do remember
Lissandra ultimate.
that was
I think it
Perks. I seem
yeah,
to
it was
remember.
Perks,
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we saw the one last week where Maokai W stopped it. Pro players were like, that's a bug. And even I was like, something sus there. But obviously it makes sense, you know.
And then
It's
do you
like
remember, my favorite one was, do you remember the Rise ultimate with Fnatic?
Oh yeah, you're clicking out of it. The one where we had the same issue 3 times in the game.
again.
You need to stop clicking out of the ultimate.
That's where Fnatic pause hack was born.
It was
molded in the fires of a 3-hour-long League of Legends game.
that was funny.
My favourite interaction I watched from last week, when I saw on Crownie's, like Crownie commented on it as well, was he Aphelios ulted with Green Gun.
Yeah.
It hits the Wukong clone first. He then manages to hit the Wukong and 2 other people with the first round of it, and then re-hit the 2 other people because he auto-attacked while the ultimate was landing on the other 2 people. Whether it's intended or not, we don't know, but it looked really cool, and they didn't pause at the time. So, you know, it's a really fun little
League's
interaction.
had a history of just interesting things. You remember when
Tom
it wasn't a bug, but you remember when Ryze could ult with Zhonya's?
Yes.
I do remember that.
That was the most annoying. That's where 131 died when that got nerfed. Like, you would pick Ryze into Zoe.
Because it wasn't exciting. It's like, oh my god,
He's pushing bots. He's pushing bots. Ryze ult Zonya.
Yeah,
it's fine. Okay, yeah, we're great guys. Okay, well, we just lost the tower.
Yeah, well, as the League officials continue to investigate, we're actually going to send it over to the analyst desk.
hello.
Oh, hello.
Hello. Nice lean. Hi. Yeah, unfortunate. It did look sick, though. If I was Hylissang, I'd be like, what?
Yeah,
That's crazy.
He was in Fog of War, so it's kind of hard to be like, is it because you didn't anticipate that suddenly was coming up from the top side of where the play was happening, or in the middle of it? Well, either way, there's
I'm not sure if they actually get vision when he uses E. I don't exactly know how that works, but it could be that he wasn't sure why it was coming from so far above than it would be otherwise.
Well, they're looking at it right now. I don't know how long this is going to be. So they were naming interesting like pauses for things. Do you remember your favorite ones?
My favorite pause.
Not favorite. That's maybe the wrong way to put
But
it.
there was one time when I was playing in G2 versus Fnatic, and they had a pause in the middle of a fight. I guess that was actually when the whole thing was born. The Fnatic pause. Yeah, I think that was when it was born. I guess something similar is happening here in the middle of a fight. I can imagine for the player this is a really annoying moment in the game because it's basically where the game is decided, right? So by now having to perhaps go back a little bit and replay the fight, or maybe in G2's case, feeling that we just actually won that fight, we would get the Drake here. I think it's a really annoying point to have a pause. Probably one of the worst parts of the game to have a pause.
Is it an unspoken rule that you do it as fast as possible, obviously, or should you, obviously.
I think you should do it as fast as possible because if you play the fight out and then pause, that's going to be even worse.
Yeah, for
it's
sure.
just pausing at any time in a fight feels really bad, especially for the players. I think it's third Drake for G2. The game is on a knife's edge.
Exactly.
It really feels like the worst time you could have a pause.
It's horrible.
That's the thing as well, because like that's the only thing G2's got going from them. They're behind in every single other perimeter right now in the game. They're behind in gold. They're lacking turrets, and the only thing Matt Lyons doesn't have is these Drakes. I think really important moment for G2. So obviously.
If you look at this game so far, there's not a lot of things that speak for G2 here. I feel like actually the stuff that G2 got so far in this game is mistakes from Mad Lions. The dive that did bot, that was a mistake. That should actually be normally a clean 1 for 0. I think they also had a mid play where Gragas died, or it was actually, no, it was Saya that died in mid, which was also unnecessary. So it feels so far from watching this game that Mad is just completely running over G2, and G2 is getting a few kills here and there from them making mistakes.
And we were talking a bit about the draft in the back end as well, and seeing the first rotation here actually be the Maokai and then Akshan as well, where Akshan already here, it's a bit random because it's not a pick that you essentially would have gone through. We see going into the second ban phase, Thresh has now been banned. Going for a rotation, that could have been Maokai, Jinx, and then Thresh on 3 instead. Would have been way safer than you were saying in the back. There's no way they'll ban Akshan going into the fourth rotation or second rotation.
Yeah, if your pick to Kennen is Akshan, then you could easily just do that at 4. I think it's very unlikely that it's getting banned. As a rule of thumb, normally you don't want to split your bot lane. So what that means is you're either picking your full bot lane before bans or you're picking your full bot lane after bans. It's very, very rare and usually not a good idea to split up the bot lane, which is what G2 did here, because then it's very easy to target whatever works well with the Jinx in this case, or if they did the Thresh first, what works with the Thresh really well. So they would ban, let's say, Jinx Aphelios, if Thresh was picked, or in this case, Thresh if Jinx is picked. So normally what you would want to see from G2 is picking the Jinx 1-2, put the Thresh on 3, and then you have your bot lane on the same side of the draft.
It also so heavily comes down to what kind of bot lane meta it is at the moment, because if it's the kind of where you have to, well, once again, Jinx Thresh, Aphelios Thresh, where you kind of move them around, well, there's only a few champions that will actually accomplish that. Thresh, obviously, being one of them. Sometimes when you have Enchanter meta, and there is like Janna, Lulu, Renata, Yumi, all of these, like, fine, if you go into second ban phase, I'm sure you'll get one of them. But here, where there's so many more options in a potential solo lane as well, I feel like you kind of had to grab that Thresh in the beginning. Also, because Mickey is so proficient on it, and you're also looking for counters, or at least answers, into the Rakan. Thresh also is one of the few supports that feels good to play into Xayah, because most of the time, when supports send it on Xayah, they just lose all their abilities, and because she ults. But with Thresh, it's so much more conditional, because you throw the hook, and either you just ult your hook, and then you're not even in danger because you didn't get into range where she can actually root you up, or you just get the hook. So it feels way better playing that matchup there as well.
Yeah, and I think you have to put some sort of respect to Hyllis Rakan here. He had a really good game in the first game. Also, Karsis Xayah, I think he had a pretty decent showing in the first game, and now they're again having a good performance. And I feel like Tahm into Xayah Rakan is not necessarily a good lane. I don't see how that could be a good lane. I feel like the Tahm pick is more for later in the game to protect the Jinx. So in my mind, you should put a little bit more respect maybe to the Xayah Rakan. In this case, Hyllis Rakan especially. I think you just need to have a better support matchup than Rakan into Tahm.
Yeah, it's interesting because we were talking so much about the Jinx and the value, but it does speak to Mad Lions' own confidence in the Xayah and the Rakan and in their own abilities, that they wanted to go for it and found it more value. And they obviously did push G2 a little bit into a corner with how the game is playing out, seemingly. But, you know, I mean, it all hinges on this fight. It's really hard to make any predictions, because you feel like sometimes G2, like in game 1, they got that one ace and then it was just completely over. Is this going to be the same scenario? I hope not, for Mad Lions' sake, because they do deserve to win this game.
But I think even if so let's say the kills come through, it's a 4 versus 5, G2 gets that Drake. It's still a good game for Mad Lions, because they still have the gold lead that they have. It's going to have to come down to another Drake fight then. And just because they get that one kill doesn't mean they're giving over a ton of resources all of a sudden to G2 and they take over the game. They just managed to still have that Drake win condition, and Mad Lions should still be the team having an easier time setting up for the objectives. Another thing there is with the Tahm Kench is usually that ultimate will be used when Kennen comes in for flank. But then there's a Lee Sin that can suddenly not only kick 1, but 2, because he's kicking the Tahm Kench. There's the Gragas barrel as well that can not just grab you in there, but 2 people against it. I feel like there's so many things here, the small intricacies, that can really benefit Mad Lions as well.
Yeah. But I'm tired of talking about what may happen.
Me too.
Yeah, what may happen. I know during the pause, it is important, but we set the stage admirably. And as you can see, everyone's just waiting for the game to restart. If you're just joining us, Hylissang has paused, reporting a potential bug relating to Akshan's ultimate interacting with Hylissang. League officials are continuing to review the shadow play and investigate the reported bug. Let's look at it again. Let's see.
Okay.
I mean, this is hard because, we can't say, obviously, we're not the commissioners and we're not the league officials. But, yeah. There we go.
And at first, I didn't even think G2 was going to contest this Drake fight at all. They have such a small point of entry in here, all 5 members around. This should just be easy for them to get the ultimate with Chasey. But this is the thing. Look, he's not in vision here. So my theory was that, they didn't know that the shots were going to come from the top side. But then it's like, did it show that it was suddenly coming from the top line? Did they just not anticipate that because he was not on vision? It's these things that's probably...
Well, if it looks weird on my screen, probably I would pause just to make sure. But since the pause is so long, I feel like there's probably something bigger at hand here than just Akshan outplaying.
That's dangerous. That's not.
So there's probably something bigger that happened, or it probably looked really weird from Hylissang's point of view. I would say, though, from looking at this fight again, Caps really made a game-winning play there, because he was the one that stepped through the choke, which was basically impossible to step through. He got the ult off of the Gragas ult. It happened once already, I think, this game, where he's flying in the Gragas ult and he's ulting while he's midair. Happened again here. So it feels like that kind of step through the choke is what got them the fight in the first place, because normally that's just a free Drake from Mad or a free fight if G2 tried to step through.
And a pretty good example of what we were talking about, I guess, at the top of the day, how Caps has become a lot of a facilitator. Obviously, he can also do a lot of damage on Casio, but he goes in, he is almost like 10% health after that, but he's done his job as to set up the rest of the team.
And
but he
it's
almost
especially
dies.
necessary in this one because they're playing, again, multiple carries in their team, so he really needs to be that player in G2.
Yeah.
Jinx cannot do it, and neither can Akshan, so it kind of needs to be Casio here, and he's playing it on the edge many times, but I guess that's Caps in a nutshell.
That is Caps, and they'll have to do it a couple more times if they want to win this game, because Mad was doing really, really well. Let's take a look at some of the early plays, Goldberg.
Yeah, so coming through from Mad Lions, it was pretty much their early game as well in this specific scenario, just due to the fact that there is really just good plays for them to go through up towards the top side. So here's the thing with Akshan and Kennen, okay? This matchup can be explosive, but it's so reliant on getting ahead on your jungler if you're Akshan. As soon as you give a few plays or kills over to Kennen, Akshan just doesn't accomplish what you want him to accomplish anymore. And yeah, this play by Casio, absolutely beautiful.
Really clean. I would say, though, I'm a bit surprised by how strong the Kennen is. I mean, it is strong on this patch, but it just seems like neither team has a good answer to Kennen. Because in my mind, Akshan is not necessarily something that will put Kennen in the ground. In this case, it even looks like it's just an even matchup. And Akshan dies to every gank, meanwhile Kennen will probably never die to a gank. So it just feels like neither team really has an answer to it.
I feel like we've seen this so much, though. Like we saw it in the Koi G2 series as well, when it was BB against Uganda, how contested such a pick suddenly became as well, both from the bans, but also prioritization and picks later. And I feel like it goes down to draft again as well. It's kind of becoming one of these red side picks that you have to be worried of. Here, if G2 pulled the trigger and they said, hey, we're letting it through on red side because we think we have the action response into it. It didn't really work in laning phase, and usually if it doesn't work in laning phase, that's why Kennen becomes easier to play around with in the mid to late game, because you allow so much more team fighting potential for your team with the CC, while Akshan, a bit better to actually get those solo kills in on a side lane. But hey, who knows? Maybe Akshan randomly in the late game just gets one random kill, suddenly the entire team is back alive again, and then, you know, then they turn the tides. I don't know.
That's that. We'll
yeah.
see. Exactly.
Yeah, we'll see how this best of transitions now with the Kennen. I think it could be that it just ends up being banned on red side from here on out, because now you have both Broken Blade with a really good Kennen game and Chasey with a really good Kennen game. So it doesn't seem like it's to one team either. It's both teams playing it well, both teams first picking it, neither team really looking to have an answer. So it could be that from here on out it's banned on red side.
It is. We'll see, indeed. Oh, to be the Mad Lions. I mean, they haven't done anything wrong and everyone's mad at them. And now...
I mean, so far they're contesting good in this series.
Yeah.
They're making some mistakes that feel unnecessary. Like if you think back to game one, they have multiple times where they're just overforcing plays, and kind of the same thing happening here. Not as much in this game, but it feels like they're actually in a good spot both games.
They are winning this game right now.
They're doing
definitely
well.
winning this one right now. You know, I said this. Okay, I'm just gonna say this as well. But Mad Lions, I've had a hard time watching some of their games, and I'll tell you why. It's because they give me hope, okay? They give me hope at times where I feel like, wait, they actually understand what they're doing here. They have good planning, but then maybe execution goes wrong. Or they have a good setup for play, and then they don't play it like it should be. Or they make a kite backdraft, and then they play it where they kite forward, and they just die. Like, there's so many times where it's like, yes, 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 you're finally doing it. And then it doesn't work. It's like these videos on the internet where they're supposed to be unsatisfactory. I don't know if you've seen it. Sometimes there's just a football field, for example. There's a guy come running, and he doesn't kick the ball. So in your brain, you feel like this should happen. This needs to happen. Maybe for the gamers out here, it's like watching a Secret Labs commercial without the moan. You feel like it should be there, but it's not there. That's like watching Mad Lions.
Yeah, do you know there used to be a moan? We all knew, but it's weird. It's like, you know, you'd lose, you know, say a shadow pane.
Yeah.
There's a limb that you've lost.
That's exactly what it is.
It's a shadow moan.
Yes.
That's what it is. Oh my God, we're
That's like watching Mad Lions.
Hey, listen, I hope nobody will be angry at us if we go a little lighter route, because this is quite a long pause. Also,
but they're still winning this one. I just wanted to say that because it sounded like I flamed them. They are winning this game right now.
Okay. We are working on a pause wheel to have all kinds of fun and games for if this happens and if they're long. But we don't have it ready yet. So let's play. I don't know what this game is called. But basically, we will write a player down. You're really bad at who's who, actually.
I'm bad at games in general. Except League. That's like my one claim to fame.
Really? How good are you?
I was top 1,000 on server once.
Top 1,000 being?
Like, that was Master before Grandmaster existed. So Season 8, that was like...
That surprises me.
Yeah, there you
I mean,
go.
not that you couldn't do that, but that's impressive.
Yeah, thank you.
Season 8, though.
Yeah. It was
5
Ban
years
Out
ago?
Command CC Rod meta
Oh,
in mid lane.
okay.
It was a terrible meta.
Do you remember Season 8 meta?
Yeah, it was a good meta for me. It's been a while. It's been a good meta for
in
me.
the mid lane, buffing up in AD carry. Oh, glorious. Ardent Sensor as well.
Yeah, it was 2017.
Yeah.
2017 Worlds was starting Sensor meta.
Oh, God.
And then you went to the finals 2018, so
Yep.
must have been a good meta. For those just joining us, Matt Hillesang has paused reporting a potential bug relating to Akshan's ultimate interaction with Hillesang. League officials are continuing to review the shadow play and investigate the reported bug. Anyways, there's this game where you write down, let's say, a player, and then you hold it here.
Okay.
And then you have to ask him questions so that you get your answer.
Right. So I don't know what's up there.
Yes, but you have to ask. Do you have to ask yes or no questions?
You're making the rules.
I don't remember.
Kind of, I think, right?
I think so too. Yeah.
So it could be, is it someone that plays in the LEC?
Exactly.
Is it someone that plays in the LEC?
Is it someone that's won a title? Is it someone that's whatever?
Cool.
Okay, so I'll write someone down.
Okay, we're looking away. We can look at the monitors as well, so be sure you're not looking anywhere right now.
Not looking anywhere.
Yeah, well, close your eyes, I guess, should probably just be the thing.
Okay, so... Oh yeah, wait. There's cameras everywhere.
There's cameras everywhere.
No, but you can't look at the replay monitor.
Yeah, my eyes are just closed. Give me something.
It's here. It's in front. It's on your head
Okay.
now. Okay.
Am I
And then
supposed to
you look
open?
this way. No, you can turn around because you can see it, obviously. So he has
I'm
to
allowed to
ask you
open?
questions. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you
is,
can.
this, is this fine for camera? I'm just gonna let
It's
you.
fine
Oh
for
wait,
me.
can you close your eyes for a second?
And my eyes are fully closed.
Still closed.
Okay. Well, am I
No,
supposed
now
to
you
be
can look at
dizzy as
Reckless.
well?
Now you can look
So
at
you can look
Reckless
at me
because we
right
can't
now.
see you.
Oh, okay.
And hopefully you don't see
Yeah,
any
yeah,
cameras.
am I
Oh, this is great.
Yeah.
I'm a
Sorry,
support.
what did you say?
Am I a support?
No.
Okay, am I a mid laner?
No.
Am I a jungler?
Nope.
Am I an AD carry?
Yes.
Okay. Did I make it to playoffs?
Yes.
Am I upset?
No.
Am I crowny?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I see the problem with this game. Okay, I'll do... Maybe it should be someone that's not in the LEC or something.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, probably.
I mean, this is, yeah.
You can make one up for Reckless, I guess.
Yeah, you can make one for me.
Yeah, we should take this into regard
Oh,
because...
okay, wait.
You have a good idea?
But I can't even whisper because I'm wearing a microphone.
It's fine, you can...
No,
It's too hard for me to close my eyes and cover my ears.
So,
What? Oh, yeah.
because this, look, it's still kind of relevant, you know?
Yeah, but...
But not like,
Oh, yeah.
We
yeah.
have some music.
Yeah, we have music. That doesn't bode well for...
Okay. Do you have your eyes closed?
Yeah, closed.
Okay.
Does.
You will now put this in front of your head, and you do not need
it
to
the right
rotate
way?
it. It is the
Yeah.
right way.
Yes,
So
it's
on top
totally
of your
correct.
Am I allowed to open?
head. Well, you're not allowed to look at the screens next to you, so maybe.
So not
you know,
this screen.
You're supposed to put it on your forehead.
Yeah, like
You can only look to your right, not to your left.
not only to my right.
Yeah, only to your right, not to your left.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm good.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, perfect.
Cool. You can ask your questions now.
So am I in the LEC?
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
That's a great
Am I a
answer.
player?
Yes.
A player that is sometimes here. Am I a support?
Yes.
Yeah, think outside of the box. 'Cause,
Sometimes support.
Well,
Player.
try to help. Okay,
Can't
sorry.
help him. Yeah.
Okay, I'll help
Trying
later.
to think of a good yes/no question.
Yeah, that's okay.
You guys like, is he good? And then he's...
Can you imagine? He's really good.
Am I 25 or older?
That's not a yes or no, is it? Yes.
Yes. 25 or older.
Yes.
Is he?
Yes, I'm pretty sure. I will Google him right now. But I'm pretty sure it's
Yeah,
yes.
I'm pretty sure too.
Sometimes.
Yeah, pretty sure.
Am I in this playoffs?
No.
No.
Okay, so here's a hint.
Am I playing in ERLs?
No.
No. The hint is he's here
Yeah,
sometimes.
he's 26.
26 here
26.
sometimes.
He's here sometimes, but
Yeah.
Reckless,
And
you are
plays.
here now, but
Yeah.
you're not playing.
Yeah. But the one that came to mind was Cater, but he doesn't play support.
No, that's
No,
not
neither
true.
does he play in the LEC.
There's no memorable support players to you that comes to mind?
Yellow Star.
Right,
comes to
yeah.
mind. Hilly.
Yeah.
No. Mickey, no.
No.
No. And someone I played
You're
with?
choking
No.
questions.
Well, you've played games with him.
Have I played with him?
Yes, but not in League of Legends.
Not in League of Legends.
Oh.
I don't play other games.
You know where I went with that one. You know where I went with that one.
Oh, I remember. It was
Yes.
fun.
Yeah, that was fun.
That was fun.
I mean, not for me, probably for you guys.
Yeah.
Okay. We played other games together?
Yeah.
Yes.
A lot of people were watching.
Yeah, there was like insane amount of people were watching it.
Our game?
Yes.
That wasn't League of Legends?
Yes.
Yeah.
Huh. I didn't know I played other games. Okay, give me a hint. I'm lost.
Okay, the
Any
game
hint?
was in Sweden.
Well, Mama, it's treats.
Yeah.
Sometimes in LEC, okay. And not bad. That's actually a good one.
Yeah, that was great. It's tricky. The first one
Yeah,
threw
this
you
one was
off.
tricky, yeah.
But we do have a serious update, so I'll just read it for you. At 18:46 in-game, Matt Hillesang paused to report a potential bug relating to Akshan's ultimate resulting in his death. League officials have confirmed the bug and are offering Mad Lions a chrono break. The bug does look different from the player perspective. Here's a rollback of the pro view from Karzi's pro view. Let's take a look.
Okay, interesting.
Lucas here.
It should come from upwards because we know he's going to go for the hook shot. Now, they don't have vision of him right now because they don't have vision. Okay, so...
That looked weird.
That definitely looked weird because it started down and then it came upwards afterwards.
There were two actionals,
Yes.
basically.
Ah. Okay.
The
We will
actional
update
didn't
you.
appear where the actional should have appeared visually.
Yes.
There were two actionals.
We will update you on the progress of the chrono break because obviously that does take a little bit of time to set up. We do have a content piece I see. Maybe we could look at it because it sounds fun. We're going to look at Pop Quiz. It's not ready yet. Just kidding. I was baited by John, our producer.
Is this a different game as well we have in here? Who am I?
Okay, who am I?
I guess it's basically what we just played.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but it's different, I guess. Oh, yeah, it is actually.
So
Okay.
it's like the Guess Who, but without the board.
And people at home can guess as well. So, who am I? I have never won an LEC title.
Crowny.
I have never has played between 100 and 200 games in LEC history.
That is
Could-
quite
It's
a lot.
It's Crowny, no?
It's more than you think. Yeah, it's Crowny.
It's Crowny, okay.
Sorry, okay, next time.
EMEA Masters runner-up and turned 25 this week. Happy birthday.
I saw the team master run up and just thought to myself, oh, that's Crowny. I should let it come through. That's my
Yeah.
bad. I ruined the game.
Unfortunately, that's fine. We
Yeah.
could- what do we want? This is fun. I mean,
Yeah.
this isn't fun. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be disrespectful. This sucks. I want to be back in game. As do you? What do you want to do? You want to play another round of those?
Yeah.
Okay,
we
but
can play
I-
another round.
Okay.
You want to do one?
Yeah, I'm down.
I think I'll never find it. I'm horrible at these games.
Okay, see. More.
No.
Okay.
I like to
Make
see
it
you
fun.
suffer.
Make it
Yeah,
fun.
Sorry, that's fine. Give me one. I'll close my eyes again. Give me one.
I can see it, right? It doesn't matter. I can see it.
Yeah.
You're allowed to see it.
It's cute how we're all like, oh no, we can't see anything, but we can.
What's up?
Yeah.
Here.
Yeah,
It's correct.
Okay. Am I okay?
Yeah, unless
Yes,
you
is
look
that a- is
to
that a
your
question?
right. Don't look
Is
to your right.
Oh,
Just
they're putting
no
their
right.
headsets
Yeah.
on. But let's go.
No, they're going bathroom.
Oh,
looks
okay.
like.
Oh, okay, because they have to. They can't
Yeah.
all go to the bathroom. Both teams together.
Normally they do
obviously.
one team at a time
Ah,
when they go.
that makes sense.
And
Right.
then the officials go with them. You're not allowed to speak about the game. Maybe in this case they are, as it's been a really long time. But
Yeah, it
that's
looks like
normally
they
how
are.
it
Okay.
goes.
Am I in the LEC?
No,
No.
not in LEC.
Am I in League of Legends esports?
Yes.
Am I a caster?
No.
Am I in LCS?
No.
Am I in LCK?
No.
Am I in LPL?
Yes.
And I'm not a caster.
No.
Am I an import?
Yes.
Am I ruler?
No.
Wait, was that Viper? I can't remember. I was one of them. God damn it. Scout.
No.
Okay, I should probably ask about the roles. Am I a mid laner?
Yes.
Am I Doinby?
Yes.
Wow, you
Not
are
bad.
too good at this.
You are Doinby.
We didn't play this year.
He didn't, but he is officially a sub, right?
I
If I'm
don't
not
know.
mistaken, I'm pretty sure he is still under LNG's wings, but I could be wrong.
Oh, okay.
That's the same
Yeah,
team
of
as
course.
Scout plays for, if I'm not mistaken.
yeah.
Okay, one more
Because
then.
I figured I might have said it the wrong way because you said player or playing in LoL Esports.
Whatever.
yeah, true. Yeah, you're right.
Because I know
you're
he's
right.
streaming, kind of.
He is streaming. He brings a lot of guests onto
Anyway, you
streams,
got it.
actually. Yeah.
You got
it's
it.
very interesting. Doinfree is always a
Okay,
great
I'm not looking.
creator.
Not
Okay,
looking.
you're not looking. Okay.
Also, the chrono break is currently in progress. And in a second, we'll give you an update on like kind of everything that happened in the game. So to refresh
okay. I like this.
memory, but this is the final one.
Ready? No, you. I'm gonna turn you around real quick. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And this is your paper in your hands right now.
Yeah.
And then once again,
Don't
you're
look to the left.
Yes,
right?
exactly, exactly.
Okay, ready.
Yes.
Yeah, ready. Am I in the LCK?
No.
LPL?
No.
LCS?
No.
LEC?
No.
Huh. Am I in... Do I play League of Legends?
Wait.
Do I have anything to do with League of Legends at all?
We're not sure if you're role right now. Yeah. Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
I do something with League of Legends.
Yes.
Yes.
Am I a caster? Am I Shox?
No.
No.
Are you a caster right now? No.
No.
Am I here today?
No.
I don't think so, at least.
No.
Am I here sometimes?
Yes.
Really?
It's been a while.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
Like, it's been a while.
I'm not gonna lie, it's been a while.
Yeah, he's not been here this year, has he?
No.
No.
Me trying to remember.
And you said kind of to caster. Kind of.
Well,
You're hesitant. Used to be a caster.
but you were always
Am
a
I
caster.
Deficio?
Yeah. And we are horrible friends because I actually don't know what he's doing right now.
I'm so lost. I've heard from him. I don't even know if... Actually, I'm not going to say anything
Yeah,
because I don't know
okay.
what it's like.
Let us know, the Fisher. What are you up to?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
I think
We miss
everyone would
you.
like to know. He was a fan favorite, wasn't he?
He was a fan favorite. Please
Yes.
don't remind people. Because they're
Yeah,
always
now
missing him.
There's always other Danes now.
Yeah, there's these other days
We may
now.
not have the same charisma, but we're still here.
I have to say the potato in your mouth is not quite as large as the fish.
I think that's the problem.
Is it?
Maybe.
Could be.
Cool. Anyways, so one last time, if you just tuned in, if you've not, bear with us. At 18.46 in the game, Matt Hillesang paused to report a potential bug relating to Akshan's ultimate resulting in his death. League officials have confirmed the bug, offered a chrono break to Mad Lions, which they have accepted. While the chrono break is ongoing, we'll be going to a quick commercial break, and after the break, we'll be taking you back through what's happened in Game 2 so far. See you soon.
And welcome back to the LEC, where we are gearing up to restart the match between G2 and Mad Lions. At 18:46 in-game, Mad Hillisang paused to report a potential bug relating to Akshan's ultimate, resulting in his death. League officials have confirmed the bug, offered a chrono break to Mad Lions, which they have accepted. The chrono break is now complete, and we will begin the game shortly. Currently, Mad Lions are about 6,000 gold ahead, and we are fighting over the third dragon of the game. G2 have the first two.
It's 18 minutes, 28 seconds in the game. The game is being on pause right now, so we're 20 seconds before the death of Hillisang, and it's G2 contesting through the choke. Let's see how they get through this and see if they can replicate the play they just did to get that numbers advantage, because Mad Lions are holding this line.
It's going to be a hot drop as we look for that fight. Cap's trying to step forward, a barrel in his way. Cap's going in. We've seen this play before. Chasey gets the stun across the wall. Explosive cast. Devour already used. Now G2 have to back away. Mad Lions find exactly the disengage they were looking for. Keep G2 funneled in that choke, and will secure their first dragon of the game.
Absolute opposite to what happened for G2 before that pause. Now they've taken away that dragon. G2 cannot get on soul point, and they didn't get that kill onto Hilly either, so Broken Blade still has that ultimate up. Looking onto Chasey here. Mickey X right behind him. See if they can look for this play on side lane. Chasey still has the flash. Bit tricky.
Slicing Maelstrom as well for Chasey. He might just be able to melt through Broken Blade. He's only Kraken Slayer Merc treads. Mickey does have the exhaust though, if they look for that Abyssal Voyage forward.
Ooh, I think they saw him channel his recall in the corner. I wonder if
Wait for the minions to get out of vision. Go Rogue. Forward. Get the slow heroic swing coming out. There's the slicing Maelstrom, and Chasey just dives under the tower as Mickey Abyssal dives forward.
A lot of time invested to try and find that pick onto Chasey. He's only going to expend the ultimate. An exchange coming out from Broken Blade, which will be blocked by the tower. So basically, Broken Blade continues to be a nuisance. Mickey now finally gets his base off and should be able to regroup with the team. But while this has all been happening, Mad Lions, they took control over the map. They pushed in mid, they pushed in top. You can already see wards dropped in the entrance of the topside jungle, so that Mad continue to have control over the majority of the map.
Lots of pings on the top side of the map. Maybe Mad Lions looking for some kind of Baron rush. We're still pinging up towards the Baron. Maybe it's Nisqy just saying, I'm going to enter their topside jungle, try and get a little bit of vision. G2 need to slow this game down a hell of a lot with this Jinx Cassio and avoid all fights. Mad Lions, again, similar to game one, probably want to pick up the pace. Yike's going to spot out Nisqy, or is Nisqy going to spot out Yike? Because now the rest of Mad are collapsing into this topside river.
And Lyoya hit with the tongue lash alongside the zap. Chasey has TP if he needs to get to this fight quickly. Does have the Hex Gates as well to speed his way along, and looks like he's just going to work his way towards this mid lane. Nisqy pushing out top. Bot wave has to be caught by Broken Blade with no teleport on him. That's the kind of position where Mad Lions could start to threaten a Baron, but you can see G2 get the vision control, make sure that it's not easy for Mad Lions to walk into this topside river.
Mad Lions, though, maintaining control for the time being, and the game has slowed down pretty dramatically. Of course, a win here would be massive for Mad, equalize the series, put them in a much more comfortable position as we continue throughout the best of 5. Game 1, we saw G2 leverage their scaling and win out in multiple team fights. This time round, though, Mad Lions have such a bigger advantage, and it's going to be a difficult hill for G2 to climb. They have to reset after the extensive pause that we've just experienced, and now the Baron is being contested. Yike.
Twisted Advance still gets hit with a belly bump. Explosive cast flashed away by Yike as the tree finds his way back to the safety of his teammates. Nisqy has that Hex Gate if he does want to get away. Can just walk up towards the top side, and Mad trying to deny as much G2 vision as possible.
Chasey's trying to threaten the Baron start when he pushes out bot, because Broken Blade obviously doesn't have that TP, so it's a bit tricky for him to actually make sure that he's on this top side in case they do force a fight. But now, I think they're going to start gravitating back towards that bot side. Chasey's TP is up. Ideally, Mad Lions get vision in G2's jungle on the top side, and then they can look for a TP flank, especially onto Yike now with no flash. Get that kill, that's an easy Baron.
Oh, this is smart from Chasey. Broken Blade will see where the wave is, then think he's safe, but he is not. Chasey slices him down.
This is part of the risk that you have when running things like Kraken Slayer. With just the Merc Treads, the burst potential from Chasey is so excessive, especially by having 2 levels up as well. He caught Broken Blade out of position. He chain CC'd him first before then applying the ultimate to then finish off with the kill.
Yep.
Very clean play. And now Chasey with the TP can keep the pressure up bot, and Mad Lions can start threatening the Baron.
How are they going to start it, though, is the question. Looks like they're still a bit hesitant. Broken Blade's 10 seconds on the respawn. Cap's level 15 now. You can see the power of that Rod of Ages. Nisqy should take over in just a second, but Chasey will get that bot tier 2. Mad Lions looking for some kind of pressure on this mid tower as well. Looks like they'll start to hit it, and someone needs to get some wave clear down.
Flashes from the explosive cast. Nature's Grasp coming out from the side as well. Hansama's going to start putting the damage down. Lyoya can tank this, doesn't need to as the Nature's Grasp falls just short. Hylissang does a little hop as he hits the blast cone from the wrong position and just bounces on the spot, but that's the flash away from the Tahm Kench. Makes Flash Devour a lot harder as well, obviously, when you don't have that summoner. Means that the rest of his team has to be really aware of how they position with the explosive cask.
Dragon up in 40 seconds again. So Mad Lions probably waiting for Infinity Edge. Not Infinity Edge, sorry, Bloodthirster on Carzzy. Get that 3-item spike and then start to force. Mid-wave contest will be easily in their favor. Resets coming in for G2. Can they cross-map this? Rushing down Baron on a sneak looks pretty much impossible looking at Mad Lions' vision right now.
We haven't talked much about it, but Cap's level 15 as well.
Yep, just tinged over.
Of course, Nisqy getting that 10 stacks means that he will catch up a little bit, but being a whole level behind, that scaling element that we always talk about, if Caps is unleashed in a fight, he is a serious threat. Mad Lions will now force the Baron, though. They want G2 to come into them. No ultimate available on Yike.
Yeah, no flash either, so if he wants to steal this, he's going to have to get in the pit. Mad Lions are ready for the turret. Hylissang's waiting for him to walk up and try and steal it, because they're going to instantly jump on the Maokai. Carzzy's low, though.
Look at the damage already down to Caps, though. Petrifying Gaze, there's a slicing Maelstrom, and all they wanted really was the fight. Kababton's coming out, but it doesn't find its mark. Caps chasing down towards the bottom side, Chasey pops the stopwatch, and Elioya trying to get in, but look at how low Hylissang and Carzzy are. Chasey able to flash across the wall. Nature's Grasp tanked up by Nisqy, sorry. Elioya jumping across with the Hex Gates.
Mad Lions, they walk away battered and bruised, but they do walk away with a kill. Mickey never had an opportunity to throw the ultimate down onto Caps, which was his primary goal of being the front line. And so Mad just said, let's kill Mickey, let's get out.
They're going to Dragon, though. They just ran through mid on the wave. Mad Lions could restart this Baron, start it up, Chasey TP, and use the Hex Gates. G2 might have dropped the ball here. They had tempo, but now they've used it all down towards this bot side. Here comes the Baron start again. Karts is going to get towards the pit to dish out the damage. Yike's flash is not up yet. Broken Blade's pushing in mid, but Hansama and Caps are quite far away. This might just be gone.
Already down to 5,000 HP. Yike, no flash, as you say, no blast cone for him either. And that will be Baron secured, you have to feel. Elioya takes it. Baron for Dragon, soul point trade.
I guess G2 at this point are just hoping that they can stall out, even though Mad Lions have the Baron. G2 maybe feel like that with their wave clear, double AD carries, they can hold the lines long enough to then potentially contest for the soul point. They very clearly have a win condition still. Hansama, this Dragon Soul, scaling elements on their side, but let's go back and look at this fight.
So let's see what happens, because Carzzy gets chunked out a lot. He takes damage from the W, he takes damage from the ult, Hansama's poked him out, and Chasey's ult here is a bit... It looks good initially. Hang on a second, Chasey.
Slicing Maelstrom, but Yike and Mickey are here. Broken Blade coming in as well. There's the TP. Chasey doesn't have a stopwatch anymore, and he's already shut down by Broken Blade. Nisqy coming in to try and help something happen, but his top lane is already dead, and so he disengages.
That slows down the Baron a lot, doesn't it? Side lane's completely gone. Now Mad Lions are forced to group if they want to force down towers, but G2 can also respond. They have objective bounty, so if you take this tier 2 mid and they take tier 1 top, it's actually worth for G2 in the long run, because they're getting an injection of 500 bonus gold. So we'll see Mad Lions defending that play, which means they can't play on 2 lanes. And so G2 still waiting for that Infinity Edge, still waiting for that Void Staff.
They're looking for a collapse, maybe? Good vision still from Mad. Invested in the topside jungle makes it harder, but Akshan can navigate his way through this. Yike making his way down will, of course, be spotted on the vision, but it slows the push down from Mad, which is ultimately G2's whole goal. Chasey will be respawning now, doesn't have the TP available. Elioya will be able to get away to safety after stealing away that red buff. And it's just a dance back and forth. Mad really struggling to make significant ground, and this is perfect for G2 as they continue to stall the game out.
G2 obviously do get into a position where they scale up with the Jinx, with the Cassio, but it's still a 10,000 gold lead for Mad. They are still in the driver's seat. They were able to pick up a tier 2 in the mid lane, looking for one up towards the top side as well. G2 trying to respond, Carzzy coming across, and that will be 2 tier 2s out of the Baron push.
Broken Blade showing bot to catch the wave. They're going to 5-man this. How much more can they look for? No real threat unless they walk up with the Rakan. But this tower will die by the looks of it. Can G2 defend the inhibitor? Does Mad want to push forwards for the inhibitor? Looks like they decide against it. Gonna back away here. Broken Blade still showing bot though, so they are in a 4v5 scenario, but I think Carzzy has Bloodthirster in base, Chasey has Rabadons, there's a lot of spikes coming through now from Mad Lions. Elioya's building towards that GA. Even Nisqy's getting close to Rabadons. Oh, well, he's gonna have to buy the GA soon now.
We'll see if he has enough gold on the back.
Gore Drinker's on the wrong slot there. Accidentally presses the stopwatch.
Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying, yep. Yeah.
Classic.
That is a classic for sure. Just goes to show that even pro players are fallible.
Oh, I watched Nisqy flash body slam.
I wasn't going to mention that again,
today,
but
it does happen.
Yeah, that was a happy little accident. 2 minutes on the Dragon. Mad have to defend that soul point. Does G2 fight that soul point? Because I think that if they just keep slowing the game down and sacrificing a dragon until the next Baron, that gives them an extra minute. What can they get in that minute?
They do have 3 items on both Jinx and Caps. Level 16 as well for the Cassio. Maybe they feel strong enough right now. Of course, Broken Blade's still very weak, but with 2 items completed at least, he's not going to be a non-factor in these fights. It's just about finding the right fight, which to me is the hardest challenge when Mad will always be the first on the objective, and G2 have to fight their way through this control in order to even have a proper contest around the Drake.
I think the biggest thing for me right now is the Rabadon's query. Does Mad Lions pick up double Rabadons for this Drake? If they don't, G2 will definitely fight it. If they do, maybe they'll second guess it. But walking into that choke is going to be really difficult. In the mid-game, it's hard, but in the later stages, when you're facing flanks from Kennen level 16, it's going to be even tougher. Broken Blade may be looking to trade it for a top tier one. He's hiding at the moment. Maybe wants to see a bit more members of Mad down towards his bot side before he starts threatening. And looking at Jinx and where the Maokai is at the moment, they're funneling a lot of gold into Hans. You can see he's taking the Krugs. Everything's going to Hans Sama. Going to go for this top tier one. Maybe they can look for a top tier 2 as well. Looks like G2 might be dropping it.
Looks like G2 will give up the Ghost on that Dragon. Will only be Mad's second of the game, of course, so like for G2, yes, it delays you getting a soul, but you can still fight over the next one or even over the one after that if you want to delay things further. Getting these objective bounties, getting this gold onto your team does just help you get a purchase back on the game. It was a little bit like, you know, fingernails just grabbing onto the edge of the cliff, and bit by bit they are getting a bit more of a grip, but still going to be a struggle for them as the game goes on. Niski looking for Broken Blade. Yike and Hansama have worked their way through vision here. Explosive cast back, but Niski is soon going to be met by 3 members of G2. The Flame Chomper's down. There's the root. There's the Nature's Grasp, and Niski caught out in a side lane by G2.
They're going to get another tower off that as well. Niski's job there was to wave clear while the rest of them pick up this dragon, so now they've given a kill over to G2 and a second tower. That's another gold injection. Niski can't afford to make those mistakes. The combo was good, but the map positioning, you can't go for those kind of plays.
And I forget exactly... Oh, hang on a second. Caps is looking for a fight with Chasey.
Does Caps win this? This is Rabadon's Kennen. We won't find out now as Chasey decides to run his way away.
But I forget the game, but it was Niski on Gragas sitting in top lane around the tier 2 where he tried to make a play by himself, dies. And that was how the opposition was able to get back into the game. Like, we've seen these mistakes from Niski before, and it's frustrating to see him making these same mistakes. He doesn't need to take this gamble, and he gives G2 a window. What was an 11k gold difference, very rapidly dropping to 7k, and that's not exactly something that you are, oh good, only a 7k gold difference.
Insubstantial.
But the fact that G2 are now getting that much gold, the later you go into any game, the less that gold difference matters.
I think Mad Lions still, despite these mistakes, still in the driver's seat, still really far ahead.
Of course.
Not to disregard the fact that they've made these plays happen, G2, but what Mad Lions will do now is force this Baron. They'll start it up. G2 are going to have to move into them. Caps his bots right now, even tanking the tower, so he might need to base before this TP in, and he is going to do so. Tier 1 down.
Does Yike steal? Nature's Grasp, Flash Smite. He could look for it. Maybe they're talking coming in. There's Nature's Grasp with a knockback with the explosive cast. Keeps them at bay. It will be a tier 1 in the bottom lane and a tier 1 in the mid for G2. They might try and keep Mad Lions around here for just a second. Everyone gets flash and Yike's flash for it.
How funny would it have been if he went all the way to the fountain as well with the Nature's Grasp? It looks like... So G2 actually got 3 towers from this with objective bounties, so they're going to be pretty happy with the fact that they managed to get something in return for losing this Baron. Denying the red buff, Caps level 18. The timer is continuously ticking here. Hans might have Bloodthirster in base. He even has a shutdown. It's gone again. Had it for a second. But now Mad Lions really needs to put their foot on the gas, get this game rolling, get some force of flashes. Yikes is down. Yeah, you can see Shirelia's on the wave just to get down the lane quicker and start hitting these towers. They know G2 needs a base.
Baron buff improves your minions' movement speed by a net of the champions around it, so Shirelia's increases them as well. Yike, no flash, remember, the quickness gonna find him, and he's going Timbo in the jungle. Carsey flashing forward, immediately met with the exhaust. Caps trying to get in with the Petrified Gaze as well, but Chasey keeps him at arm's length, keeps him at bay. Carsey pops up with the Featherstorm Broken Blade, sliding and gliding in with a heroic charge, but there's not gonna be enough as the Jinx has already fallen, and Carsey is still alive, in the end shut down by Caps. Carsey got a double, and Yoya hits the summoning wave, the call of the Q, but into the miasma, won't be enough, the bombs come down, and Mad Lions rain hell in the fight.
It took a little bit longer than Mad Lions would have wanted, but they managed to close the game out against G2. It looked like Yike got caught off to the side, and then... What? Not again?
No.
In the same game?
Applause from Hilisaga as well. Wait, did you see him laughing?
Wait, did Hilly pause?
No.
No, Broken Blade's paused.
G2 pause. We'll find out what it was for.
Broken Blade's the one saying...
I have never seen a pause when on the Nexus towers before everyone's dead.
Broken Blade smiling. Is this? Why is he pausing over?
Spill your water, Broken Blade. It's sitting there calmly.
So can we get a? Yeah, I'm sure
we'll find out why.
We'll get a replay of the last fight. Let's just look at Broken Blade because we didn't see much of him in this fight. I mean, he tried to clean up towards the end.
I mean, Fnatic had to make it into playoffs somehow, didn't they?
I'm stunned. I'm legitimately stunned.
That's the second time you've been on in this game.
What? So Mad Lions made a great decision. You were highlighting it, Kadril, which was that because G2 is in an awkward position, they needed to recall for Kazi and Hilly to just run down mids. They had first on the objective, so they could already start sieging on those towers, start breaking down the base of G2, and start funneling these minions in to force G2 into this awkward position. Yike tried to create a flank, but without his ultimate and without a flash, there was no real flank opportunity, so Mad immediately collapsed. There was this TP also from Cassio coming in very deep into the mid lane, and it basically looked like that Mad had secured what looked like a very one-team fight, right? Getting that initial pick onto Yike, creating a 5 versus 4, and then Kazi playing with the confidence that he did. While he did end up losing his life, he did so much work, even through the exhaust, that G2 just fell apart. So to then see the pause at the very end...
Yeah, it feels a bit personal now, doesn't it? Broken Blade's like, you can try and end the game, but I'm going to keep you here. Because I think there was a bug, and maybe respect Broken Blade. If there was a bug, we'll see in a couple seconds on the replay or when league officials look into that. But Mad Lions, you might have won the game, but you're not getting out your chairs for another 10 minutes. And in a best of 5, that can do work.
Wow.
League officials are currently discussing with Broken Blade exactly what went on, why he decided to pause in this moment. As soon as we have information on that, of course we will. And yeah, as much as you say, it does feel a bit personal. We're obviously on the outside looking in, and I think in these moments, emotions can run high. We have to respect that Broken Blade will have paused because he thought there was a bug in the game or something. We just have to expect that. Anyway, looks like we're going to even out the series at 1-1. Mad Lions' second win against G2 in this entire year. And they did it by playing a composition very similar to the comp they played in Game 1. They just managed to execute that a little bit better.
Yeah, I think that one of the big things was that their bot lane continued to do incredibly well in the 2 versus 2. But Chasey had a lot more agency on the top side of the map, really getting the better of Broken Blade with this priority on the cannon. And Elyoya was a lot more active on the map. Right, we saw him actually making ganks happen in the early game. He was getting big level advantages over Yike, and I think the biggest shocker to me was how we really didn't feel Yike's presence at all in this game. Not once did we even mention his name within the first 10 minutes because he was basically forced to sit back in his jungle and just farm away. It was very difficult for him to really have much of a presence, especially after losing his flash. Remember, going for that early invade, only securing the Grom, it felt like that from start to finish, Mad Lions was largely in control.
So Broken Blade has reported a bug potentially with his W, potentially not proccing. That would have possibly won them the fight. League officials are reviewing with Shadowplay. We're going to have another look at that last fight.
All right, let's have a look. Again, this is Mad Lions rushing down the mid lane. They're in a great position, and they catch out Yike on the side, looking to try and create a flank. He doesn't have the ultimate. He doesn't have the flash. Helasan, great awareness, immediately dives on, says we can get this kill. Now we have the numbers advantage. Kazi then flashes in, looking to try to get the execute onto Hans Summer, and then he... well, even though exhausted, continues to commit to the fight. Good stopwatch from him, and let's get some slow-mo here, and we can keep track of Broken Blade. Well, we didn't actually get to see him because he got popped so quickly.
Is he expecting someone to revive here somewhere?
So your W is the revive alongside the invisibility. I can't see him having got a kill in that fight. I think Cassio gets them both, and it's Akshan has to kill the enemy, score a takedown against them to have that revive come back up. So we'll obviously see what league officials say, but it seems a little like perhaps he thought he killed someone when he didn't. We'll have to obviously see what the league officials say.
Yeah, I'd love to see it again. I'm going to look at it on the client that I've got here as well, just to see exactly what he meant. Yeah, you guys can continue.
Yeah, I can quickly read the action passive if we want. He marks an enemy champions that killed enemy champions as scoundrels for 60 seconds. If Akshan scores a takedown against a scoundrel while alive and within 3 seconds of damaging them, he receives an additional 100 gold and revives all dead allied champions that have been slayed after a second. Right. So if he did get a revive on someone, obviously that's game-changing. That's fight-changing. They can clear the wave. We'll see exactly what the league officials say about it.
I completely forgot that Akshan also revives. It's especially in pro play, it's a mechanic you don't get to see utilized very often in solo queue. Many of you have probably experienced it a fair share. But yeah, wow. Okay, crazy. What a crazy game. We're only on game 2. If Mad Lions, I mean, it looks like Mad Lions have basically secured the victory in this game.
I've watched it a few times. Maybe I'm missing something here, but doesn't get a kill.
I mean, the wording is takedown, and I'm trying to remember if takedown is just kills or kills and assists for Akshan.
Well, gentlemen, it's always dangerous to speculate.
Yeah, true,
I often recommend that you just leave it to the league officials.
Let the league officials deal with it.
No,
Takedown is kill or assist.
Yeah,
so if he gets an assist.
But if there's a shield, he wouldn't get an assist on it. And I think there was a shield. Anyway.
He doesn't get an assist either.
Yeah.
So just for context.
Because he does damage into the shield, which is what I think has happened here. Anyway. That's happened.
Yes.
We'll let the league officials investigate. I've solved the problem.
Yeah.
Detective Medius is here to solve everything for us. But we'll see what the league officials say. Obviously, there could still be a bug. Thank you.
Applaud him, but don't.
Well, the thing is, that what I will say is I can kind of see where so I don't actually know how this works with Akshan. So what actually happened, I think, was he got an assist onto Xayah, but he was dead when the assist came through.
Oh, okay.
So he hits Xayah, doesn't go through a shield or anything. He then dies, and then Xayah gets a double. And then
but
he
that
gets the
doesn't
assist
mean
on
that he gets
Xayah.
an assist, because I think he does damage to the shield, doesn't he?
No, he does get the assist.
He does
I
get
can
the
see
assist.
it.
Anyway, we're going to hand it over to the analyst desk who's standing by. We're going to stop pondering that and let them talk about it instead.
You can use pontificating. Like,
Sure.
Yeah, sure. It's like you second guess yourself. Also, I'm sorry, but apparently you're wrong.
Okay.
I think maybe I'm wrong. So I don't want to say that on broadcast. I'm too scared of being wrong.
That's the difference between you and Medic. Medic isn't afraid to be wrong. That's whatever. I'm kidding. Medic, we're not sure. We shouldn't be talking. Are you sure?
What is your hunch?
No,
what does your hunch
I have
say?
no hunch. There's no hunch
hunch?
here. It's just about Yamato being wrong, but I don't want to make that joke anyway.
I think they changed in some patches that you get assists if you hit shields too. I think it's like 11.2, but that's like, deep in my memory that could be completely wrong.
Wait, but let's just look it up, no? Like,
Yeah, let's do it. I'll look up Akshan.
Okay, you go ahead.
I look up Akshan.
I'm going to start conversation. Wow.
Oh, okay.
I would say the game quality is quite good, so my day is good. I'm happy with the games. It's just a shame with the process because I really think like this one feels, I get why it's happening because both times it's such a pivotal point of the game. So of course you have to pause if there's something you think is not working correctly. But both times it feels like it's really out of place pause because there's...
I've never seen a pause like this before in my life, I'll be honest.
This is wild.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
And?
No, like I just checked out the Akshan thing, and basically the takedown window is 3 seconds. And I think that's maybe where...
It was within 3 seconds.
I love how Vedi said don't speculate.
I would say it was within.
Everybody's
speculating.
Yeah,
we're just speculating.
But the thing is, people at home should just know that we are not the officials. Like it's like when they tweet at you and they go like, "Hey, can you change the start time or can you do this?" I'm like, no.
Honestly, guys, you can add me. I need more interactions.
Okay, that's true.
So just come to my Twitter. I have no power, but
GB is actually causing all the bugs.
Honestly, it's me.
You know those Tom Kenches running around on the Rift right now? That's GB because he wants camera time.
Actually,
that's a different kind of words. I hate this right now.
But electricity and energy is so expensive, so you running on the treadmill actually powered the part of the studio. So maybe you should just run on the treadmill. Maybe. Anyways, a bit topical. These pauses suck.
Oh, yeah.
But they suck more if you're a player.
Yeah, it's very tough because I think resyncing yourself into the game can be challenging, but it goes both ways. Sometimes taking a step back and getting a refresher on the position can be positive, and sometimes it can make the opposite effect. It's more about, it's like, what do you do? It's like, what do you do in practice? Because things like this can happen in practice too, where you have delays and,
I think the worst part is just you have to be on stage. You have the headsets on, there's white noise, you're not allowed to speak to each other. It's like the mental toll it takes to sit there in silence with the white noise, thinking about the game over and over and over. It's heavy. It's game 2 in a best of 5 series. Both teams are probably feeling quite heavy right now.
I can only imagine.
And there's maybe 3 more games to go. So today is going to be a test for all of these guys to stay strong. Because it's going to be a long day.
This is specifically hard for League because there's so many micro interactions at any given time that you as a pro player, you're thinking about them when you play solo queue, you're thinking about them when you're training, when you're reviewing, and then this game and you just go over it. I know the feeling of having that mental strain, but I think that's 10 times worse right now when you're in this position, as you say.
Yeah, if you could go backstage and chill and just have a laugh about life, then maybe it would help, but
it's
they
different
can't
from
do
player
that.
to player as
They
well,
are
right?
on the stage in silence.
Just
thinking about the game to themselves over and over.
It's also so tricky because considering how this game is playing out, we might have like a 5-game series, right? And to imagine that a series might extend to like 5 hours, 6 hours, 7 hours, that could be like such a test of endurance where players are going to be in territory they've never been before. And that's where all of these additional details of what you do in your day-to-day when it comes to physical performance or exercise or nutrition and in terms of how you manage your mental state is definitely like a different testing ground if things go on. I'm just happy that pauses aren't as bad as they used to be. When I was a player, I remember there was, for example, a game that I played against you when you were on Fnatic, and you were playing Jace bot. And we were playing a 40-minute game, and there was no chrono break. And all of a sudden, Reckless was doing golems, and his ranged auto attack stopped working on Jace. And then all of a sudden, there was a pause, and then it was just a 1 hour pause, and there was no chrono break. We just had to reset the game, and then we got stomped in that game.
Yeah, that's how it used to be. There was a game
Wait, you were playing Jace?
Yeah,
you deserved it.
Yeah. Trust me, I played a lot of different things throughout my career. But there was a game, I think back to a game, I think it was Vitality versus Giants or something way back when.
Oh yeah, the Orianna ball.
Yeah, when they played and had to remake the game from zero. And that's what it used to be. So this is still better than that.
This is good.
But I think just the moment of the pauses is what's probably the toughest today, because normally the pause timing is very easy on the guys on stage because it's maybe after a fight, so like everything is out of the system. But in the middle of a fight or now right before a Nexus push, this is when it's at its highest. Adrenaline is at its highest, so I think it's hard for the guys to chill.
I mean, I think you always have to pause if you think there's something amiss, but I'm just thinking if now it comes back as like not a bug and everyone's just like, oh, Broken Blade, like, bro, like, could we just not lose the second game and then just win the next one? Like, what's going on? Also, if you win today, you got to play 2 more best of 5s, possibly. And, you know, Goldberg tomorrow, immediately, they need to start playing.
Yeah, I mean, it's a rough one, but it's the lower bracket run. And we quite often talk about how that gives you that momentum going forward. I know you were talking about it earlier. We also saw G2 do it in spring. Building momentum is really just something that has kind of a proven track record now for a lot of these teams. Of course, we have also just seen teams straight from the get-go just win the finals. But to a lot of players, even if it's placebo or whatnot, having that extra confidence for having that run, that means a lot.
Does it get worse, though, when what if this is an 8-hour
Well, that's
game?
breaking momentum.
Yeah, like...
I would say, though, I would rather like have the peace of mind that everything worked as intended and you just pause, because that's always what I've told my players. If there's anything that you find strange, you just pause. It's better to make sure, because after the fact, if you walk away from a game knowing that maybe there was something in place that was strange or something like this, I think that's tough to go along with. Like we had that situation at Worlds.
Was that last year as well? Wasn't that Rise as well?
Yeah,
Rise Ultimate.
And then it turns out there's like this LoL wiki entry that if you are in the portal but you click out of the portal, you don't TP with the portal, and we paused twice for it. And we didn't know about this interaction. I've played a million Rise games.
I've always found it weird how to but that's the thing, because in the game, if you read a tooltip, you think, okay, this is it. And then you go on Wikipedia and stuff like that, and it's like, oh no, there's actually way more to it that you can't read in the game.
I have an update, and we're going to an interview as well. But for those of you just joining, at 32-27, G2 Broken Blade paused the game, reporting a bug with his W not proccing, which may have resulted in Tom Kench reviving. League officials are reviewing, and as they review, Laura is backstage with Mad Lions' strategic coach, Pat.
Thank you, Shox. And Pat, thank you for joining me. During this really long pause, it's been a long day already for you guys. I know that you haven't been able to talk to your players, but you were just telling me that you've been able to hear what they were saying to each other. Tell me about the mood during this pause, how they're keeping it together and maintaining the energy levels up.
I think they're doing a really good job.
Yeah.
Obviously, the game state is in a winning position, so it's probably a lot easier for our guys to keep the spirits up. And on the backside, with the coaching staff, we're having a lot of fun because like G2 never wants to remake games, and this game probably shows why.
Oh, well, that's a first for them, of course. Tell me about the shift between first game and second game, because the desk was talking about the fact that the draft is fairly similar, but the execution was different. How did you adjust in game specifically?
So when we came out of the game, I was just asking the players how they were feeling, if they were feeling like the skirmishes were going well, if the bloodbaths were going well, and they felt like they were going really well, right? We had a few whoopsie daisies, but as long as the players feel like skirmishing versus G2, we're going to draft anything that can skirmish.
What was the preparation coming into today, knowing that G2 is unpredictable, but it's easier to beat them as it was before. So tell me about prepping for this best of 5.
I think honestly, prepping for this best of 5 was a lot more about us focusing on us, making sure that we were in a good spot, making sure that we were enjoying playing League of Legends, making sure that we were playing the League of Legends we wanted, and much less about G2. Because when we played them in best of 5 last time, we had run out of energy. But we are here today and we are full of energy.
And hopefully, the energy stays like this. I know that a couple weeks back we saw a video from Mad Lions that, let's say, triggered some stuff online, on the side of Nisqy especially, because of some interactions that him and Yoya had backstage. Can you tell me about the energy within players and between players backstage, how they help each other also getting motivated and keeping their spirits up, and basically the synergy between all of them?
Yeah, I think that was like a big breaking point for the team, right? Yeah. Recognizing that we weren't actually like a united front, and from that day onwards, we've put such an emphasis on making sure that we are kind to each other, that we want to help each other, that we want to get the best out of each other, we want to play with each other, and that's exactly what we have backstage now. I think anyone who walks past us, like when we're in the backstage rooms, will hear Spanish music or English rap or anything like that, because we are having a great fucking time together. Oh.
No one noticed. I recommend you guys check Shox's Instagram, because you guys were blasting music before the game. Very entertaining on our perspective as well. Who chooses the music and what is the mood before the games and before you guys go on stage?
So it's either our performance coach Jake, who will put on any form of English rap, or it's Yo-Yo blasting Spanish music, or it's the whole team getting together and making sure that Chase is listening to whatever he wants to listen to.
We need a Mad Lions playlist soon. I hope you can set this one up. Pad, thank you so much. We're going to resume again shortly. Thank you for joining me. Best of luck on the rest of the series, and casters, back to you.
For those of you just joining us, thank you very much, Lord, by the way. At 32-27, G2 Broken Blade paused the game, reporting a bug with his W not proccing, which may have resulted in Tom Kench reviving. League officials are reviewing. Now League officials have confirmed that it is not a bug, and we will be playing on the game.
I wonder who's going to win. Mad Lions, 4v0 on the Nexus.
Who's going to do it?
Let's hot drop into this one, because this is going to be the quickest end ever. Oh my god, the game just started!
Madness! Akshan can only revive.
Look at Nisqy!
While he's alive.
He's sweating!
And he wasn't alive. Right. So there we go. That's the end of the game. Mad Lions, 1-1 now in the series. And it was, the pauses obviously took a little bit of the wind out of Mad Lions' sails. However, it was a very strong performance from
But the thing is, that Broken Blade play, as much as it was a bug, that was an insane play. And if that actually didn't get chrono breaked, or the vision was correct in a sense, even if Hilly didn't die there, their position was pretty good to take that dragon. But all the momentum, I feel like, pausing in a fight, when you go before it, all the momentum of the fight of the team coming back is kind of gone. So you can never really find a way to win that fight, which sucks for G2.
It's been a long game. Everyone is going to take a moment to reset after that one. The broadcast, the players, and the staff behind all of them. The teams right now, are 1-1.
We rise, man. We rise.
Mad Lions and G2 are fighting for an opportunity to continue their run throughout the lower bracket here in the LEC. Vitality will be awaiting them tomorrow, and remember, that's one of the most challenging parts of this run. It is 3 days of best of 5s for the winner of this series. So they've still got a long road to go, along with a number of games left.
Mad Lions have tied up that series at 1-1, and we'll be back right after the break.
MSI 2023 is heading to London with a brand new format, where 13 teams will compete across 2 rounds of double elimination battles. This is their first step towards greatness, a chance to push beyond their own limits and defy global expectations. Here's everything you need to know. This year, MSI is expanding to include more teams with 13 in total. LCK, LPL, LEC, and LCS will send 2 teams, while LLA, CBLOL, PCS, VCS, and LGL will send 1 team. MSI's new competitive format will feature 2 double elimination stages, play-ins and bracket stage.
It's RNG's world, and we're just living in it.
Play-ins will kick off with the 2nd seed from LPL, LEC, and LCS, as well as the top seeds from LLA, CBLOL, PCS, VCS, and the LGL, being drawn into 2 best-of-3 double elimination brackets. The winners of each bracket will advance directly to the next stage, while the second-place teams will battle it out in a last-chance qualification match for the final bracket stage spot. Those 3 teams will join the remaining 5 competitors, who are the top-seeded teams from the LPL, LEC, LCS, as well as the top 2 teams from the LCK, and will then be drawn into 4 matches to kick off a best-of-5 double elimination bracket, culminating in the grand final on May 21st to determine the MSI 2023 champion title. You can watch all the action May 2nd to the 21st on lolesports.com, and be sure to log in to collect drops and be eligible for watch rewards in your region.
Moving. When did we stop doing it? When did we settle for technology that keeps us still?
So move me, baby, like you've nothing left to prove.
The Kia electric range. Technology that moves you. Kia. Movement that inspires.
Where legends have walked, and even bigger legends will continue to make their name.
Down, 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 like I never met ya. Round, 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 but I can't forget ya. Sitting like I'm single on a Sunday night, trying to get you out of my head. I don't know her name, she didn't ask for mine, but I'm not here to talk. Another drink, I watch it go. Down, 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 like I never met ya. Round, 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 but I can't forget ya. Down, 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 like I never met ya. Round, round, round. Another drink, I watch it go. Down, 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 like I never met ya. Round, 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 but I can't forget ya. Down, 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 like I never met ya. Round, 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 but I can't forget ya. Wake up in the morning, it's already night. Think I'm hanging on by a thread. Don't know my own name, but yours is on my mind. I can barely walk. Another drink, I watch it go. Down, 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 like I never met ya. Round, 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 but I can't forget ya. Down, 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 like I never met ya. Round, round, round. Another drink, I watch it go. Down, 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 like I never met ya. Round, 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 but I can't forget ya. Down, 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 like I never met ya. Round, 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 but I can't forget ya. Down, 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 like I never met ya. Round, round, round. another drink, I watch it go.
I think I'm just gonna go on him, by the way. Okay, the Tamkinch is close, Karzi. Okay? Coming.
He's dead.
What the f?
Eljoya able to have a little bit more impact on that. Now they're threatening the dive.
And Summer has the ghost, uses it, flashes away from the knock-up cards. He tanks the tower and tanks two shots. Oh, it's gonna be two!
I'm coming with the end game, okay? I'm coming. Okay, Catch your flank. Slow. Catch your flank.
Don't go in. Catch no flash.
Jinx, guys, Jinx. I will kill Jinx soon. I will kill.
Jinx die. Kashi, no flash.
Come to me. We can win. It's fine. IV flash.
No ult. You can go. This guy don't get anything.
Where's the pause?
I wanted to hear it, actually.
Yeah. Welcome back, everyone. We are setting up for the third game between Mad Lions and G2. We'll also be covering picks and bans right here on the desk with Yamato and Reckless, but we have a little bit of time before we get into that. So let's talk about the tendencies so far. And Yamato, first up, you said you wanted to talk about the interview we heard from Pat right before the break.
I thought it was super interesting because in the first series that they played in Winter Finals, I think it was very evident that Mad Lions kind of lost their confidence in terms of how they approach fights. And I think that they were always one step behind what G2 wanted to do. And even though Mad Lions sometimes are inaccurate in the way they fight, I love the fact that they are approaching things with vigor. Even though something goes wrong, they actively pursue something in the game. And I think that they found ways to draft in a way that makes sense to them. They have buttons on Hilly, they have champions that synergize well together with CC, and they showcase why Mad Lions actually made it all the way to the finals. And I think it's so important when you play against the G2 that is so different to everyone else in the league. They can pick different champions, different unique approaches to things they might throw your way. It's very important to maintain yourself in that and not get lost in the sauce, so to speak.
It seems like they have a pretty good read on their own team. Usually teams are very focused on everyone else and what they're doing, what their team identity is and how they want to play the game. But it seems like Mad Lions, and Pat in this case, has a really good view of what Mad is. They're a skirmish-heavy team. They want to fight everything that moves. So they are focused on that. They're drafting for it. They're thinking about it. They're talking about playing League for fun and having a good thing going in the team. And it seems like a way different Mad Lions in comparison back to their finals in winter.
Yeah, they're the OG Mad Lions, so to say, that ended up winning the titles. It was all about the power of friendship is what was said also a lot about them. And there was an interview just last week. Can't remember, I think it was Karzi, but there was a comment made about what changed. We just get along really well right now. We are on the same page again, something that maybe wasn't the case. And you both know how important that is.
Yeah, and they actually do have the player power to win these kind of games. Like, if they can get along in this case and have a decent idea of what they want to do in the game, they do have really good players. Like, all of their players are championship winning players. I guess Chase is the one that hasn't been close yet, but if you look at these two splits now, he's been one of the best top laners we have in the league. So just power to power, like player to player, they are able to match up to G2, I think.
I think it's very easy sometimes from outside, if you don't work within teams, to like the whole question of like work-life balance, but it's like your work becomes your life because you have to spend so many hours together. And if that at some point becomes draining and you lose faith in one another and the relationships aren't strong within the team, then every day just is going to burn you out quicker and quicker. And it's so important to maintain that healthy relationship where you can give each other feedback, that you have the trust that whatever your teammate does, he's doing it with the best intentions. And I think this is something that time and time again, every time you see a team do well when they're winning the championship, you always get that kind of feeling from them that they are together and they're really, really, pursuing this idea as one. And those teams that falter, the super teams that falter, or the teams that have a difficult time, they're failing in exactly that step. So it's very good to hear from Kazi, that they are coming back together and they are actually enjoying the time together, because you have to.
You have to. And I saw them hooting and hollering after the bug turned out not to be a bug and they could just finish the game. They're probably very happy that they could bring that one home. So let's look forward then to Game 3 and take stock of what we've seen. I'd like to pick up the pick order, rather, of Game 2. G2 will be back on the blue side. So talk me through the planning of each team and the tendencies that we've seen and that the other team will have to look out for going into this next draft.
I think the tricky thing for Mad Lions on red side is how are they going to deal with the cannon. I think that Annie is something that G2 hasn't necessarily shown, and I think this is something that they need to kind of check G2 if they want to play it. I think Annie is kind of broken, so maybe this is not a risk that you want to take. And then on the flip side, I feel like G2 need to find space to kind of remove the Xayah Rakan combo, because in 2 games, the Xayah Rakan looked way too deadly, and I think that it's time for them to kind of change things up, because the Jinx Tam, they got a couple of kills due to mistakes, but Mad Lions remained vigilant and came back swinging after every death.
Yeah, I think there's a reason why every team is banning Rakan against Hilly, and especially now when Karsi is also playing really well on the Xayah, that just seems like something you have to break, especially if you're not willing to draft your bot lane together in the first 3. It's just way too strong, and time into Rakan is not going to cut it for counteracting that. So I would say for the next game, look at how you can improve your bot lane matchup, and then, as Yamato mentioned, the cannon is maybe just too strong in this series, because both top laners have now showcased it. Both top laners have also showcased to have no answer into it. So it just seems like something maybe that is going to remain as a red side ban for the rest of the series. And then things that were banned so far will open up, and we'll have maybe a completely new draft with perhaps a Vi in there. Could be a Draven in there. Could be a Jace in there. And then it's a new game from zero.
A question for you both, because often in the past you watch series like this and there's a pick that rises up as very strong within the series and teams don't ban it ever for some reason, or it like stays open. Of course, it's heavily dependent on the meta and what your personal priorities are. But is this kind of normal that you will let it go until Game 3 and then you will decide like, all right, well, now we've had enough of this. The cannon is going off?
I think it always depends on like what is. It's like the layers of an onion.
Yeah.
Like, for example, I was criticized heavily for the whole Yuumi leaving open, but we had the issue of if we banned Yuumi, then the enemy would first pick Lucian, and we would have no answer into Lucian. So it was very evident to us that this is a trade that we wanted to commit into, and maybe the Jace is something that they don't want to play into. They don't have answers, and they specifically practice towards the cannon. So it's always, what's going on the inside. We get to know so little, because there's so many kind of scenarios that they've planned out for.
Yeah. It's about picking your poison, and in my mind, just the cannon looks like maybe not the poison to pick here, because 2 games with very dominant performances. So I feel like the red side team should, in theory, from here on out, remove the cannon, which again leaves something else open now. We actually see the Rakan ban here on blue, which I think is a good step for G2 to remove the combo from Karsi and Hilly.
Well, this time around, Jace is open, so Jace could be an answer into cannon. That could be the change-up. But G2 is also a team that likes to play the Jace. We might see the direction where maybe G2 goes for the Jace variant. But here with Maokai being banned, Jace definitely becomes weaker. The Jace-Maokai combo is definitely...
I think if both are open, it will be a Jace first pick, because Jace is supposed to be good into the cannon. So it could be a situation where you first pick the Jace, okay, they ban the cannon.
Okay.
But it could have been a situation where you first pick the Jace, enemy team doesn't really want to take the cannon, you take it as well and put the Jace mid. But here we have the Annie now, which is for the first time open this series, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Annie is definitely something that in my mind is giga broken, but I believe that G2, this is the first time they lock it in, and I understand why Mad Lions wanted to test those waters and see if G2 picked up the Annie, but they just slam it, and it's something that can be put support, can be put mid, and synergizes so well with the current state of things in terms of how the floor of the game is around Dragons is super strong.
I think Jinx is a good pickup here, because Rakan is now out, so Jinx rises in priority because there's no Xayah Rakan answer. The question now for G2 is, do they want to take the Thresh away and pair it with an Aphelios, or do they want to flex perhaps something like the Malphite, because Malphite is supposed to be decent into Jace, and they also play it on both lanes. Caps plays Malphite and so does Broken Blade, so it could be something you flex here, keep it till 4-5 and force the enemy team to last pick whatever solo laner they haven't chosen.
Oh, this is
Seri
very
Lulu.
interesting. This
Big
is not
surprise
some-
for G2 because they're not necessarily a Seri team. They played one game this year so far against us and lost that game. So I am a bit surprised they go this route. I feel like Thresh Aphelios would be more G2-esque.
Why is it that Zeri, Lulu, or maybe Zeri is not G2-esque?
Because Hansama has just historically not been that strong on it, and they've played just one game, as Reckless mentioned. And same thing for Mickey. He's kind of avoided the Lulu and played it only once with Varus, and that was the game that they lost against SK. So this is definitely a new look, and they're showing right away that this Annie is going to go mid lane. So they just match with the Gragas, and probably Jace is going to go top. They're going to ban some top lanes that are good into it.
Probably Malphite will be
for
out
sure,
here, yeah.
And then just Gragas mid. This is looking quite good for Mad Lions, I have to say.
Mole fight, you mean?
Yeah, yeah, I'm not really sure what to play into the Jace now. I feel like it usually is a tank, especially if you have Seri Lulu in your team, because then it's all about Hansama in this case, so you don't really want a strong side top lane anymore. But Jace is such a strong laner that if you do end up picking something that is too weak, he will just take over the game. So it's going to be a tricky time here for Broken Blade to find a pick after 2 bans as well.
It's definitely a throwback to the finals, because even though Mad Lions lost those games, Chasey was in incredible positions. He was so strong, and Mad Lions couldn't close out, so it's going to be interesting how they approach it. I think another layer of this, it's going to be interesting how they approach the jungle bans, because currently Vi is out. I wonder if G2 is going to ban Wukong, and then maybe we have a scenario where, of course, Viego gets picked again for Yike. But I think if Wukong is open, it's not something that you want to play into, but then again, it's Yike on Viego, so might just work anyway.
Kind of surprised they're not banning Thresh yet, because to me, Nautilus is way easier to deal with and also a weaker champ in general right now than Thresh is, so I would rather play against Nautilus than Thresh. But maybe they feel like that laning phase is going to be so good for them, because it's easier to take cleanse than whatever summoner you would take against the Nautilus, because there's not really something good. At least here with the Seri you can take cleanse if the Thresh were to be locked.
But POV playing versus Hilly.
Yeah, it's not a good idea to give Hilly Thresh. I would rather give him Nautilus.
No, but 3 bans already, and
Yeah.
then he still gets Thrashes. You know.
I mean, Rakan and Rel.
Oh. Well, it's kind of Thresh, but it's a robot.
It's a very hard lane,
Yeah.
I would say, for Mad here, but they do have the X Factor with the hook later in the game, and similar to how the Nautilus works, you can't really pick a good summoner against Blitzcrank. Against Thresh, you can pick the cleanse, and worst case, if you do get hooked, you can just cleanse it out.
Yeah.
Against Nautilus and Blitz, there is no way out. If you do end up getting hooked, you're gonna die. So Hilly has the X Factor in this one.
Here, the tricky thing here is just that I was surprised that they didn't look for the Wukong on 4, but Gragas is a flex that could be sent into jungle, and maybe we get a Cassiopeia on 5 here against this very short-range composition on blue side.
There should be a tank top as well, so Cassio on 5 could
Whoa.
be dodge. Okay.
Darius into Jace.
That's a scary matchup.
Adam has just changed the meta completely, just picking Darius.
But is that laneable top, Darius versus Jace, if you don't get a cheese early?
He's been watching Adam. I don't know what
It
to
feels
tell
like
you.
a matchup where you have to ghost on him level 1 and get a really good trade going otherwise.
And you have Belvet jungle as well. Maybe they're going to go for split map. They send Sejuani in the jungle here and Gragas mid. I thought maybe they're going to send Gragas and then pick Cassia on 5 because enemy is so short range. But on paper here, I think this looks kind of good for Mad Lions, because I think this Darius is kind of out of place. Unless G2 are doing some crazy level 1 invade where they're split mapping and kind of pressuring with Darius and Belvet.
Darius goes in some way level 1.
Pretty much,
this top lane matchup is probably not playable if it's just a stale game, especially if Belvet has to go bot side at some point to farm her camps. So I agree with you. Level 1 invade top side is probably the way to go. Try to get a split map situation where Jace is suffering and maybe even getting dove. I imagine this Darius does not have TP, so this needs to be a good game for G2 up until the point it
Hilly's the type of guy to join in. He's going maybe he's gonna go all the way and just commit to the red buff fight, and then he's blitzcrank there. Maybe there's a chess game where we're going to have a fight level 1. Maybe nothing is gonna happen at all, and this Darius will slowly bleed. But he has some windows with the ghost for sure. But I think Chasey can definitely maneuver around that on the Jace.
And you said it there a bit earlier. Chasey. Wait, yes.
Yes.
Whatever. He was really good. He's generally really good when he plays it, but especially in that winter split run. So it's something to feel comfortable on for the Mad Lions. And according to my analysts, they have the better cards going into the game. But what G2 can do well is subvert expectations. Let's see what happens in Game 3.
into the depths of Summoner's Rift we fall once again. Level 1 invade, a possibility. Hello, everyone. That's Vedi in the middle still, hiding behind the ribbon. You can see G2 setting up because there's a Blitzcrank on the enemy team, and this is what you have to do. When there's a Blitzcrank on the enemy team, make sure that you can't be invaded.
I like that we're taking it in turns this time. Normally it's just a brawl.
Oh, you often say League of Legends is a turn-based game. You reset, you get tempo, you push back out. It seems like crowd chanting is a turn-based game as well. Mad Lions fans out in a bit more force than I expected, I'll be honest.
Definitely are. Is Yike invading topside? Looking at the timer and looking at where that jungler is, he's walking into those Raptors to try and take them away while Elyoya's on red. I can tell you that for a fact. This is the Kane Classic. If anyone plays solo queue against Kane jungle, ward your entrance, Raptors, because this is what happens. Bel'Veth can do the same thing. And now Elyoya has to start on Krugs. Or is he going to the enemy blue? He's...
Nope, he's just
Krugs
really
haven't spawned in a second.
He's really sad.
But can... Okay, interesting. So Yike will go to Krugs and see Krugs are down, and then he'll be a bit mind-blown, I feel like. So...
Broken Blade trading with Chasey up towards the top
side. Can Elyoya level 2 gang top
damage
from this? Can Elyoya level 2 gang top from this? This would be sneaky if he does.
Yike's going to come around the corner. Elyoya might just look to fight him. Looking for the passive. Do you win these? Yike currently dashing back in, trying to get a couple of auto attacks in, but in the end, it looks like Elyoya will just work his way down towards the bottom side. Yike's going to track him.
Yeah.
He's on a ward. Void Surge.
Yeah.
A little bit of extra damage.
Elyoya's shown his hand. He's shown that he's taken Krugs only, and now Yike can decide if he wants to... No.
No.
Level 2 gang.
No.
Here, Mickey's on his way.
He's not going to do the thing, is he?
Is he going to...
No. No? No.
Okay. No. I thought he was going to run across to Elyoya's
I
wolves.
legitimately thought he was going to run across the towers, do the thing, the Kennen thing.
Do the thing.
He's slightly too high unit
what
size,
is going
I
on?
believe.
Is Hilly pinging for a kill here? Niski's on the way, but he's so he's going to have to go away now. A lot of action. Broken Blade.
3 has the apprehend, knocked back. Chasey keeping his distance.
His W was 1 second away as well. So, Elyoya loses his red and Raptors. I don't think he's going to be able to get any camps in return. Maybe he can look for a level 3 gank towards mid-bot if there's a lot of action happening. He has a Blitzcrank lane to play around. Yike ideally wants to keep power farming. You can see how Yike didn't do his blue and Gromp, because he's trying to match Elyoya towards this bot side, I feel like. Match him on this bot crab. If he was to clear out his top camps, Elyoya would have a free crab, but I think he wants to fight it. See if he can, though, because bot push looks pretty in favor of Mad, as they'll get to level 3 in a second.
Cap's also sustaining heavy damage in mid. Means that it will be harder for him to fight. Of course, Niski very low on mana, but that's not necessarily a huge problem, thanks to the W of Niski. You can see he's not afraid to walk up in the lane, can tank up a lot of harassment that Cap's trying to throw out, but it looks like Yike grabbed his blue, but this crab should die before he really gets an opportunity to contest.
He's a little late. Maybe he's not even looking for the crab. I think he is, though. He's going to see it's down. He's going to find Elyoya, but I don't think he can dash on him with the knockup. Should have the Q up here, Elyoya.
Could look to trade back in, holds it. Q's away in the end, with Caps going into the fog of war.
He's following him. He's just like...
Any camps? Any camps? This is what Bel'Veth loves. You know, get those Death in Lavender stacks up, get the extra attack speed. You can see the Bel'Veth stacks underneath Yike's name on the overlay as well. Track those.
And Yike's Gromp and Krugs are up at 4 minutes, which feels kind of weird, which part of the map he's going to go to. He might run topside here. Crab is up. Maybe trying to help Caps get this mid push so he can contest it. Broken Blade can make his way down.
Really smart here from Elyoya. He knows that Yike just tried to contest him on Crab, and now Elyoya, with 5 seconds on his smite, should be able to secure this one. They should have information as to where Yike is, though.
Yeah, Yike needs to take these Raptors, ideally, if he wants to keep punishing. I feel like if he doesn't get this Raptor respawn, he's kind of dropped the ball.
Hilly walks straight into them, flashes away the polymorph. Just a little bit late. And he was able to escape. Meanwhile, Yike trading with Elyoya up towards the top side. One more auto would be enough to get that stun off, but Niski tries to dash across the wall. Caps keeps him at bay, and Yike's going to step back in once again. Half HP on the Bel'Veth. And doing quite a lot of work, and he's been so impactful on this Bel'Veth across the course of the LEC. But there's the knockup. Yike stunned up, uses the E to try and get a bit of extra healing. One more auto would be enough, and Elyoya has to flash away, but Yike's coming back. First blood, trying for Elyoya. Broken Blade coming in as well as Niski looks for the cask. Broken Blade doing a lot. has the red buff, has the blue as well. He trades onto Niski with a decimate. It's a double for the Darius, and now Chasey has to run because that ghost is not stopping anytime soon. Another decimate. One more auto is enough with the red buff with the bleed.
Should be all right there, Chasey, but Broken Blade saves the day. Yike really wanted those Raptors. He was contesting them for at least 30 seconds to a minute, and I think he realized he's blundered a bit too much, given over double crab despite taking his red and Raptors. Takes the fight anyway, gets really low, but just about procs the damage reduction before the E passive break.
Yeah, and then he sees that Eljoy is only a single hit away, lands the auto, hoping Caps can get the auto as well, but Annie's auto attack not fast enough. Broken Blade is able to block the Q from Jace and is able to get involved in the fight earlier than Chasey is, which means that he can get a lot of damage down onto Niski, and the sustained fight, Darius is always going to have the advantage thanks to the bleed passive. Is able to get that execution. Unfortunately for him, Apprehend, very long cooldown this early on into the game. Does what he can, auto attack Q, but realizes he can't overstay his welcome. So Broken Blade will pick up 2 kills. The boots early is going to give him a big advantage, but as Mad reset out on the map, they begin the dragon.
Yeah, those Blade Steel Caps will do a lot of work into the Jace lane. He has no boots, no flash. If you play around his phase rush, that's when you can really find kill threat. So Yike's up here, trying to look for some kind of play.
The other thing that happened is a big CS discrepancy building up in the mid lane. While all that fight was happening, we got to see it just as we cut away, but Caps had created a giant pushing wave towards him. So he basically had a very comfortable spot to hold the wave, with which Niski then, I believe, didn't have his teleport, so he had to walk back into lane, which results in this big discrepancy between the two. Caps should need to base now to actually spend some of that gold that he's been able to pick up, but even though Caps didn't get any kills, he did gain a lot of gold thanks to the wave state in mid.
Yeah, Broken Blade as well, getting a large lead up towards this top lane. The 2 kills obviously helping him. The wave state as well. You can see Yike trying to force Chasey away. No flash on the Jace made it difficult for him to push this wave in. But now with Elioya waiting in the wings, Chasey should be able to finally get that wave towards Broken Blade's tower. Hansama trading onto Kazi down towards this bottom side, goes in with a lightning rush, dashes across the flame jumpers, and Kazi invests the flash before he sees his life flash before his eyes.
Hansama just leveraging his level advantage there, and they're able to force Kazi back. Finally, Hansama gets a bit of revenge. Kazi in the straight up 2 versus 2 alongside Hylissang have been the bullies on the Xayah. And Hansama now able to gain a little bit more control in this 2v2.
You know why Hansama had that level lead? It's because Mickey roamed towards mid early on, remember? When he went up for that level 2, Hansama was able to get just a little bit more XP. You can see Kazi now up to level 6, makes it a bit more difficult for the G2 bot lane to really isolate Kazi. For the moment, though, they are in the ascendancy, as you say, Vedi. 1,300 gold lead for G2 through the first 8 minutes of this game.
Herald's up. I think that's so important when you have Bel'Veth on your team. Yikes, finishing off the Krugs. Doesn't take over to level 6, but he's running up towards the top side now. Hilly is coming on a base towards the top side, I expect, as well. Mickey might be moving up there too, so could have some kind of 4v4 on our hands. Hansama's taking a base. We'll see if he takes a full lane swap to get there in time too, but he won't have access to that ultimate. Yike. See if he does Gromp first to make sure he does get that level 6. Elioya is going to pick up the red. No level 6 on him. He's so close. He's going to take experience from the mid-wave here, so he can actually get access to that ultimate, I hope.
Is he in range?
Yeah, he should just be in range. I think he's trying to stay out of vision, but be in range of experience, so he'll ding over.
There we are.
And now, I think they're confident to take a fight. Both AD carries are on the way, but Hans is first. They might have to give up the objective here, Matt, but they might also want to take a fight.
Of course, Rift Herald so important for the Bel'Veth. Glacial Prism lands a hook away from Hilly.
Hilly.
Not often we see that, but because of that, Mickey able to walk away from it. Bel'Veth gets the true form, 180 seconds of increased stats, bonus movement speed, extra attack range. Yike is very happy with that exchange. Stun lands, hook onto Mickey. Niski can't really come across, but Elioya can. Mickey flashes, flash forward from Hylissang, looking for the stun with the Fury to the north. Now Elioya's having to get away from Hansama, who dashes across the wall and has already got the kill. Niski diving up towards the top side as well. Hansama's going to get 2 out of this, and Niski's fallen as well. It's superb for G2. They find 3 kills in the fray.
Hilly thought that Elioya had flash. He went over that wall expecting the Sejuani to come with him and proc the E and get that kill, but he didn't have flash. So Hilly maybe overestimating how many resources the jungler of Mad Lions had next to him and committing to that fight, and G2 punish it.
Wow, G2 continue to dominate the early game whenever Yike gets his hand on this pick. Chasey though goes in, gets good damage on the Caps.
Yike looking for an endless banquet, but Elioya's on his way. Niski gets the stun, they knock him away. He hasn't got any more dashes, there's no way he gets away from this one. Elioya just needs a couple of autos and Yike will fall to the Mad Jungle.
So, a bit overzealous there from Yike, and Mad are able to get something back, but Broken Blade has just been free farming in the top lane. Elyoya and Hylissang looking as Chasey TP's in.
There's the Ghost. Flash still available for him as well, looking for the permafrost stun. There's the Flash. Hilly, not in range. The Ghost enough to get out of that Q range.
The movement speed reduction applying the second half of the W meant that he couldn't quite get in range. Good flash there from Broken Blade. Did have to expend all of his summoners as Elyoya and Hilly worked together to punish the top side, but G2 find themselves still with a 3k gold lead. The Dragon spawns in about a minute's time. Let's look back at this play.
Hilly lands a good hook onto Mickey, but it's here that I think he must think that Elyoya has flash, because what happens here is he QWs and then he flashes over to proc the passive, and Sejuani will need to E-auto there. He gets polymorphed as well, but even after polymorph he can't follow, so now Elyoya is just kind of stuck there and dies. His support kind of left him. The 2v2 in favor of G2. I think Chasey's just arriving slightly late, and the cleanup crew happens. Hans gets 2 kills on the Zeri. You can see on the bottom left there he's getting a massive amount of plates as well, so he's 1k gold up.
It's just massive advantages being gained across the board for G2.
Broken Blade trading in the top lane once again with the Apprehend. Building up that passive, 3 stacks on it at the moment. Decimate just short, couldn't quite find the edge of the axe.
But Dragon now spawns in 10 seconds. Mad Lions were able to get to it first. Elyoya just short of level 7 as Yike ticks over to level 8. Nisqy trying to push in mid-wave. Cap should be able to catch this one, but with the bot push that G2 have, they have a way into the river. Now the question is, do the top laners get involved? No TP available for Chasey Little Mana as well. Looks like they're going to stay isolated for the time being. And Mad Lions, I don't know if they feel confident enough to take this fight. They don't need to, really, if they don't want to. But Elyoya is in a position to do so.
Kazi coming across as well. Hylissang no flash, does have the Hex, is going to use it to get across the wall.
I think what they want to do is set up a Sejuani ult into a hook and then take that target out, move forwards. No cleanse on anyone, no Mikhails. There's no way to stop that actual combo from happening as long as Elyoya lands the ult. And Mad Lions, if they split up like this, looks like they want to get back to waves, back to camps, clear some things out, and then reconvene towards this Dragon in a couple seconds' time. But Caps already has access to that river.
Yeah, he's going to come down and make sure this bot lane is pushed out. Nisqy perhaps looking for Broken Blade. No summoners on the Darius, remember. Will be spotted on this control ward. Chasey, shock blast across the wall, does find his mark, flashes forward as well. And Nisqy with the explosive cast keeps Broken Blade against the wall. The hemorrhage, 4 stacks, not enough. 5th out juice in the bottom lane as Yike caught out now. The Glacial Prism's going to lock him down underneath the tower. And he will pay for his hubris with his life, while Caps continues to push in mid lane.
Once again, an over-aggressive play from Yike ends up getting punished, but G2 are still benefiting as they find plates both bot and mid. Mad are able to find kills back on the board to at least secure themselves something on the map as Nisqy gets himself some plates top, but it feels like that for every play that Mad are able to make, G2 still end up walking away victorious.
Yeah, Yike on this Bel'Veth just hasn't found the real pace that he's wanted in the game. The early stages he could have taken over, but he blundered a bit around camps, forced a fight, got his team a little bit ahead, yes, but he's not the one that's able to recover. Now dives on this bot dive.
I mean, you say a little bit ahead. Mid has a 1k gold lead, bot now has a 1.5k
I mean, in the early
gold
fight
lead.
itself.
Yeah.
But usually, Bel'Veth is miles ahead when Yike plays it. You can see this is in groups. Average of 2.2k gold ahead by himself on the Bel'Veth. Here he has been neutered a little bit, but the rest of G2, as we say, have been picking up those scraps.
Yeah, it really does feel like that. He has been super aggressive. He's constantly trying to get in the face of Elyoya, and props Elyoya doing what he can, punishing Yike at every window possible. But when you kind of look at the overall map state, G2 have control over top, they have control over bot. Mid has been a scrap back and forth. The saving grace for Mad has been this Dragon control for the time being, as they will pick up the second of the game. Plates will now fall. TPs will be unleashed, and now we enter the mid game as both these teams continue to gain control of the map.
Hilly. He's gonna not land the hook. Nice dash away there from Hans. Herald in 45 seconds.
Mickey takes a chunk though. You can see the poke, the zap, and the rockets alongside a shock blast, enough to take half of Mickey's health.
Yeah, keep your eyes out for the Sejuani ult into hook combo as well. Hiding in a bush here.
No, the Hanny, the Tibbers, the stun, the lockdown is enough to kill off Chasey. Yike will collect his Royal Mouse on the hook onto Mickey, locks him up though, and he'll fall. Caps flashing forward with the stun as well as Yike can look to dash across the wall. Nisqy coming in the backline, Hunt Summer's life with the Immortal Shield keeps him alive. Yike trying to do the damage, but he's going to be locked up underneath the tower, and Kazi should be able to take him out. The shield not enough. Molten will make him fall. Super Mega Death Rocket coming out, and here he lands another hook, a double in the end for Kazi.
Mad do it again, 3 for 2. The fight did not look good whatsoever from the get-go. Chasey instantly getting blown up. They're going to lose a couple waves in bot here, but Chasey should be back down there in time to defend the tower and pick up those waves. So Great flank by Nisqy.
It's ridiculous that every time you look at the bottom of the screen, G2 still have all these gold advantages because it was a great fight for Mad. It starts off with everything being invested into getting that kill onto Chasey, but Hylissang finally landing some great hooks. Mickey walks upwards, uses the heal also to try and protect Caps, ends up getting hooks himself, and that's really what starts Kazi getting unleashed. A great triple stun from Caps, but the cleanse from Kazi means that he can keep dishing out the damage.
Oh, Nisqy's ult went a little bit wide there as well. Probably could have got Hans if he got the knock, but regardless, down goes Elyoya, but Yike follows too. Kazi gets another reset. Caps with that fantastic flash stun that you highlighted is then really immobile and pounced upon by the cooldown of Hillis' hook. And came back up, managed to find the kill, and yeah, it felt like G2 should have dominated that fight, but just insane play there from Hylissang.
There's always the risk as well when Kazi starts getting excited on the Jinx. Elyoya caught here though, locked up, has to flash. Yike trying to put the damage down with that Royal Maelstrom. In the end, the Rifthold will reset. Mad Lions get a bit more time with the tower in the mid lane, but the Tibbers stun on two. Elyoya Radiant Virtue is enough to heal him up. The knock-up, though, is going to chase them in as Chasey's getting locked down. Broken Blade coming in from the side. Can he get in range? Yes! Bring down the axe. The Noxian Guillotine finds one. The hook's going to land as well. But now Kazi has to face off with Caps, who's coming in with a stun. G2 look for more. Caps now isolated from the rest of his team. He'll be locked up. Kazi goes on a killing spree.
It's a bloodbath. 17 kills in 16 minutes here. G2 want to start up this Herald. Karzi's pretty healthy, though. Nisqy doesn't have Ask X to the ult. Yike's pretty low. Maybe they look for some kind of 3v4 here. They could also look for a mid tower, but Nisqy fancies himself something. No ultimates.
The
no
HP
flashes
on G2 is
Elyoya smites it and Yike loses it, and now Kazi comes in. The knock-up from Nisqy, the TP coming in as well as G2 try and retreat to their tower. It still stands at the top lane, but perhaps their lives will not do the same. One lockdown and Kazi is getting excited, and Berlin's getting excited for him too. A shutdown for Kazi is Mad. Begin to open up.
Look top though, Chasey's dead. He chased Mickey. He got the kill. It's another 3 kills over to Mad. Chasey's TP managed to chase Mickey down.
Kazi is becoming massive. The way in which Mad got through the group stage was Kazi on this Jinx. We've seen how aggressive he's willing to play. We've seen how he can dominate. And alongside his mid-jungle, he was confident. He saw the low HP bars, and Nisqy with a good initial engage with the follow-up from Kazi.
TP on the left there is Chasey chasing down Mickey, so it turns into a 3v3 on this top side. Elyoya gets the slow onto Yike. He knows he's going to die. Dashes back in, reset onto Kazi. Kazi's level 11, Hunt is level 9. After this kill, I think when we get back to live, you'll see he's actually quite close to level 12, so there's a 2-level lead right now on the AD carry role. There's Broken Blade disengaging from the top side of the fight to make sure that he can trade back onto Chasey.
Bit of greed there from Chasey, really making sure that Mickey wouldn't get away with his life. But look at this, the gold now finds itself dead even early on. It felt like G2, for every play Mad made, G2 were always getting plates, they were getting something else on the map. But now Mad have equalized the gold. They have 2 dragons to their name. The next dragon spawns in a minute's time. And yikes, Bel'Veth has largely been muted, something that we rarely say for the man on this pick.
But Kazi's Jinx has been getting excited across the course of Spring. 3-0, 1.3k damage per minute. 40% of his team's damage, and what I love about this composition is it's a 1-kill comp, right? You have enough poke to get someone low, and all it takes is 1 kill for Kazi to start getting excited and being able to really control the team fights. You've got the CC, you've got the pick potential with the Blitzcrank and the explosive cast, and you've got the poke as well from Chasey to make sure that Kazi can get that initial kill.
Flashes back up soon as well. Herald will crash onto tier 2, Dragon in 10 seconds. Betty was talking about the Dragon respawn, and Mad Lions want to look to secure this. That'll get them on soul point. Caps is in a very powerful position right now. He could decide the fight here for G2. Flash Tibbers is ready. Just needs a bit of vision to work with. The Mad Lions know he's here. Nisqy senses some kind of flank.
Caps is by himself. He doesn't even get a chance to call in the bear. A crying little child finds his maker. And Mad Lions, because they spotted out Caps, will take the Dragon, their 3rd of the game. 19 minutes in, they're on soul point, and they have the gold lead. Glacial Prism gonna land, flash hook again. Mad Lions, 13 kills to 10 up.
Mad are just thriving in the chaos. It felt like that from start to finish, you called it, Mark, that it's just been nothing but a bloodbath. And now Mad have been the ones benefiting from this. Every single skirmish, they find the kill advantage. Now there are 3 dragons. They get themselves another turret as well. And it was crazy how there was this 6th sense among the whole team.
Yep.
That something was amiss, something was wrong, and as they backed up into their jungle, they found Caps lying in wait, and they were able to get a massive punish.
I think G2 really need to slow the game down now. I think their comp wants to slow the game down. They lack a lot of CC. Sejuani, Gragas, Blitzcrank will just run at you, and they'll chain CC you, and they'll chase you down if you don't have summoners. And I feel like that's what's been happening. G2, despite having numbers advantage in some of these fights, if they land an ultimate or a knockback or a hook and they isolate one target, the numbers advantage doesn't really matter. G2 really need to stay together. Flanks are great to look for. That was really unfortunate there. Good presence of mind from Mad Lions. Caps falls. But they need the Zeri Lulu together. They need some kind of frontline, some peel to block these spells to buy space for Hans on this Zeri.
Caps no flash now. Baron has spawned. And it makes it a lot more tricky for G2 to get in there. The poke is strong. Chasey at 2 items, Eclipse, Manamune.
They've started.
Almost 3 items complete on Kazi as well. Baron has been begun.
Broken Blade is in the bot side river. No TP. It's a 4v4.
Yeah, Yike.
Nisqy's on the flank.
Broken Blade's on his way up. They look for one. They catch Hansummer and he is down. Kazi beginning to see the win in his eyes as Yike tries to get in from the back of the pit, but even with Flash, can he do it? The Baron down to 3,000, 2.5 now. Yike flashes into the wall! And what a comedy of errors it's been for the Velvet this game. Kazi flashes away, gets excited. Yike's going to die up towards the top side. There's another as Caps falls. And G2 just walks to their demise as Mad Lions clean them up.
G2 is obliterated at the hands of Mad. 5-0. Not a single man remains. At 21 minutes, Mad have secured the Baron and talk about taking control over Game 3.
Nisqy. What a play to seal the deal around that Baron. The E-flash flank onto Hans instantly blew him up. Nothing he could do. 4v5 from the get-go. Hook.
Oh! Hans hooked again, and Chasey will bring down the hammer. Mad Lions on a tear.
Hylissang at the start of the game, his hooks were a little wide.
He missed one on a stun target,
he just needed to calibrate, okay? The wind was wrong, the temperature wasn't right, but now that he's got it all aligned, this man is a monster.
That's the second time we've seen a G2 player.
It gets even worse, Medic. Caps TP'd in for that Mickey flash to try and stop the base. It's all going wrong. Failed flashes. Miscommunication on the side of G2. Mad Lions are just running away with it now, aren't they? Bot tier 1 is gone.
Across the board.
Bot tier 2 might fall as well. Is Hilly gonna push mid with Chasey? Yeah, he is. He's gonna move down here. Maybe look to join in the 4-1 setup. Mad Lions are not gonna stop on this siege.
It's also G2 electing blue side, giving the Jinx over to Kazi, and now Mad Lions being able to start to find wins on the red side. It makes it so much harder for G2 as we get into the rest of this series. We'll see what happens and whether Mad can close this game out. Hansummer down to half, chunked out by a shock blast. Mad Lions sieging on the bot tier 3. The inhibitor tower already chunked out just a little bit, but it's only minions hitting it as of yet. Kazi trying to step forward, does have the rapid fire cannon. Zap goes wide, but now Caps flash, Tibbers landed on 2, landed on Kazi, and Caps finds the shutdown. Broken Blade on the advance. Yike looking for more as Nisqy's caught up towards the top side. Very tanky on the Gragas, he's getting towards that blast cone. Knocked by Yike, but back towards the red buff. Elioya trying to body mark, man mark here as Yike is pulled in. Hylissang, Static deals his way to another kill. Broken Blade stepping forward, but Mad might want to turn this one around. The only risk, obviously, is a stun is Hansummer. The Lightning Crash still available, and Mad will retreat. Will advance.
4v4. Mad Lions have a wave. Tibbers is still up. They're going to kill that off. Hilly has another hook. Just going to miss. Caps using Tibbers to block. The wave will get pushed out a little bit here, but Mad don't have the confidence to stick around. Karzi's 8 seconds on the respawn. Too far away. Yikes up soon as well. So, great play by Caps, but G2, when you get a kill like that onto the AD carry, you need more. You need to get so many more kills, because just getting the Jinx and backing off doesn't stop the game state. You need to change the game state. That's why they chase, but they can't find anything, and eventually they over-chase. Hylissang hits an amazing hook.
And he does. That he does. Yike doing what he can, but you can see the follow-up is very limited. Nisqy throws a barrel on top of himself to slow Yike down and create space between him and Yike, which then allows him to get to the blast cone. And then Elioya, it looks like the target, but a great hook once again from Hilly. The knock-up, the chain CC, the execution from the ultimate means that G2 have nothing left, and they're the ones forced to retreat now. The Ocean Soul will be secured by Mad Lions, and what a commanding performance. Mad Lions, there were questions, there were concerns, there were doubts around which team would look stronger on the day, and we've seen a wide array of different performances from every single member throughout this series, but in Game 3, it is the Mad Lions show. And right now, it is Kazi and Hylissang that is popping off.
And you can see Yike trying to get these Krugs, just trying to get stacks, only at 50 right now on that Death in Lavender. Not a huge amount of extra attack speed for the Belveth because of that, and they will forfeit this bot lane inhibitor. Hillisang flash hook lands it on Broken Blade. The flamethrowers come down as well, and Broken Blade is popped where he stands. Hit Mickey, taken out as well. The Glacial Prison not even needed. 3 items on Kazi. These rockets starting to do a lot of work as Hilly just short.
Is it over?
Blast still. Niski goes in. Caps locked up. There's one. Yike in the midst of them all will fall as well. Only Hunt Summer survives, and not for long, as Mad Lions find 5, and they will take themselves to match point.
And just like that, 25 minutes in, Mad trying to make up for lost time as they smash G2 and got a match point.
A bit of a rocky start, but what a game. They ran away with those skirmishes. You say 25 minutes, I say 36 kills. That was non-stop back and forth from base fighting over objectives. Shout out to Hilly though, turn it around from those early hooks, and he built the Everfrost on Blitzcrank, an LPL classic. Mako and On are the same kind of players that run that build. Hook into knock up into root, and the chain CC is great. Mad Lions really happy, I think, with that game. Also, I think they're very happy with the draft that G2 has given them. They give them their Jace, they give them the Gragas flex, they give them the Jinx.
I think play, right?
Yeah, they had to last pick jungle because they had so many picks that they could just easily opt into, I feel like. And now the question you ask yourself is this Jinx first pick worthy? It's something we asked ourselves on the desk here in game 1. And now we're asking it here going towards a game 4.
And something Elyoya said at the beginning of the day in an interview with Law was that he wants to earn his MSI spot himself. He wants to beat G2, he wants to win the split, he wants to prove that he deserves to sit at the top of Europe. And in order to do that, he has to go through G2. He has to go through
the champions.
The champions.
And what a performance it would be for Mad Lions to do so. They have, before today, they had not won a game in a best-of series versus G2 this year. Yeah. They'd taken 1 game in the regular season, and now they are 1 game away from locking a spot against Vitality tomorrow. If that does happen, G2 will be our 2nd seed at MSI, and whoever wins the split will be our 1st seed at MSI, which is, I'm going to say, the more exciting option in my mind. But if Mad Lions can do it in this fashion, I think people will be starting to question whether Mad Lions should be already written off for the title, or whether they should be seen as a true contender to take on Vitality and BDS.
Well, right now they're looking strong. They need only 1 more win. The desk was talking about how they expect this to go to 5 games based on what we've been seeing from both teams. I wouldn't be surprised if we got 5 as well.
I would say it could go to 5 if G2 had won this game, because I feel like Blue Side is such a, I don't want to say it's OP or anything like that, but Blue Side is the nature where teams turn best of 5s back and forth, but they've just cracked G2 on Blue Side. I think G2 will go back to Blue Side, but need to do some rethinking.
We'll see what rethinking they do. We're going to hand it over to Shox and Goldborg, who are standing by to break down that game.
Did you say doo-doo?
Doo-doo?
Doo-doo, doo-doo. It's a great Blackpink song. But we're not standing by. I am.
Well, you are, yeah.
I'm a princess. But he is possibly running it. If you watched Ready Check, you know what's coming. You can spam keeping cool or running it. I think staying cool, actually. Or running it. Which one is it? Producers.
Staying cool and running it, I believe.
Yeah, staying cool or running it if you want him to run harder or not. And this time, don't worry, we'll talk about the stakes of the next game after the break. But now you're going to summarize what happened in game 3.
I most certainly will. Because in this game 3, the way this game started out, I genuinely thought that G2 would just straight up take it. And the reason why I thought they would straight up take it was because of the early skirmish that they get. It looks decent in the beginning when Hilly gets a hook. The problem is, once again, Mad Lions, they overchase and they force themselves into this situation where suddenly everyone just gets clean. Like, this is almost a 5v5 in the middle of the game. Like, not even in the middle of the game, I'm sorry. Like, 4 or 5 minutes into the game.
Yeah.
And when this looks like this, where BB up on the Tom side had just been chilling. He was getting so much stuff because his jungler was pathing top in the beginning that opened up the lane for him. That looks so good. Your Belveth is finally getting killed. Your Seri is getting kills as well. And your Annie is set straight to go. Your team composition is so... Okay, your team composition should be so easy to close out with from this point. We all said in the green room when we saw this, okay, that's game. G2 just takes this one.
But,
and that's the thing, because we get a lot of running. We get a lot of fighting.
The longer it takes for the B-roll or the replay to come on, the longer you're running.
So, Look at the bot lane right now, because BB's having bot lane from G2. They're not making a set play right now. They're invading on Raptors, which they have been doing for a long period of time. But the problem is for G2 that they're opting into a 5 versus 4. Mad Lions have read this play, and because of this, they have also outplayed them. So for Mad Lions, they actually just played these mid-game skirmishes way better. G2 get overzealous, and because of that, the lead that they created for themselves in the early game is now going back over to Mad Lions. G2 is running it.
Amazing. I love it. This is actually the highest it can go.
Oh, that's fine. I feel good.
And Twitch chat, by the way, doesn't have your back. Again, they are doing. And you know what? I'm not going to turn it off until we go to a break. Meaning, if I talk longer, we're going to work on GV's physique. Let's go. You can do this. You've got it. Just kidding. We're going to come back with a more serious setup. But that was a great way to talk about that third game. And we'll be right back to preview match point for the Mad Lions.
You're gonna make it! You're gonna make it, dude! Come on! Stay with, work with me here, work with me! We're nearly there! We're nearly there! Come on, let's go!
Oh, Trev.
Oh.
Help.
Mark, you've done too much, dude. What can I get you?
Give me that.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Are you guys being weird again?
Red Bull gives you wings.
from Hillesang, looking for the stun with the Fury to the north. Now Elioy is having to get away from Hansama, who dashes across the wall and has already got the kill. Niski dying off towards the top side as well. Hansama's going to get 2 out of this, and Niski's fallen as well. It's superb for G2.
Getting a flash. Nice. Look better. I TP.
I'm tanky, okay? I'm tanky.
Just hit.
Okay, play with
I go.
Only Jinx.
Look, I go Jerry. Look better.
Only Jinx. Okay, Jinx carries this.
Let me hit them all, Karzi.
Let's go!
Nice, guys. Good job.
As Mad Lions find 5, and they will take themselves to match point.
The hug was so cute to see, and I think overall, Mad Lions must be thinking, yeah, how about them apples? Because all of you are saying that we didn't even deserve to be here. We definitely don't deserve to go to MSI. In fact, we don't have a chance in hell of beating G2, but it's Mad that is on match point, and G2 who's left to pick up the pieces for now.
No, Mad Lions is playing well. I feel like they're fighting together. They're on the same screen and they're finding ways to connect. I feel like always Mad Lions, when they're doing well, it's when Elioya and Hillesang finding ways to fight together, and the rest are just doing the job in terms of performing mechanically, and that's exactly what we're seeing. Hilly on playmakers, Elioya on the Sejuani. I love it.
Because I asked you before, or in the break rather, who is it that's standing out? Is there an asset we can prepare? And all 3 of you said it's more about how the team is playing together than any individual outlier.
Yeah, I really feel like a lot of it comes down to the map movement and the setup you decide to take before you go into some of these fights. For G2 more specifically, the one they just had at Raptors we saw earlier, where they send Broken Blade down to pick up extra waves. In the grand scheme of things, these waves down towards the bottom side when there's not even an outer turret standing doesn't actually mean a lot when you're taking a 4 versus 5. Just getting the kills and the XP and the extra camps, the map space and pressure that it buys you from the setup, that's something BDS is really good at doing, for example. We don't see them today, but that's something that some teams could learn from as well. And I feel like we see some of the flaws as well, at least from G2 in this second game, and from Mad Lions for realizing it beforehand when they just send 5 members where they know G2 is going to be.
It seemed like they are the better team here today at playing together, which is surprising because G2 is usually the team when it comes to these things, to sacking waves, being at the right place at the right time. And it seemed like in this game, they were almost always at the wrong place at the wrong time, because in my mind, after the 4-4-0, when Broken Blade is just up top hitting plates or doing waves, that game should be kind of over. I'm surprised that there was even a game to be played here, and I'm surprised that it was also kind of a stomp towards the end. It felt like they just made mistake after mistake, and never actually, okay, guys, we entered this fight. Let's settle down. Let's play it properly out. It was just 3-4 fights in a row, game over.
Yeah, and Mad Lions, they kept going for it. When you look at key picks of the series, Gragas, Jinx, Kennen is what I heard. And yeah, that Gragas, undeniable, right? They've played it now 3 times.
No, Niski on the Gragas is looking mighty gorgeous. I didn't like the top lane Gragas from Chasey too much, but that was just a pivot in the draft. But I feel like in general, when we think about the current meta, I feel like Mad Lions are just better off because they look a lot more comfortable on the Gragas. They have the Jinx in the pocket and the Jace too. When on the other side, G2, they went for the Annie first pick, something that I don't believe they've played throughout the split so far, and something that's banned a lot. So when you're forced to pick it, you have to pick it. Maybe you don't want to play it. Then the Zeri Lulu, we talked about it as well. Mickey and of course Hansama, this is not something that they've played all split long when it has been super OP for so long. And this is kind of showing that G2 is kind of getting pushed up against the wall in a way where they're kind of playing the meta and are not executing well on it. The question is, how deep does the G2 hat go? Because in the end, you know, what are they going to do coming into this match?
Yeah, I think you put it in a good way backstage when we were talking throughout the game. Jace, Gragas, Jinx, first 3 seems like something that you should just not get on this patch. And in comparison, then G2 gets Annie, Seri, Lulu. And if you put those 3 champions together and have me guess which team are playing this game, I would never guess G2. Never. This would be almost the last team I would put with those 3 champs. So it just seems like they're maybe panicking a little bit in the draft here. Maybe they were maybe they were surprised by the fact that Annie was up, didn't really know which one to take. They gave the Gragas over again to Niski. Not something you want to give to him because he's having so many good games on it now.
Yeah.
Looking back at Winter as well, he had a lot of good games on it. So
Some puzzling choices.
Yep.
We'll see if G2 can right the ship going into this game 4, and if we get Silver Scrapes, or if it's going to be the Mad Lions kicking G2 out of playoffs. What do you guys think at the desk?
I try not to think, Shocks. I'll be honest. I let the color casters do the thinking. We had the one moment I thought in this entire cast, I read I read Akshan's tooltip and then forgot half the words, so didn't explain why there might have been a bug, you know? So yeah, you guys, what do you two think?
You stick to shouting. I think G2's back on blue side, so hopefully they change the draft up a bit. Or the thing is, if you have massive confidence if you run something back that's quite similar to that draft.
Yeah.
I think you shouldn't give Mad, Jace, Gragas, Jinx. Done.
Can you make a song?
I did just make a song out of it.
but
I don't think that you should give Mad, Lions, Jinx, Jace, or Gragas. Yeah. Great ad-libs, Medic.
I'll be your hype man.
See, he follows me.
So you could make all
That's
of your
what makes
analysis
Vedi.
Yeah, no, I know. I was thinking of a way to use, like, you could do this more often, you know? I was thinking in long term, not short term.
Break out into song.
Exactly. Break out drafts into songs or something.
To this beat, go.
To this beat. Hang on, give me a second.
Yeah.
If I'm gonna get banned, need to be removed. I don't know what reminds with removed. I picked a bad word. Now let's see what's next. It's an Olaf ban. Now time to check what next. It's Rakan. Look at him go. It's a big ban.
I've heard all great rappers rhyme a word with the same word.
Yeah.
Kodak. Like, if you can rhyme Kodak with Kodak, you can rhyme...
Did he rhyme next with next as well, didn't he?
Shush. Right. Anyway, Viper, Khan, Olaf bans. There's the Draven as well, removed by the Mad Lions. So far, Gragas, Jace, and Jinx have not been touched by G2.
Right, so do they get banned away now is the question. Is Annie a ban for Mad Lions? It's a ban for G2. Interesting. So they're going to take that one away. Now, G2, I think, are either looking at... They didn't ban Malphite, so I don't know if they're looking at Jace. Are they looking at Jinx? Are they looking at Kennen? But Jace is open. So if Mad Lions play the game of, well, Jace, we can play Malphite into it, or Gragas. Kennen, we can play Jace into it. We can ban something else. Now, what is that something else? No, it's a Jace, so maybe G2 just have to slam the Kennen here. Mad Lions must have a response for this Kennen.
But isn't it then just going to be a Gragas Jinx response?
Yeah, I presume so, right? But then I'm just wondering what their answer is into Kennen. Because the Gragas didn't look great.
It did not work well. Broken Blade had a 2,000 gold lead early on in that game. Obviously, it did help that Yike went up there with the Viego to get the first kill, but there's the Kennen. Immediately locked for G2.
I would love a Camille or something, you know? Some kind of like Camille champ or maybe even Aurelia from Chasey. These are the champions you want to play into Kennen. We saw Akshan into it, didn't look great at all. But yeah, Gragas Jinx, I think you're right, Betty. I think Gragas Jinx is the no-brainer here. Pick support on 3, keep the Gragas flex for 3 rolls, and then figure it out. I also think Sion's a good pick. We haven't seen much of into
I agree.
Chasey's Cassante has been pretty good throughout playoffs, but I don't know how that matchup goes. Probably not the best for Cassante in the early stages.
We'll have to wait and see. I wonder where G2 will go if the Jinx is locked here. Do you look towards the Zeri once again? Didn't work out too well. Kind of gets beaten by the Jinx later on. If you don't play a Felios as well, which Hansama hasn't brought out in the entirety of Spring, it makes your options a little smaller.
I'm trying to think of other options that they could go for.
Could go back to the Varus if you really wanted.
I think they need to follow up. They need to engage, but blinding Nautilus here just sucks, doesn't it?
Yeah, because you just get roamed.
I think some kind of a Felios lane would be... Oh, we're going Lucian Nami. Oh, Dracos. Dracos is a hope. Dracos, close your eyes. Don't watch. Look away.
So it does.
Daniel, turn it off. Rel instantly slams for Hylissang.
So Mad Lions going for more team fight. Hylissang's Rel as well. I mean, like, Hylissang's obviously had a very long career and he has many champions that you associate with him, but this was one of those picks last split that we saw that when it felt like that the support pool was so limited, he brought this out of nowhere, completely unexpected, and had such a huge impact in the game. He's looking to repeat that same performance here today. Only 1 win away from moving on to face Vitality tomorrow. Last split, remember, Mad Lions did make the gauntlet run all the way to the finals. But now we see the second row of bans. G2 starting to attack the jungle. Lee Sin has been a big pick for Aljoya. You imagine Wukong looking to be removed up next.
Jarvan. I wonder if Yike's gonna play it. When you're playing up against Jinx, there's no Thresh available.
Gragas is kind of annoying for Jarvan though.
Yeah, a little bit, but I do think a Jarvan ban from Mad wouldn't hurt any form of hard engage, so yeah, the Jinx has a little bit more space to work with. They've gone for Viego, so we'll see what Yike opts into. The Bell, that's still open, but I think engage.
Were they afraid of Malphite mid?
They were, yeah. I mean, Cass brought him up. There's no Silas ban or anything, just we're scared of Malphite blind. Please don't make it.
Yeah.
So where will G2 look with their junglers? At the moment, it's probably jungle pick here for Mad Lions, save top for last. G2 could go to the Maokai if they want. That's hard engage for the Jinx.
I still wonder what their response to Kennen is. I actually think it was... What is their response to Kennen? Because they picked the Gragas. The Wukong is like a no shock to anyone, really, is it? They could go Sejuani here, G2. They could go Jarvan. I don't think there's an issue for jungle. I just wonder, because I think this Gragas will go mid for Niski, depending on the matchup, unless there's a Sylas blind. And then are we getting an Aurelia? Are we getting a Jarvan top from Chasey? Are we just getting a Gragas mid and a roaming mage for a Niski?
I mean, that's the beauty of this Gragas for Mad.
I am Maokai, of course.
No!
No!
It's Nocturne mid for Caps!
Mickey was there! Mickey was looking me in the eye when I got locked in!
Take your headset off, mate. We're good for the next like 5 minutes.
Benny, do you want to solo cast this, Benny?
Oh my word! But Nocturne mid sucks! Like, it's so bad!
Or, let me raise you, it could be Nocturne top.
But that's also bad!
Yeah, because it could be Kennen mid.
The reason why, like, it's bad is because, I mean...
Ari's good pick, I think.
But the reason why it's so bad is because they made this nerf to his passive, which, like, it sucks at wave clear now. The biggest strength of Nocturne in the past and why you could play him in a solo lane was because of how easy it was to get prio in a lane. You just Q, passive, and you just clear out the wave. But now it's so much weaker.
I've got one point that I'll raise you.
Yeah?
Kennen. Nocturne ult, Kennen.
I mean, sure.
Right, I think that's the idea. Maokai ult, Kennen,
Tied away.
Nocturne turns the lights off. I think the Nocturne lane phase is going to suck. The Nocturne 2v2s...
Was it Doinby? There was someone
was LNG. It was LNG, Arle, and Doinby.
Yes.
At Worlds 21, I
Where
think.
they would just pick Nocturne mid, and it was Nocturne mid Kennen.
All right, before we, you guys can dive down the Nocturne mid when it happened in history line, but I have to remind everyone, Mad Lion's 1 win away from playing up against Vitality tomorrow. Winner of that plays against BDS for the title. If G2 are knocked out here, they will still be our second MSI seed because they won the winter split. But they are trying to stop that from happening by locking in Nocturne mid.
It was
for Caps.
It was Doinby and Arle in the LPL regional finals. It was in the LPL playoffs of last year. It was Doinby, Arle, it was Kennen, Nocturne, and it worked for them. Everyone banded against them, and then G2, I do believe, started playing it, or teams in Europe started playing it. Yeah. And it was played at Worlds a little bit. So let's see if they can reenact.
Well, I am excited. We're about to jump into Game 4 between G2 and Mad, so let's get on to the Rift.
So, you know what I've learned about G2 in this series? When they're making their food and they're cooking, and they've got a nice soup and they've added all these ingredients, and it tastes bad, they don't throw the soup away. You know, even on match point, they just add more ingredients to make it taste better. So now we've got a Nocturne mid. Not sure how I feel about Lucian Nami.
I can tell you how they feel about it. 1 and 2. 33% win rate across the course of this split. Nocturne mid for Caps, so I'll have to look up those stats.
The Mad chants are louder than the G2 chants. I don't think I've ever experienced that before in the LEC.
Wow. A lot of fans rallying behind the Mad Lions.
Oh, Vetty, he has played it before.
Yeah, I know Caps has played it before.
He lost.
I know.
Against Fnatic.
Quick stats.
Yeah. Yike, look at something. Yike goes in. Chase is going to knock him up. Broken Blade.
He's going to die.
Electric surges forward. Chasey on the chase. Yike does get a double knockback here.
How long
able to survive for the moment with the flash forward from Elioya. Crushing blow, finds his mark. One more order would be enough. Chasey finds him with a belly bomb. Niski coming in for the flank position here, and Hillisang has worked his way up from the bot lane as well to make sure that Elioya and Chasey can get out alive. They will survive. First blood over to Mad.
That was so greedy by Yike. He wanted to ward the red, but yeah, Chasey's just standing in the bush. That was really easy for Mad Lions. Elioya should be able to do red with smites, surely, right?
Wait, but
nope,
I don't think he can.
He's a bit scared.
Yeah.
Not sure if he can execute.
Well, that's some good news, at least, for Yike. Oh, hang on a second. Chasey is very low. Oh, nice body slam there.
I mean, he doesn't have flash as well, so Broken Blade can just force him out of this lane. Chasey will have to TP back in.
Of course, we have seen this matchup from game 1.
Really?
Broken Blade built up a huge advantage.
Knock up onto Hunsummer. Shouldn't be too much more. No stun for the follow-up. There's the heal. Kazi taking a bit of damage as Hunsummer and Mickey can trade back in. Hilly using the shield from the Pheromance. See that? But the healing from Mickey's ebb and flow means that Unsummer's pretty topped up. Another knock-up coming in as Kazi looks for a little bit more. The Ignite is cleansed away. Hillisang now does still have the flash and can walk out of this one. But in the end, you get the cleanse out of Hunsummer, you get the heal out of Mickey for only your Ignite, and health bars perhaps slightly on G2's side.
Elite level 2. After clearing that ward up in the topside river, giving him that slight experience advantage. Didn't result in a huge advantage game for Mad Lions in the bot lane, but wow, a lot of skirmishing happening. Mad Lions find themselves in the early lead already. If you could bring up the runes for me, Medic, let's talk a little bit about Nocturne. Why would we not, gentlemen? Lethal Tempo is a really great rune on Nocturne. His base stats are incredibly high, largely thanks to his Q. At max level, you get, I believe, 60 additional AD just from sitting on top of the Duskbringer, which makes the attack speed just so valuable on him. Very curious as to what build Caps goes, because the Stridebreaker build from old is so much weaker than it used to be. He really doesn't have the same damage that he have, nor does he have the same wave clear. And already you can see Niski pushing him underneath, underneath that tower. Yike is able to secure the blue buff, stares down Elyoya, walks away with the objective, has the support of his bot lane as well. And at the very least, Yike is definitely not put too far behind.
Yeah, quite risky from him to go for that blue buff, but of course he knew Elyoya was a little bit behind on his clear because of the level 1, and then he had bot push, so manages to take away at least a camp despite not having that flash. Elyoya is gonna look for Caps, nice spell shield on the charm. He's gonna look for a double crab here.
Should be able to get it as well. No real way of Yike getting up there in time, especially with Elyoya still having the smite. Blue buff's up as well on this top side, so Yike can just go for the clear. Should be able to secure his top side camp. So in the end, Elyoya loses a blue, and she's going to step in here and maybe try and steal this away. Pops the Scryer's Bloom back, could be looking for that top gank, or could just be trying to get rid of some of this vision to make Broken Blade a little bit more nervous. The Wukong could come for a gank.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Just kind of get some information taken away to free up Chasey a bit more. And Cap's not doing too bad in this lane. Looks like CS is even-ish for now. Niski should be able to pick up a lot more looking at that wave, but it's managing to get the waves pushed out, which is important. I think these comps are very level 6 heavy. Kennen, Nocturne, Ahri, Wukong. Maybe it might be a bit slow in the early stages, unless Hylissang decides to do some Hylissang things in bot lane.
For sure, big wave stacked up top gives Chasey room to move into the enemy jungle alongside Elyoya. Bot lane seems to be going in favor of Hans Sama in terms of the push, along with Caps in mid. Yike smites away the Gromp, means that he can get away to safety. And G2 have actually managed to claw back the early game lead a little bit. A lot of that coming down into the bot lane difference. Hans Sama and Mickey trading very well. This is the idea behind that Lucian army, giving you a lot more agency and control in the early 2 versus 2.
Really spikes at the first item as well, especially if you can get Mandate early on the Nami. Just gives you so much more damage from the Lucian. His passive, whenever you have an effect applied to you by an ally, your next autos do extra magic damage, so it can work out really effectively.
So another fun Nocturne fact.
Okay, hit me.
Really difficult to push out awkward waves. If we can actually observers have a quick look at mid, you'll notice that Niski has the wave set up in a really nice spot. The problem with Nocturne is that because you have to commit to melee, and you need enough points in your queue to be able to kill out the casters, that it's very often that you can find yourself frozen on.
Chasey has flash back up. There's the slicing motion for the stun. Chasey not going to burn the flash yet. Gets the body slam back. Elyoya's on his way up, and the flash away from the Shuriken will get Chasey to safety. Now, Broken Blade still has a flash of his own. Elyoya could look for something, but probably just wants to push out this wave with Chasey, make sure that Broken Blade can't freeze it. Oh, Chasey leveled up as they went forward. Broken Blade pulled back. The flash away gets him back to his tower.
Oh, at least Mad are able to get themselves, hang on.
Caps trading unspeakable horror for the fear, dodges away from the charm as well as Yike can look down towards this bottom side. Hylissang chunked down to about 300 HP. Caps in the mid lane, surviving, but does take half of Niski's HP.
Close to 6.
Bubble lands. Flame Chompers there onto Hans Sama. And Hylissang just lands the Q for a little bit of healing.
Yike's coming down though, so it's a bit of a precarious situation for the bot lane of Mad Lions. Looks like they're going to turn this advantage in bot side to a dragon. First one of the game will be picked up just around the 7-minute mark. A lot of bases coming in for Mad, 4-man running out of base. You can see Cap's got a pretty good trade onto Niski there. If he can get uptime and get the lethal tempo stacked up, he can start shredding through this Ahri's health bar. He has access to that ultimate now. It's got quite a long cooldown at level 1, so he needs to be very aware as to how he decides to use it. Yike will get that dragon.
That's a flash.
Is it though?
Or is it? With Mickey coming across.
Onto Elyoya.
Hylissang's on his way as well. Yike should be able to walk away from this one. Doesn't have to burn the flash because of the assistance of Mickey. Will lose the Scuttle Crab, but takes the larger of those 2 neutral objectives in the bot side river.
Yeah, Herald's the next focus, I think, for either of these teams. Broken Blade still trading on Chasey quite hard. No flash on Chasey yet still. Ultimate not up for Broken Blade.
Do you want to talk about Nocturne mid more, Vedi?
I do. Do you want to know more fun facts?
Hit me.
So, some people believe for a long time that if you ulti into then R,
Where R is the ulti.
Sorry. You ulti into then Q while you're flying with the ulti.
Yeah.
That your R will do more damage.
Yeah.
But that's not true.
No.
The amount of damage that your R does is determined at the initial cast,
Point of origin,
which means that you need to cast Q first if you want it to do additional damage, which is completely pointless.
Yeah, I think it speaks to how long we've cast together that I knew that fact. Did you also know if his W is proc, the Shroud of Darkness, he gets more attack speed?
He does,
Yeah.
but unlike certain other champions where if that thing is on cooldown, they lose the attack speed, Nocturne doesn't.
Yep.
So that means when killing dragons in particular, if you can use Spell Shield on Dragon's auto attack, which means you can use it to get more attack speed.
I knew that one too.
So Karzi's going to get a plate here on the bot side. Looks like G2's bot lane just took a base. Herald is up, so Hilly's moving his way up the river. Not that close to level 6 just yet, about halfway there. Niski's a bit low under tower, and Cap still has access to that ultimate. Maybe Hilly's looking to gank the Nocturne, but right now he's out of the lane. So Niski will take that advantage and try to push in. 4v4 on this top side, looking likely. Karzi's on his way up as well.
Hilly demats the cannon minion, gets himself over the threshold for his relic shields to level up. As it does, it places the ward across the wall, gives Mad Lions just a little bit more security in starting this Herald if they want it. So the moment, though, they'll hold off.
Yeah, so they don't really want to start it yet because Niski's quite low. They're afraid of giving... The thing is, against the Nocturne, and you can correct me if I'm wrong here, Vedius, but if you can... especially also with Nocturne jungle, if you can avoid the first ultimate and make it an even play or even get an advantage situation where the Nocturne ults in and dies or something, that's game-changing. The Nocturne just falls off so much and his power only really comes back about an item later.
I mean, a lot of it depends on the build that Caps chooses to go, but you're right. It looks like that he is going to go for the Stride Breaker build. Yeah, he's definitely going to go for the Stride Breaker build. So you're definitely right. His strongest spike is around the mid-game, first item. Later on into the game, his ultimate cooldown will be very low, but then you're very reliant on your synergy with Broken Blade. The objective is being started up here by the Mad Lions. We can see Nami has moved up from the bot lane, looking to try and get level 6.
And Paranoia can come across. Mickey just hits level 6. There's the Nature's Grasp. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Hans Summer's going to try and trade him to Kazi. Rift Tail down to 1,500 HP. The Nature's Grasp has hit on the back line. Instead of saying it's forced away, it's smited, secured by G2. Kazi and Hans Summer trading down here, but Hans Summer wins out that. G2 winning across the map. They get the Rift Tail, they get a kill. Broken Blade looking for a little bit more damage across the wall. Hylissang can flash Magnet Storm, but they decide against it as Mad Lions disengage.
Oh, Bibi had flash there. He had a nice ultimate setup off of Vision as well. Mad Lions come away with nothing. They lose the bot fight. They've lost the Herald now as well. They're all just going to have to reset. Why is Karzi contesting that bot wave? Maybe he thought Hans wasn't around, but easy punish for the Lucian. Wins out on that 1v1 every single time on an even item situation at this point in the game. And Mad Lions come away with nothing. Almost a over 1,000 gold deficit now.
Plate gained mid, plate gained bot, Herald gained, kill gained.
Gale Force.
You look across the board, and that was a lot of gold gained by G2, and more to come. Caps, though, is in danger here. Niski's in kill range.
As the charm dodged. Don't even need the Shroud of Darkness. Unspeakable Horror will get the fear onto Niski, who uses his Spirit Rush charges. They were going to expire anyway. Might as well use them to try and get a bit more damage down onto Caps.
I mean, props to Caps. That was a clean sidestep. He really just kind of made fun of Niski there. Caps, of course, does have the TP, so he should be able to return to lane. He may very well lose that plate, but now Hylissang and Elyoy doing what they often do, grouping up, moving into the bot side jungle, and they found Mickey.
Mickey still has the Tidal Wave and all summoners available for the G2 bot lane. Means that would be a very precarious dive if you did go for it. And you're chunked out as well. Hans Summer already with the Gale Force doing quite a lot of DPS. And this is the power of Lucian and Nami. You know, if you can get towards those first spikes, your trading and your skirmishing is just that much stronger than someone like a Jinx. The risk always becomes mid to late game team fights. Jinx is a monster in them, and that is what Mad Lions will be looking towards.
One of the best hyper carries in the game. And it's that late game insurance that Mad have been able to rely on up until this point. We'll see if they can rely on it again. The dive from G2 is something that will continue to be lethal as the game continues. Flashless Kazi is going to be easy pickings for this G2 composition. Flash up for Broken Blade, Dragon in 3 seconds. TP's not unleashed, not available. Caps finally does get hit by a charm.
Nice chunk. Do they fight this man? I think they might have to call it off. Niski's ult isn't up yet. Looks like they're looking for a play through bot. Maybe they can pick off Hans Summer and Mickey going back this wave, thinking that there's no fight to be had on this bot side. Maybe he could surprise them.
Magnet Storm. Elyoy goes in. There's a Cyclone. There's a Magnet Storm. And there's Hans Summer locked up. But he flashes. He cleanses. He gets away. Super Mega Death goes wide. Nature's Grasp being tanked there by Hilly. As Elyoy pops another Cyclone Charm as well from Niski. Does still have the flash and the Spirit Rush to get out of this. Mickey flashes. Aqua Prism short. Paranoia coming out as well.
It's a big ultimate now gone for Caps. But G2 are able to get their AD carry out alive. All of their summoner spells were invested. Mad Lions with a clever play to punish the bot lane that felt confident with Yike starting the Drake. Now, of course, the bright side for G2 is they walk away still with the second Drake. They won't lose any members, and they hold on to their gold lead.
They won't have the ultimate for Nocturne for their Herald drop, though. It's going to time out. It's about 1 quarter left on the timer. They're going to have to drop it towards mid-bot side, you have to imagine. But without that ultimate, they can't really threaten any kind of dive. So they'll get a couple plates for it. Top is winning in isolation still, which is good news for Broken Blade, despite that kill over to Chasey. Niski will get a plate off the back of Caps' base. And G2 kind of still retaining a similar gold lead as they have over the last 10 minutes. But they've got themselves every neutral so far.
But they have 2 dragons to the good. It is Chemsoul. So that dragon stacking not as impactful as it would be if it was an Infernal or a Hextech or something. And I do want to talk a little bit about how these compositions will butt heads as the game goes on. Caps looking for something in the mid lane here, but Charm Shrouded Darkness will block. It feels like the game is still relatively even, you know. 2,000 gold, G2 do have the neutral advantage and are going to get some more gold from these plates. But as we get to 2-3 items, if I look at Mad Lion's composition, I'm just like, team fighting is easier for this comp than for the G2 composition.
I mean, to a degree, yes. I think that their ease of execution is very straightforward when you look at like Rel, Wukong, Ahri, right? A lot of mobility. But conversely, I think mobility really struggles against champions like Kennen. When they are inherently kind of create a short distance between you, that makes life easier for a Kennen. Nocturne's Darkness also makes it harder to synergize that re-engage, and then also Maokai ultimate. Like, there are a lot of things on the side of G2, along with Nami ultimate. There's just a lot of things that can get annoying, but the pick potential from Mad Lions comp, the mobility overall, like they definitely have a lot of strengths that they can look to leverage. For me, the biggest difference is the AD carries and their impact, and at what point in the game. I think this Jinx can be a real menace if she can just get going.
Niski lands the charm onto Caps, doesn't use the spell shield. Strikebreaker for the slow will get the ultimate out of Niski.
That's a good trade for
Drops
Caps.
the fear as well. His ult just came back up here, Caps, so if he goes too far here, Niski, Caps would think of a turn, but Hilly's in the brush. Needs to be careful if he tries to turn back on this last.
He still has the shroud here. The charm missed anyway.
So Niski just...
Let's see Caps twice. Super Mega Death Rocket, that's not enough.
I don't think he dies.
He's got too much health.
They also missed. Niski did a cool thing there where he popped the W and then he used his charm in the middle, hoping that one of the W Foxfires would actually proc the
Cyclone
Shroud.
being used in the mid lane. There's the tidal wave as well. Mickey locked up with the second Cyclone. Kazi flashing forward. He wants blood. He wants the kill. Crits onto Hansama. But Yoyo's the first to fall. And now Kazi cleanses away underneath the tower. Hilly. No flash. Paranoia coming out of Kazi. Can't see anyone to hit. Yike will kill off Hillisang. And Kazi still stuck underneath his tower. Almost takes down Hansama. Yike flashes forward. Twisted advance will get a double. Will pay for it with his life.
G2 running away now with this early to mid-game transition, managing to find some kills. Just disrespect in a sense. Elyoya's looking for the kill onto Mickey because he has no flash, doesn't have the heal either, but he doesn't have the damage, Elyoya, to get that kill. Nice turn from G2. Caps actually got Niski's flash off the side there. Force it out with the Paranoia. Level 11 now for him. Next neutral is in 1 minute 20 seconds. He should have access to the next, for the ultimate for the next dragon, but here we see it again. Mickey no flash. Elyoya thinks, well, we maybe get the kill. Karsi only really gets in one auto attack before he's forced backwards. Even flashes with the Kraken Slayer, thinking maybe that'll finish him, but it doesn't. Hans turns it back on its head.
And you can see those disengage tools that we were talking about earlier, right? How difficult it can be to find those picks. The ultimate was used to mitigate the Ahri's involvement in the fight, but also to create chaos in the skirmish in mid. As you rightly called, Medic, the nearsighted of the Jinx means that which target am I supposed to hit? How much vision do I actually have? And then Niski forced to flash away as Yike commits to the kill on Jinx.
I like what Yike did there. Just go back in, trade 1 for 1. Just make sure Hans can't die. He cleansed the slow nicely there, Hans. But just make sure there's no real shenanigans going on where they can get kills on this Jinx. So Herald started up by G2. That'll be the 4th neutral objective going over to them. But with 40 seconds on the Dragon, they're going to have to transition their pressure back down to mid-bot side. The alternative they have here is heralding top straight to a tier 2. But...
Oh, it wouldn't have taken it.
No one would have done damage. Wouldn't have done damage.
Try every time not to get baited by the observers. They always get me once a day.
Yeah, wouldn't have done damage. I think the biggest thing right now is Hansama. 2 items, Lucian. 17 minutes in with the rapid fire. He is going to absolutely one-shot anyone that walks up. Karsi no sums either.
Now look at this. G2 dropping the Herald mid. They're creating this point of pressure. Broken Blade on the flank.
Slicing Maelstrom. Decides not to use it. Hansama rooted for a second and Yoyo goes in. Has the Cyclone, but Hansama able to dash and flash his way away. Yike trying to do some more work here. The Magnet Storm's only going to catch onto him. He Twisted advances forward, and look at where Kazi is. Your damage is not with the fight, Mad Lions, and because of that, you are wiped away. G2. Health bars topped up to the 9s, and Mad Lions lose 3.
I like what G2 did there. They went towards Herald, and the way to flush Mad Lions out of the bot side jungle is just run it down mid with a Herald. Eventually they have to respond. You respond back, push them, and take the fight, and then go back down towards the bot side and take the objective. So another neutral objective in favor of G2. These skirmishes, all in their favor.
How different G2 look from game 3 to game 4. Hansama with a great trade. Does get locked up underneath the tower in a second. Broken Blade doesn't overcommit, just chips away at Kazi. And then when Elyoya commits to the fight, you can see Hansama in a bit of a dangerous position, but then Kazi gets rooted up on the backside, almost killed by the Nami ultimate. And you can see how disjointed this fight becomes the second that the paranoia comes down.
See, Yike gets incredibly low, but Caps actually singles out Niski on the left side there. Yike eventually does fall, shut down over to JC. But yeah, Kazi can't get involved. Broken Blade's just standing on top of everyone with the ultimate. And Mad Lions, without summoners, it's so hard for this Jinx to walk up. There's just way too many threats, and now Chasey might be in trouble. He's going to use the E here probably to clear out the wave, but he has Flash.
Hasn't used it yet. Broken Blade coming in. Flash away. There's the stun. Nature's Grasp will find his man as well. Twisted Advance used, and Yike. 3 across the board.
Caps gets Niski's ult again. Charm doesn't land, would have got spell shielded anyway, but now it's a situation where you're on a side lane against a Nocturne, you've lost your Ahri ult. Can you really walk up now? It's really hard to contest the wave as Niski's going to have to sit on his tower and catch it.
If there wasn't a tower, Caps could kill him.
Hilly looking for something, but Hansama able to dodge away from the Magnet Storm. The culling going through as well, and Hilly is down. Kazi now having to retreat as the TP comes in. Paranoia used as well. Kazi, no summoners and no life left. Elyoya pops the clone to get away, but Broken Blade can still chase further in. Will they use the enhanced cone? They'll get knocked back. A bouncy castle in the jungle, and in the end, it's still a win for G2.
Little game of ping pong there, isn't it? Bot tower might die to the creeps, looks like it will. And I feel like Mad Lions can't step up anywhere. They're contesting mid waves without a tier 2 against a Lucian Nami with 2.5 items. Caps is winning out the side lane, Broken Blade's winning out the side lane. They don't really have anything to work around here, Mad Lions.
I think the biggest difference this game compared to the others is, number one, Hansama is completely dominating, right? I think that in terms of the straight-up 2v2, this is the most dominant Hansama and Mickey have been. But also, with the TP now on that top lane, it's so much easier for Broken Blade to get involved in the fights. Hansama steps up, Hylissang sees a window to punish, Hansama just walks away very casually as Mickey lands the bubble and sets up for the kill. But now Kazi is overextended, he doesn't realize the ward is there, the TP can then come through for Kennen, and this means that G2 can fully commit to the play.
Elyoya runs, Niski runs, Blast Cone's helping them out a little bit. Broken Blade manages to get the kill, but TP being on cooldown shouldn't affect their map state too much. They just have to play for this top side of the map, and well, as I said, look where Mad Lions are. 5-man top. Chasey's TP is coming off cooldown in a second, but they're trying to overload a play here. Broken Blade, no flash. If he steps up for this wave, 5-man play into some kind of Nash turn is a way that they could find a way back into this game, but...
He is suspicious.
Yeah, so
he is. He's like, why don't I see anyone on the map?
Don't
why
take
do
the bait.
Wait, there's a ward all the way between the two towers as well, so if anyone from Mad had walked through the lane, they would have been seen coming up here. Didn't see their exact path, but in the end, Broken Blade waits long enough for all of Mad to back away.
And of course, Nocturne can ult TP as well. So they can't see where he's coming from, and with Broken Blade's TP being on cooldown, Caps is going to go towards bottom, push out there. There's a world where they can start Baron, and with that ward, like you highlighted, Medic, between those two towers, if anyone defends this tier 1, Caps is going to go and teleport right behind them. So that should be an easy objective. G2 now playing for Vision. After they've got Vision, I expect them to go towards a Baron start.
And try and steal away the red first. Hansama secures it. Elyoya looking for something. Hylissang in a good position to jump in here, and you can sense that he wants to do it. Has the flash. Yike goes forward. Nature's Grasp. Elyoya knocked back. The Cyclone coming out as well. Kazi tries to open up on the tree, but that is a very big oat. Hansama will kill off Hylissang down towards the bottom side. Paranoia being used as well as Yike takes down Kazi. And Yike's still full HP. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, a 1-for-1 trade occurs just to make sure that Niski couldn't TP into the fight.
Caps had had enough. He was tired of Niski running away, so he decided to fully commit and trade 1-for-1. No way that Niski can now contest this Baron. And G2 find another play. They're just playing around Hansama so well. They're leveraging his strength. But Mad is still looking to contest. As long as Elyoya is alive, there's a world where they can challenge.
Broken Blade has ult.
Broken Blade finds Elyoya, stuns him up. The clone not enough to save his life as Broken Blade finds the jungler. And now the Baron well and truly secured for G2. Good sidestep as well. The Everfrost still coming out. Broken Blade just opening up onto Chase. The explosive cast. Shuriken just wide. So Zhonya's was used with Mega Death Rocket. Does hit Broken Blade, but he was healed and he was Topped up by Mickey. Hilly tried to get it as well, just thinking maybe he could steal.
Great reaction from Mickey on the heel there. The summoner saving Broken Blade. Would have been 800 gold over to Karzi, but G2 might just keep walking into the G2 meat grinder at this point. That topside jungle is owned by them. So Niski looks to push out bot. I think Cap sees a window. Blastcone's on top of him, I presume. Yeah, he does.
Oh, he misses his Q, though.
Yeah, he does. Niski was looking top, and then he dashes away. But then he's only got one tick left. Cap's with the ultimate. Charm's on cooldown. Let's go in. Q's probably back up, and then he probably flashes for flash. And then he just trades 1 for 1, yeah. Just go full send.
That felt personal, you know.
Yeah, I will take this kill on the side lane. Whoever dies first, the
I've
other
always
one's
been
the
told
winner,
if you
right?
TP behind someone, it's not personal, kid, you know?
4th dragon on the board for G2, and it looks like just as Mad Lions dominated game 3, G2 is looking to do the same. Gentlemen, it looks like we're going to 5 games. It looks like that we will be going all the way between our 2 champions of LEC. And wow, what a series.
Yeah.
Considering that in the last time they met, it was a 3-0 sweep for G2.
Yep. Time before that, it was 2-0 for G2.
It was, it's been a situation where Mad Lions, they've struggled this year against G2.
Caps no flash. He's walking up the wave.
Hilly misses. Caps dodges to the side, goes back in with a paranoid. Now Caps will die here, for sure. The mid lane tower goes down as well. G2 pushing 4 members strong down towards this bottom side. We'll try, though, to open up the inhibitors at least. Karzi's still pushing through mid. Objective bounties are the name of the game here for Mad Lions. They're going to lose an inhibitor tower for it. Karzi, though, can shred through these towers pretty quickly on the Jinx. Only 1.5 items, though, means his damage a little bit muted for this portion of the game, though. 2 towers do fall for an inhibitor, and 2 towers in the bottom lane.
Yeah, it's the classic free farm bot, guys. It's okay, just give it up. Karzi will get that bonus gold on the objective bounty, excuse me, for Mad Lions, and I mean, he'll get towards his 2nd item, but will he get a 3rd? Are we looking at a flank here, or some kind of just chase down here from G2? They don't have vision.
He's on his way as well.
They don't have a blue orb either, but they've got the Scryer's Bloom.
Where are you going, Karzi? How are you going to get out of this one? Broken Blade comes in, and Karzi is left to his own devices. Broken Blade takes him out, and G2 get another kill.
And they have a top wave, so I think they're just going to run it down top now, do the exact same in that lane, look for a top tier 2. Maybe they're going to have to invest a Gragasol to clear out the wave, but Mad Lions could also look for a fight.
Blastcone flank. Now, you don't have your AD carry.
5v4 on a flank.
Just do it, man.
Down almost 10k
It's
gold.
a Hilly diff, you know, this is what he loves to do, Kendrick.
He's still flanking. His team ran to base, he ran away to the side to carry on the flank.
Just has to wait 14 more seconds for Karzi to be back alive, and then
he stopped the base, look for it.
He stopped it.
Oh, he stopped his Hilly!
Oh, no, he spotted him!
No, spotted run, Hilly, run!
Broken Blade is on the hunt.
It's like
Is it a canter
Splinter
or a
Cell.
gallop as he tries to escape? Bumps the Blastcone. Oh, he's seen on a ward. Caps, man, your former teammate, and you do it
the
like
Blastcone,
this.
though, the tech,
Blastcone,
the tech.
and he takes it. Wee! Wee!
Oh, the
Spears
damage.
comes out, Niski. Able to use the 3 charges to escape. Hilly's still distracting G2.
Run, Hilly, run!
Oh, Hex Flash. Gets across the wall. No, Caps.
No, that's not gonna
Come
work.
on, Caps.
Let him live. Let him go back to base. So Hilly's flank ended up in their base, as it always does. 3 minutes on the Elder, 2 minutes on the Baron. G2 can't look for a neutral off this. We can start pushing in these lanes, and as much as they're getting these kills and we're having a lot of fun, we are probably going to a game 5 here. Almost certainly. I don't think there's any way Mad Lions can really come back in this one. But G2, they found a formula that worked on blue side, but now Mad Lions are the ones who can go towards that blue side, and everything will get shaken up once again in terms of the draft.
Yeah, there were some concerns from, well, I'd say we had some concerns around the Lucian army. How successful would it be?
I had some concerns around the Nocturne mid.
Yeah,
I'm going to be honest here,
I will be honest, kind of irrelevant this game.
Yeah, true.
His main role has been to just keep Niski pressured and prevent him from really having any impact, which he's done a good job of. But really, this has been Broken Blade and Han Summer from start to finish. Mickey does deserve a shout out. His bubbles and his peel, like the heal that he provided for Broken Blade, the ultimates that he's been able to land to follow up with
the fact he bought a Medjai's,
The-
all of
wait,
these
he
things
has a
we should give
Medjai?
him
He
a
does
shout
have
out
a
for.
Medjai.
He's had it for a little while, still only 6 stacks on it. Yet to die, and he's still only got 6 stacks.
Yet to die. There's definitely been an AD carry difference this game. But they're likely just waiting for the Baron. A minute and a half, they don't need to be overzealous. As I say that, Han Summer.
I mean, Han Summer just says half your health with 2 orders, man. What is this champ?
Maybe Lucian army's broken. Look at
This is Scrim Lucian!
He's done 10,000
This is the
more
Lucian
damage
we
than
were
Karzi.
promised. It took weeks, but now we're seeing it.
Wait a second, if you add Chasey, Elyoya, and Karzi's damage, you get Han Summer. or thereabout. I didn't do the hundreds, I'll be honest. I kind of just guessed from the
roundabout, yeah,
plus
roundabout.
17. No, it's about 18, 19,000 versus 18,000.
Let's just say yes. I will say yes. I will say yes. Now he's going to add more to that, so I'm sure he'll overtake them soon. Just a little culling here and there. Nice little back massage from Delusional. Broken Blade's got the flash. He's thinking of getting over this wall. You can see, what is that damage? That's just a QW. Rabadon's picked up 3 items strong, just pushing in all lanes here. G2, I wonder if they're just waiting for a Baron spawn. Unless Mad overstep, they will dive them on this next wave in mid. Broken Blade's in a great position to just flank them from the right side.
And Baron and Elder slightly asynchronous in terms of their respawn timers, so you have a minute to do the Baron before the Elder comes up. There's the culling, and that's the tank. Down to a 3rd HP.
Mad have to go soon, though.
Mad can go. G2 don't have the longest range as a composition, so if you can just clear away the minion wave, they do need the Baron really to push in for the win.
But I think that if Mad don't engage on that wave, what'll happen is G2 will just go to Nash, and that's gone, and then the next wave becomes even harder. So I think G2 realized, well, we could take this inhib tower, but the only way to lose the game right now is getting 5-man aced under a tower, losing Nash, and then them being able to fight Elder. Mad just gonna have to give that one up. I can see Chasey spam pinging Elder Dragon, so they're probably just saying, right, let's give this up.
He's on a ward.
He's on a ward. This could be massive for Mad Lions.
He's on a ward. The charm goes wide. The Cyclone is going to hit the slicing master coming out from Broken Blade as he flashes forward.
Oh my god.
Cyclone follows up to make death wicket. It's a 1-for-1 in the end, but it could have been so much more for the Mad Lions.
Oh, if they got that kill 30 seconds on the Elder, it could have been a 5v4. They could have just flipped the entire objective. Niski's ult would have been back up, I think, round about the time for the Elder spawn as well, so that stings for Mad. That could have been a window. They're going to have to 4v4 it now. TP's available for both solo laners.
I do wonder if Niski expected Broken Blade to react.
Maybe.
Because if he had just aimed it at where he was, he would have landed it. Because Broken Blade stood still, perfectly still. And it was like, oh, okay, cool, I've dodged. I guess I shall depart then. Able to trade 1-for-1. He has the TP, so does Niski though.
Yeah, super flank again. See what he can do with it. Maybe if they just have, I mean, they have 2 blue orbs. If they cycle blue orbs around 5k, maybe he can steal it. Unless they die mid.
Going forward, Kazi cleansed there. I think he was bubbled by Mickey across the wall.
Caps knows something's up.
Yeah, he finds Elyoya. Last game it was him being found on the Annie flank. This time it's Elyoya being found. Blast cones twice. Actually should be able to get away from this one, but the paranoia will chase him down, and Caps is going to get the fear, and that stays on the clone through it all. Caps chases down Elyoya and takes out the jungler. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Hunsummer's opening up with the culling. Explosive cast knocks him back closer. Kazi tries to step forward, but he can't even kill the fish. And Mad Lions locked out of their own mid lane. Hunsummer flashes, dashes. Still has the GA, and Yike will tank it. A triple for the Maokai, and a game win, and a game 5 for us.
What a stomp by G2. Mad managed to end the last game in 25 minutes. G2, yes, it's 30 minutes, but it's 22 kills to 6. Mad haven't stood a chance for the last 20, and we're going to a game 5. Loser is out. Winner goes on to tomorrow to face up against Vitality.
What a bounce back from G2. We've seen some pretty crazy games today, but game 3, game 4, both were stomps for Mad and G2 respectively. And now it all comes down to this. 5th and final game, Mad Lions found themselves in this exact same position against SK last split. They were able to win out and then make their way forward throughout the lower bracket, while G2 waited for them in the finals, but now G2 must face that same Mad. G2 and Mad both find themselves backed against the wall.
A lot to think about now. G2 have done a lot of cooking in draft, but again, this is a best of 1 now to decide your fate, whether you're out or you're in. G2, of course, are locked for MSI, 1st or 2nd seed regardless, but Mad, I think winning this game, you really want your fate in your own hands, not to watch G2 in, like, you know, just watching them play, having all of these up and down series against Vitality and BDS. You really want to be the ones in control. So yeah, 1 game to decide it all.
Yeah, we're going to hand it over to a short break in a moment, and what a series it has been. I believe our break is ready, so let's get to it. Going through as well, and Hilly is down. Kazi now having to retreat as the TP comes in, paranoia use as well. Kazi, no summoners and no life left.
Ari will also, yes.
Go back.
I have good angle here.
Nikki, grab up.
Yeah. Go. I think it's good.
Are dead.
Kill him all. You win. Nice.
Game 5, Silver Scrapes in the first series rather of our finals weekend. That's certainly awesome. 2-2 so far. The loser goes home, at least for Spring, because if you're G2, you're still going to MSI. And the winner faces Vitality tomorrow. Let's summarize what we saw in that fourth game. I see here that you guys want to talk about a Herald play. Why is that?
Oh, the Herald play was so game deciding.
Yeah.
It's like we had the situation where there was this big setup. We had the Lucian isolated 1v1 kill against Jinx in that moment too. It's just that Mad Lions invested so much time into pulling this Herald, and their position became so bad because they got funneled into this top tribush. But in the end, G2 managed to secure it. And I think this just highlighted that G2 were able to actually slow down the game and not go for punch over again within the game.
I think it's not only about who gets the Herald here or who gets the fight, because in this case, I guess no one is getting the fight, but also where are the teams after the Herald? G2 has inner track to mid, which also means then they have inner track to bot lane. So plates are falling, Jinx has to leave the tower, and regardless, honestly, who gets that Herald play, G2's in a better position.
In a better position, you say it there, pushing Jinx off the advantage that she can build up and scaling into. In terms of the Lucian being picked overall and the Lucian Nami as a decision that G2 went for, what did you think when you saw it come out, and what do you think about the way they piloted it?
Well, Yamato called it before it happened in the green room. I was a bit skeptical because in my mind, I would like even more pressure onto the Jinx, because I feel like Jinx on this patch is probably the best AD carry when it comes to the later stages. So if she's not behind, the game is going to be hard. In this case, she was 3k gold behind, so no problem. I think a lot of it came from this play here when Han solo killed Karsi, but I was a bit worried myself when I saw the Lucian Nami, because I thought maybe Healy would be able to defuse the bot lane with a counter pick. He went for the Rel. Not sure if that's the correct pick to get Jinx through the early game, but I feel like Hans just played really well, honestly. He had his gold lead from his own play. It wasn't necessarily his team setting him up so much. He got the solo kill, he won his lane. Hans had a good game.
Power spiked at the right time.
I think considering, as you mentioned, Reckless, it's just the pool of Hilly and what he's been preferring to play. It's just not synergies that work well with Jinx into the Lucian Nami. Usually you want to see Lulu, maybe you play Thresh, and this is how you make the bot lane competitive. But in my mind, the reason I call for Lucian Nami, there's two acceptable Lucian Namis I would go for in the LEC, and that's the Vitality and G2. I feel like G2, the last time they played Lucian Nami against Koi, the game that they did lose, that was a game they were dominating as well. So I feel like these two bot laners, they get a pass, you know, Sam and Mickey.
A hall pass, for sure. Let's talk about some things that we set aside before this series and see if they came true or not. I remember us talking about, from the G2 side, about Caps overall, about the fact that his numbers and his play have not been to the highest standards that we've come to expect of him coming into these playoffs. What do you guys think?
Honestly, 4 pretty shaky games. Even in the wins, I feel like Caps is not having the best time. So I don't really know what the plan would be for him in the last game. I would personally like to see him more on a facilitating champion. I think Nocturne kind of slots in between in some way. Definitely don't go to the Aurelion. Nocturne maybe, but I would actually, if I was Caps this next game, contest the Gragas. Because I know Niski is going to be looking for it. So if I'm Caps, I'm thinking, I want to get the Gragas first. And it works well if I just want to facilitate
Matt's
my
on
team.
blue, by the way.
Oh, that's very interesting, the fact that Matt is on blue, because when I think of G2 on red side, aside the Caps conversation, is they need to remove Annie, Rakan, Vi, and then there's also Kennen in the picture.
And Jace.
And Jace. So they kind of have to pick their poison in a way that becomes very awkward, because I feel like all of those tools make it very volatile. The last time we saw a game was, of course, the Kennen and the Akshan into the Kennen, and then the Xayah Rakan lock-in, because they did indeed ban Annie, Vi, and Jace. And the question is, how are they going to adapt? Because they need to kind of choose. They don't want to play the Annie themselves. So I think that's a lock-in. Vi has been permabanned the whole series, so that could be a lock-in too. But at the same time, would anyone first pick Vi over the Kennen? Will we maybe see the Malphite into the Kennen? Or what else is coming out of this picture? Because I feel like Mad Lions' blue side will allow them to get these spicy tools that have worked so well for them.
I would leave the Jace open. I would keep Annie Vi, ban the Kennen, because Kennen is 3-0 this series, so that's not the flip you want to take here in game 5. I think I give the Jace over and I take Gragas myself 1-2. I threaten it on mid and top, maybe mid more so than top, because I think it's looking really good on mid and not so good on the top lane. And then I try to find another pick into the Jace, maybe a tank for Broken Blade.
Yeah, I think that makes sense, yeah. Malphite, Sion, go in that direction. Broken Blade, similar to Caps, I feel like when he gets to those teamfight situations, away from the lane phase, I think that's where he delivers, and I think tank champions do fit that role well. I agree with the notion that it's a lot easier to counter the Jace than the Kennen, and I think that Chasey has a tendency to sometimes get caught in the fights as Jace, while Kennen sometimes enjoys getting caught because he's in the mix of it and gets big ults off, but definitely don't bust out the action again in the game decider.
I guess Rakan actually will be open in this next game, and then it will be interesting to see if Mickey takes that 1-2 or if he lets that get over to Hilly on the 2-3 again. Because I don't think it will be first picked. I think Rakan will be open and Mickey can't take it on the 1-2. I would probably do that because I don't want to give it to Hilly. And we don't have space to ban it, so have to be a takeaway here.
Yeah, we are going to do picks and bans on the desk, but we still have 4 minutes. So let's press pause on this and we'll come back to it, because I do want to talk just a little bit about kind of the momentum of both teams going into this game 5, where you have a G2 on the one hand that, you know, everyone always expects you to win and to come out on top, I want to say. And a Mad Lions who were really up against it when nobody really believed in them. The fact that they got to game 5 for me is an impressive feat as is. Who between these two has played the best League of Legends, even though it's a 2-2?
I want to say Mad. And I also feel like they have the advantage here because they are blue side. So far the series is 3-1 blue side. Mad snuck one game when they were red.
They won a red side.
And now they have blue again. So in my mind, it's actually in Mad's favor going into this last game.
I feel like in the 3 games before the last one, they were very skirmish heavy, very bloody. Every time out of a replay, we were in another fight. And that is where Mad Lions thrive. I feel like in this game, G2 slowed down a lot and played around timings a lot more, base timings, and talked more about setup. And even in that motion, Mad Lions were actively looking to fight, and it wasn't really working. They were not connected in the same way. And I think that's the key thing here. I think G2 need to slow down the game and not go punch for punch. But I think in terms of draft, for Mad Lions, blue side should be better. They have the tools of getting the Gragas. I think there's a lot of things that need to be banned on red side. And I think that just from first pick, Mad Lions should be able to get some kind of an advantage.
It's pretty cool how the Mad Lions versus G2 rivalry has grown, I think. It's like one of those very modern ones in Europe, but we always or usually get really good series, unless it's a Stomp, of course.
Yeah, and Mad in playoffs so far just look really good. I mean,
Very compared
it's
to the
crazy
regular
to think
season.
that they were a tiebreaker away from not even being
Yeah.
in playoffs to now 1 game away from being top 3 and beating G2 in a best of 5. It's so crazy to think that that's just 2 weeks apart or 2.5 weeks apart, whatever it is.
I think that's just the craziness of the format as a whole. I feel like there's been the story of so many teams. They've been so close about getting kicked out. It's like even on the G2 side, they lost the best of 3 series against Koi, and a lot of question marks began to be raised, and then they built up momentum again. And I think that resilience and that foundation of what you are as a group always gets tested, and it always gets rewarded, that work that you put in to make sure that the group can bounce back from difficult defeats.
And the whole coaching staff is there with them to make it happen. To be fair to the other side as well, as we kind of questioned Caps and his impact, how about Niski? I feel like the Gragas, super impressive. Ari, not so much. Is that usually the tale of Niski?
I think that the Gragas was such a juicer for them, even in the last playoffs. It's just something that has worked so well. And I think that in general, I haven't seen anyone else in Europe actually be able to pull off the Gragas mid in the same way as Niski has. And this is a champion that's been meta for quite some time. So it kind of begins to question, you know, is Gragas that hard to play, or is just Niski the GOAT of Gragas?
It's just a bomba.
It's like Faker played it one day, and then the next day Niski was ready to pull it off with the Vi. So definitely, it's just one of those champions they don't have room to ban. The question is if they're going to willing to pick it like 1-2, play Gragas into Jace, and just steal it away, because I think you kind of have to.
I think they have to, yeah. But as someone who's worked with Niski, I've always heard about TF later in a series for him. Is that something you can confirm or deny? Is that something he's thinking about in this moment, TF mid?
Definitely, my memory of working with Niski was during like the peak of TF. So it's like TF was giga broken. We had some Game 5 TFs that we pulled off, and then eventually got permabanned. But
because he played it last week against me in our deciding game out of nowhere.
Yeah,
it looked really good.
Oh, okay. Maybe
so
some
that could be something that comes up here when Caps takes away the Gragas.
I like it. A secret, maybe a special strat in TF. Yamato, if you'd have to call one thing out of the ordinary, one thing special that either might pull out? I know, it's so broad.
That is very difficult.
I know. Never
very
mind.
difficult. You're just putting me on the spot.
Yeah.
I'm kind of just looking at the bans.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if they're going to leave Vi open, if that's going to be the approach. Just ban Annie, Rakan, and Kennen maybe. I think that could be a way, but just make sure that the enemy team doesn't get Vi Gragas together.
It should be Vi open with Rakan ban there.
Yes.
They do have the Saya as an answer to the Vi, but if you pick Saya 1-2, that leaves a free Jinx game for Carsey, and that's been his best champ so far, so I'm not sure how happy I am with that. But also then, if you don't take the Saya, Carsey will take Saya and they have Saya Vi together, which is a really strong combo.
For sure. I'm hoping G2 ban Kennen and just 1-2 Gragas no matter what. They have to steal it away. Don't let the enemy team have Vi Gragas. You have to deny that combination.
But do you think Mad Lions would just pick Gragas on a Cannon ban?
If they are going next level with this, they might.
wow.
Okay, Kennen is actually
open.
up. Kennen is 3-0 this series and should be picked here. Now, Jace is still in, which is not good for G2 because you don't want to play... Actually, it is good for G2 because you do want to play Jace with Kennen, sorry. So in my mind earlier it was you pick Jace when Kennen is up because you don't want to take Kennen into Jace and you get both. In this case now, G2 kind of has to take the Jace, in my mind, into the Kennen. Otherwise they'll have Jace and Kennen on the same team. So they take the Jace here.
Jace
and it should be Gragas next to it.
Jace
because you don't want to
Gragas.
play... Yeah, you don't want to play into Gragas as Jace. So it should be Gragas next to it.
Tricky thing though, it kind of impacts how you can pick bot lane, right? Because you can only answer with one part on their own 3. I wonder if they might go for the direction of picking Jinx instead of Gragas, but because the enemy is already quite AP heavy with showing Ken and Gragas. So this could also be an angle, because at least if you pick Jinx, as you mentioned before, being able to pick support on 3 is such a big deal for the matchup.
Yeah, either you take bot lane together before bans or after. I think G2 is a team that could cook and go 4-5 bot lane, but in this case they do the Jinx. So it should be a free Niski Gragas here. And then whatever Carsey wants to answer with, if Elyoya is comfortable going 4-5 with his junglers.
And we know that they're still comfortable
But
playing
what
other
does
ADs as
Carsey
well.
actually play into Jinx?
Yeah, I was gonna say the Rakan is banned.
Zeri,
so
probably.
Zeri.
Zeri would drop support maybe.
I don't
That
think
could
he
be
will
an
pick
angle.
Saya here. Saya is not good into range champs. She's more into dive heavy comps, and I don't think Jace Jinx is necessarily what you want to play into. They actually skipped the Gragas. I am surprised.
What?
Niski's had such a good time on the Gragas. I feel like that was a good situation for him to go for it here.
Oh, that's for you.
It should be Seri if it's 80 here, but I think they can actually go 4-5 80. They have a lot of picks if they want to pick
They're
the
gonna
Gragas
go
here.
Gragas. Yeah.
The showcase
That makes a lot of sense. He's been so successful in the
Yeah,
Gragas.
it would be.
I would
It
do
would
as well.
really, really counter logic, but sometimes that happens in a draft.
So this usually means there will be 2 AD bans and Carsey on a champion he might not have shown for a while, because if I think to Carsey's game, I'm thinking Saya, I'm thinking Jinx, and I'm thinking Seri. He used to play a bit of Aphelios. I can't remember the last time it was. I think it was a while ago. Not too long ago. I think he's played it this split, but...
It used to be one of his like great picks.
Yeah, but that's kind of where you end probably here. Actually, I don't think they will ban Saya, because Saya is not good against Jace, Jinx, Cassio. So they might ban Aphelios and Seri. And what do you play then as Carsey healer here?
I wonder
if you
if
put them on the Lucian Nami?
Lucian Nami, maybe, but I
Don't
could
want
imagine a
Helio
world where
Nami.
you just go like Ashe AD and just find tools to just hard force, hard commit, just Ashe Rel, slam it, to just have a lane matchup where Rel can practically survive and just make sure that you have more buttons in your repertoire. I wonder if Mad Lions are going to look to ban the Thresh, but Hilly loves to play Rel into Thresh, probably the only person in the world that does so.
And he also showcased Blitz this series, which is really good against Jinx Thresh.
That's a Thresh ban.
So before we got eliminated in our scrims, I was playing a lot of Ashe into Jinx, because Ashe got Q buff in the recent patch, in 13.6 patch that we played on, 13.5 or 13.6. And actually early game for Jinx, that's an unplayable matchup if you have a good support matchup next to it. So I'm with you for the Ashe, but Ashe is really an early game champion. You have to get a lead for it to be useful.
For sure.
But it is Q max in that case. You do Q level 1, you take Ghost, and you run her down level 1.
Okay.
It's possible, but it's a lot of pressure because you get outscaled after a few items already.
I wonder if they're going to choose to ban the Viego again, because that has been the trend, even when they had a Wukong option in the previous game, in terms of jungle.
If I'm G2 here, though, I would prefer a facilitating jungler, I think. With Jace, Jinx, Cassio, it feels like someone that is a bit more in front of you, taking the brunt of the damage when they go engage, rather than a Viego that can't tank it either.
Yeah.
But now Sejuani is out, Maokai is out, so who is that tanky boy you want in the jungle? Because normally you don't see Yike on anything that isn't Maokai, I feel like.
Pretty much,
when it comes to playing frontline jungle. Otherwise he usually goes to... Jarvan is actually something he has shown before.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's why they banned the mobile AD carries. With Thresh out, we're going to be only left with AD carries that are not so mobile, so Jarvan should get value unless there's a pick that I'm completely forgetting. I don't know how playable Ezreal is on the patch.
Not very. It's free lane for Jinx, so I think it's more likely we see an Aphelios here. But what does Healy blind with Aphelios? For me, Healy is a player that excels with this actually the Ezreal. It's Carsey Ezreal, to be fair. You have a point there. It's someone that has shown Ezreal in the past, even when it wasn't meta. So I guess that's kind of the case here too. But Healy for me is a player that plays all the counter picks. He's a counter pick support player. So now he's in a blind pick situation. There's a lot of bans already. What is he gonna go for? He goes for the pike. It's a Healy's
Are you surprised?
Not necessarily, because I don't think he plays... He doesn't want to play Nautilus, he doesn't really want to play Leona, so he just has to go for his champ anyway.
Yeah.
And now it's about if Mickey can actually counter the Pyke. To me, Pyke Ezreal is not a strong lane, it's more about Pyke roaming, rather than them dominating the bot lane. But I do believe Ezreal Pyke is one of the strongest level 1s in the game. If Ezreal can get some stacks on his passive, this is a level 1 lane where you can all in. So they actually have to be careful level 1, I think, with the Jinx Nautilus here, because they can die. But after that, it's more of a dead lane. Pyke is roaming, Ezreal is farming on his own.
I think looking at how volatile these top lane matchups, like the solo lane matchups can be, if Pyke can find impact on the Cassio or the Jace and these matchups where they fall behind, Pyke can find a lot of value. Ezreal is a champion that will be sufficient always, and I think it will all come down to how well can the G2 solo laners survive against the potential onslaught of a Pyke being missing in Fog of War.
I remember a few weeks ago, I don't know if you were on the desk with me, but there was a situation in which Hilly drafted Pyke into an impossible composition.
It was like Silas, Vi, it was
and
crazy.
he took over the game.
Yes, yes.
So this is what the Mad Lions are going to have to hope for if they want to get the victory and stay in the race for the LEC Spring title. We'll find out in just a second. And no matter how many times you've been in this position, I think you're nervous now, right?
Very nervous.
Very nervous.
Everything's on the line here.
It sure is. And I'm happy we get to see some of our favorite picks from both of our teams, rather. And as a reminder, Mad Lions are still in the race to go to MSI, but if G2 win here and they win the title, Mad Lions would still go to MSI. But something is telling me that they don't want to let that happen, because they don't want to give anyone an excuse to undervalue them. They want to take it themselves, take that step to the next day and face Vitality tomorrow. Who will it be? It's time for Game 5.
No way is it decided by 5v5 bot lane.
Oh my god. Gentlemen, hold your horses. They're gonna hit the hook, they're gonna hit the hook. Oh my god, look at the damage to Jace, but Mickey got pushed back. Oh my god, it's against Game 5. Wukong got the start W, can Cass get the kill? Jace is gonna die, Jace is gonna die, he needs to get the reset. Yo, he flashed it! Jace is gonna get the reset! Hansama!
They're looking for more!
Can they find more though? Not much CC available. Hilly's under the tower. Really low HP. If they see Hilly, they could go for the dive, but he's going to regen with the passive. Going to use the hook to stop the base of Hans.
And then we calm. Hello, gentlemen.
Welcome
to Game 5. We came in with a lot more energy.
Gosh. Well, what happened? Let's look at it. 2 flashes down for G2.
I didn't really notice what happened in the moment, I'll be honest.
Mickey got flipped back into 5 people and he got out. What happened? Hook hits. I think the aftershock's probably what saved him. Here's the hook from Mickey. 5 people on top, but Elioya had to start W. He also got exhausted too, so he's out.
Good flash from Mickey into the alcove out of vision.
Yeah, Hilly's out. It looks like.
And then Chasey is the one
Yike's going to flash E-Auto here for the kill onto Hilly, but he flashes at the same time. And then Chasey's now the target, but he doesn't flash. He flashes too late.
Rocket's already on its way.
How many flashes are down then? So I think it's 3 for Mad, 2 for G2.
Wow. So it is 3... Well, actually, it's only 2 flashes down for G2, and it is... 3 down and no summoners for the bot lane of Mad Lions. Wow, what a chaotic start to this game. So much on the line for both of these teams. An opportunity to go into the best of 5 against Vitality tomorrow.
Yeah. Cap's got that first blood. Hasn't been able to base and pick up any gold yet. Hansama still has that flash, but no flashes or offensive abilities in terms of summoner spells for Mad Lions' bot lane. Normally, Hilly likes to go for those level 1 hooks, get the push, get level 2 first, E-flash. None of those shenanigans, so Hansama's freed up in that lane. The Jace lane should be good into the cannon. Once he gets that straight, the Dirk, yeah.
No flash for Chasey as well means that Yike can look for a level 3 if he wants. Currently on his Razor Beaks. Looks like he will just be pathing down towards the bottom side, knowing no flash on Kazi, no flash on Hilly.
And I think he knows that Elioya had a W start and he's not on his Raptors, so Elioya's bot side camps are up, so Yike could look for the invade, but it looks like Elioya's going to look for a top gank. If Chasey can get to level 3, yes he does, they could for setup, but Broken Blade has phase rush.
Oh, he goes in though. They're looking for the stun now. Broken Blade does have phase rush and has the flash, but he's stunned up.
Dead.
Holding the flash, doesn't use it, and he's dead. Top die in the first few moments of this game. Yike looking for the invade.
So yeah, Yike's going to go to the enemy bot side, doesn't have a sweeper, so he'll get spotted. Raptors and Red are up, but Hylissang will collapse. He hasn't taken a base here, and he will be faster than Mickey. No EQ, no flash. Needs to be careful here, Yike. He can smite away this big one, but he's actually saving it. If he EQs here, he's probably going to die.
Cap's going to try and keep Niski around, but there's the stun, there's the lockup, and Kazi on the board.
The response for Mad is clean. They find a kill top, they punish the invade bot side, and what was a chaotic start to the game, Mad Lions very quickly spin in their favor. Now Hylissang has his eyes on a mid lane roam. Looks like he's not going to commit to it, only being level 2.
I think he can find it now, though.
Never mind, yes he
Caps
is.
has flash. There's the hook, hits onto Caps. The body slam, follow-up. Caps splashes before the cask can be burst.
Nice hook there from Hilly.
Look at the collapse.
Mickey knows he's a step behind right now. Hilly's collapsing on his team way too much. He needs to get involved. Gets spotted out on the vision plant, though. Hex Flash won't take him over the wall into Mad Lions' jungle, but Hilly finds the kill onto Yike. Yike being a bit greedy, maybe not keeping track of the enemy bot lane. Could have been a bit of miscommunication from G2. And Broken Blade's fallen lost a little bit of an advantage towards that top side. Still has the flash up, though.
Wow. Crazy start to this game. Normally in Game 5s, you can see teams playing a little bit more cautious, worried to go for anything too ambitious. But you've got to remember that this is a Rift full of veterans across the board. Very experienced players that are not afraid to put everything on the line to get those early advantages. And so far, the gold is dead even.
The Kennen, though, consistently throughout the series is finding early game leads. And Chasey, no exception to that. Alyoya already making his way up. You can see Nisqy moved into the fog of war as well. Alyoya getting close to level 4, but this is going to force Broken Blade back.
Yikes on his way up. Maybe looking to cover his Jace. Broken Blade needs to get some creeps, needs to get ahead in this matchup.
He got some Krugs.
Got some Krugs. But he needs some of his wave. He's going to lose a lot of it. Yikes just playing for information. Dragon's up. I think G2 would love to start an early Drake at this point in the game. You can see Yike was spam pinging it, but it looks like they're not going to be able to set that up. Too much threat and too much pressure on this top side of the map. Mickey's going to look for some kind of information. And I think a lot of these champions will build towards tier. You can see 2 already on Mad. Jace will be picking one up on the next base. Chasey's trying to keep this top pressure up.
And no TP on either of the top laners means they want to keep this wave going, or Chasey does. Broken Blade obviously having mana means that he can run out of mana, whereas Chasey can just regenerate that energy. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Yike puts a control ward down. Nisqy's going to have to back away from Caps, who has fully stacked that Conqueror. Wave slowly coming up towards Nisqy means that he should be able to just clear this out pretty easily.
Ooh, level 6 there for the
Caps, no
Gragas.
flash, remember?
Yep, it's very dangerous.
Be careful, Nisqy. There's minions in front of your body slam. Lands the hook onto Mickey. Kazi tries to put the damage down, dodges away from the dredge line. Now Kazi can start to step forward, press the attack, doing a bit of work. The stun onto Mickey as well. Ghost Water dive will get Hylissang out.
Alyoya, he's looking around mid, but Nisqy's flash will be up around 30 seconds a minute before Caps's. Hilly's flash is up if he wants to E-flash onto Hans.
Flame Jumpers come down as well. Root, heal, Hilly dashes away with that Phantom Undertow and should escape to live another day.
Ends up being a trade of summoners. You can see the Ghost used by Hans Slammer, but in exchange, the heal spent by Kazi. So nothing too crazy happening on the bot side. Nisqy, though, getting a bit of health back from the plant. Posturing around the dragon now. G2 feel confident to force this one. Alyoya will be spotted out. Hylissang, though, looking to make a move.
Hans Slammer does still have the flash here. There's the hook, but no one really here to follow up as of yet. Good damage from Kazi with that Mystic shot. Caps on his way down now from the mid lane. Hook dashed away. That was about as close as you can get. Hook wide again. More Mystic shots start to rain down, but they have to find their mark to find some damage. Alyoya going in, so Mickey uses the clone. Miasma used as well. Dragon secured. Nisqy level 6. Mickey flashing away. Yike diving in. Mickey across the wall. There's a blast cone there for him, and Alyoya can't get the damage with the crushing blow. Hans Slammer has the flash. Will have to expend it to get away from Mad Lion's collapse.
A lot of flashes used there. Mad Lions don't get the objective, but there's a lot of summoners that they can punish later on down the line. Kazi looking to stop Mickey's base. Hans Slammer off towards the side. Wants to come back towards his bot and catch the wave, but he sees Alyoya there.
Alone.
Has the clone and will be able to use it just to get out of there. Doesn't get the Gromp in the end. It resets. Yike will take it.
Oh, he's trying to use the True Shot Barrage to catch Hans Slammer, but a little bit too early. Kazi, though, finds himself with a pretty healthy level advantage. Hans Slammer should be able to close that once he catches this wave as the resets now come through. But ultimately, G2, they did secure themselves the Dragon. The problem is that their bases will be delayed. You can see that Yike now getting back to base. Mickey making his way back out onto the map, but already Mad in a position to contest this Herald.
Definitely are, and it was Karzi's Ezreal that I believe was against LNG, which managed to make that double True Shot Barrage towards the end where they managed to get the win. Hylissang's Pike is almost iconic right now. His Rakan as well. Nisqy's 8-1 on Gragas this year, so this is a lot of comfort picks here from Mad Lions. Hilly's actually soloing the Herald at level 4 while he waits for Alyoya to arrive and help him pick this one up. Mickey's moving through mid right now. Caps will collapse down as well.
Caps here first.
Both junglers level 5.
Chasey there to the fight first, though. Level 8 as well. No mana.
Hans Rocket.
Hans Rocket. Mega Death Rocket is gonna come through. Hits onto Hilly and he falls. Smite secured as well by Yike. Gets in the level 6. They can look for a little bit more here. The Super Mega Death Rocket doing work from Hans Slammer from range.
Yep.
Wow, so Mad are
Big
first
play.
to the objective, but G2 were able to turn it around just like last game. That Herald was so valuable.
Chasey.
And now the lane swap comes through. Trying to get Broken Blade out of this matchup. Maybe they can use this as an opportunity to funnel some plate gold into Hans Slammer's back pocket.
The good news for G2 is Caps' flash just came back up, so he's not going to be a liability at this moment in time. He can start to push back if he wants. He can take river fights and be a bit more aggressive and play on his limits. Karzi's been sitting on this bot side just trying to push in these waves, but with this full swap and with Broken Blade TPing down, he can thin the wave out before Hilly arrives with these shock blasts, and then G2 can set up on this top tier 1. Looks like they're a bit scared at the moment. Ken and Wukong, no flash on Jinx. Don't really want to afford to take that risk.
A little bit risky. The Slicing Maelstrom Cyclone combination can do a lot. Hilly looking for something, does land the hook, but Arcane Shift, Essence Flux, and the Mystic Shot going wide means that no extra damage is distributed to Broken Blade.
Bit of a flex there, Medic. Showcasing every single...
I didn't say
Ezreal
True Shot
member.
Barrage, I guess.
True.
I also didn't say his passive.
Which is called? Passive is?
Ah, it's...
He put himself in that hole, didn't he?
Yeah, no, but it's Rising Spell Force. Rising Spell Force.
Wow, look at you.
I was thinking Mounting something. Mountain Dread, I'm pretty sure it's Kindred.
Oh, this looks like a top lane threat. Of course, they do have the Herald. We talked about the plate investment earlier. With the wave stacking up for Hans Summer, I imagine that they'll want to try and get that gold to him as quickly as possible. The Kennen TP back down to bot, so matching lanes for Mad Lions. And Hilly, once again, looks mid.
Still only level 4 on the pike. Caps can just stand back. Noxious Blast for extra movement speed if he does hit it. Slicing Maelstrom coming out. There's the knockback, but the stun still onto Broken Blade. As he continues to chase in. Broken Blade has the flash. Chasey has one to follow, but the Shuriken dodged by Broken Blade means that he gets out to fight another day.
Would have been a kill there for Chasey. Would have been a solo kill, but just about goes wide, maybe expecting a sidestep.
Hilly with
a predict. Hilly doesn't land the stun. Barrel comes out. Yike has the combo. He's going to use it back over the wall. Still has that Herald that he can pop down now that Caps has that mid push.
Plate did fall without any gold going over to G2 there.
Yep, unfortunate. You hate to see it. G2, though, still stacked up top lane. Niski has made his way over. A big wave is being lost for him to make sure that his bot lane is safe. And this means that Caps gets an extra wave to be able to push in, maybe even secure a plate for himself, as Elyoya makes his way into the bot lane.
It's also part of the power of having the Herald is the enemy has to keep on top of where you are and try and match you in those lanes. We'll see Chasey and Elyoya setting up down towards this bottom lane.
Yeah, Chasey fake-based. He pushed out bot, and Broken Blade thinks that he's in base right now, so there's a window here where Elyoya can go in.
Yeah, just
no flash, he has the phase rush.
Elyoya goes in, there's the Cyclone, and Broken Blade is locked up, knocked up, and taken down by Man.
Nice play there by Chasey, who probably called Elyoya down, saying that I'm going to push out this wave. I look like I'm going to base, but I'm actually going to stand in this bush. Let's look for a pick. No flash, good kill, Hilly.
Hook goes down, Hilly locked up, has the flash still, the depth charge. Super Mega Dance Rocket, not enough, but the ignite, the tick from Mickey is no ignite on him, running exhaust, of course, but still enough to take the damage.
Yeah, I wonder what killed him there, but it was Mickey.
I think it was the E.
Oh, I actually thought, doesn't the
Riptide?
W do a bit of DPS over time?
Oh,
as well?
maybe, yeah. It could have been one or the other. In the end, it was Mickey that got the kill. Niski tanking tower here. Niski able to knock him back. Dodges the petrifying gates as well. Niski with the fancy feet, but the miasma coming down means that Niski cannot advance any further. That and cooldowns, of course, on the Gragas. Now has that E back up as Caps tries to turn it back around. The Twin Fangs healing alongside the Conqueror, helping Caps maintain his health bar.
I really thought you were about to go happy feet, wombo combo.
Niski ulted him into tower range. If he could just get behind him and E him into the range as well and keep a couple more tower shots on top of him, that would have been a kill, but didn't get there in time. Herald drops by Yike in the mid lane. He will get the plates, but I don't think Caps will.
No, it doesn't look like it. Money goes over to Yike. I think that for a long time, G2 really tried to funnel that gold into Hanshammer and Mickey, but they couldn't really find an easy window to do it with so much pressure being sent top to offer support. Chasey now making his way back up top. He should be able to grab a plate for himself as Caps continues to put the pressure down onto Niski.
Yeah, you can see the value of the counter matchup. The Cassio, this is the second time we see it into the Gragas. Often banned on 3 when you're on red side and you do pick Gragas to stop that counter matchup from happening. And the lanes are just keep shaking up here. Chase up towards top, getting plates. Hunt is now kind of running towards mid. Mad Lions will pick up this dragon pretty easily and uncontested, but G2 are a bit split. Mickey's up towards his top side. Caps is going to be matched by Hans here.
Caps has the flash, pulled back. Death can mark the spot, but Hilly doesn't want to use it until Caps flashes away. He's holding it in the end. He does find it. X marks the spot for Mad Lions. They get one, but Hanshammer starts to get excited. Hilly does have flash. Also has that Ghost Water dive to escape.
I'm surprised Caps held onto the flash. He could have just flashed the ult and perhaps he would have lived, but he just says, you know what, I'll save it. I'll let you have this kill, and maybe he uses it a bit later on down the line. 30 seconds left on these plates. G2 will pick up one last one in mid.
I will say that Hilly's ult, it felt very fast to me. Like, it felt like that he was just kind of waiting for that moment and then he caught Caps off guard. I wonder if Caps couldn't actually react in time or if he did just want to hold on to that flash. Regardless, ends up being a trade 1-for-1. Crucially, the fact that Hanshammer secured himself another kill is a big deal. Kazi getting some gold for himself, though, on the bot side of the map as he secures another plate.
Yeah, Herald up in 30 seconds. Top tier 1 traded for bot tier 1. Even map state right now, but G2 with that gold lead and that top side control for this next neutral objective spawn. Caps looking for Karzi. Ward will spot him out. Has his flash if he wants the gap close underneath the tower.
Karzi has a
flash as well if he wants to get the slow.
Arcane shifts away. Should be enough to escape. The Noxious Blast not landing as well means that Caps doesn't get that extra movement speed, and Karzi lives on the Ezreal.
No TP for Caps though, so if G2 do want to fight this Herald, they're going to have to call the man in the mid lane up there, because Karzi could just decide to take the Hex portal up towards that top side. Broken Blade's taking a base. Caps pushing out bot. Niski doesn't have TP either, and he's matching down there, so Maybe this Herald's on pause for both these teams at the moment.
Seems like it might be pretty even game in terms of kills at least, but there is a 2,000 gold lead for G2. You can see Caps 900 gold ahead, Mickey 900 gold ahead as well. Not really where you want your extra gold, but it does mean that Hansama has been pretty unbothered through the laning phase. A dragon apiece, and now the Herald begun. You can see Niski down towards that bottom lane was trying to answer the push, and because of that, G2 move Caps up towards the mid lane and know that they have pretty good control over the Herald. Mickey takes a bit of damage, but the Aftershock topping him up. JC looking for Broken Blade up towards this top side. Does still have the flash. Jumps in, slicing Mouse from knocked away. No stun on Broken Blade yet, and the rest of the team are trying to collapse. Yike is here. Broken Blade dodges the Shuriken, but still gets taken down. Sumek Dazzle coming in as well, but Chasey just wide of it. Chasey has the flash on this cannon. Might just look to trade onto Yike. They try and gift this kill over to Hansama if they can. There's the zap, there the flame jumpers, and there is the cannon getting zapped down by Hansama.
All kills continue to be funneled into Hansama. Broken Blade at the cost of his life. A target throughout this game is, oh, good ult.
Good petrifying gaze. The flash still there. Depth shot's going to land. Explosive cast dodged by Caps, but he holds onto the flash still as the true shot for Archmice finds his mark, and Mickey is met with a minion as he tries to dredge line. The Ignite ticking the shutdown over to Kasi now. Mad Lions continue to open up as Broken Blade TP's in. The Rift Herald now begun by Elioya, stolen away, I think, as Yike and Hansama seem to be doing it earlier.
What just happened? G2 had a great setup towards this top side. They traded 1-for-1. The map state looked like it was in their favor. Mad get 2 kills mid. They didn't get this Herald. They get Broken Blade's TP. All of a sudden, this game's back into more of an even state. If they can use this Herald to crack open mid tier 1, for example, that bot tower will fall shortly afterwards. And this Jace is sitting at 0-3. So let's look at this again, because this top play was good by Mad Lions. Yike just in time to block the cannon Shuriken, but it does end up in a 1-for-1.
It certainly does. You can see the rotation as well from the bot lane of G2. And then it's kind of the return to mid, where Caps is saying, oh, well, I need to go back and catch that wave after this play happened. So Hansama gets the kill handed off to him. You can see him moving back through the river. And this is where Hylissang gets information as to what exactly Caps is up to. He spots him out, and he's saying, hang on a second, he needs to go the long way around. He doesn't have the... you don't have the right. This is illegal. As Kendall would once say.
Yeah, such audacity from Caps.
And he ends up getting punished for it. So big blunder there ultimately from Caps. Mickey does his best to try and escape his fate. He does hook into a minion, not quite able to get away. Buys him a little bit of time. Good flash to avoid the ultimate from Hilly, but then of course gets chased down.
Yeah, and it's Karzi that picks up that shutdown, which is massive. He's 3-0 on this Ezreal, and as much as... Yeah, exactly, 2 items. As much as I'm not a huge fan of Ezreal right now in the meta, I feel like the idea of leaving the Pyke to roam around the map while the Ezreal can sit in isolation is great, but the fact that the Ezreal has kills actually will make him quite useful in this game. I think it's quite hard to get on top of. The Ezreal pick is because they have Jarvan Nautilus, right? If he picks any immobile AD carry, he is going to be locked down and shut down. But now he can kind of play solo play in a sense, you know? He can just play the fights his own way. He can E in, he can
play
E out.
from the back.
Play from the back. So this Herald will take down that mid tower. The rotation towards bot should come in a little bit later on, or towards top. The side lane towers are quite low. And maybe they force mid, you know? Hans is showing bot.
So was Mickey. Yike is down towards this bottom side jungle. This Rift Herald will get another charge in. They might even look for more. Sheen on the Ezreal in the form of that Triforce. That's 2 towers to the good. Now Hexgate's used by Mickey. Yike's still here, but the rest of the team from G2 not really able to collapse as of yet. Staggering blow from Mickey, gets the root onto Elioya, but you can see the Divine Sundra healing. Just bringing Elioya back up to full. Caps looking for something as the Hex Gates are taken by G2, but Mad Lions just able to force them away. They're really trying to set up around this dragon. The Hextech Drake has spawned. Mad Lions want it for their prize.
Nice sidesteps by Mickey. He could have been a lot lower before this fight started. Now Mad are waiting.
How do you ever walk in here, though?
Have to get through this choke.
Hexgate behind. They know Yike has gone there. They see him.
They can go forwards here with the cannon.
Or you could go backwards and try and lock down Yike. Puts down a control ward. And Elioya looking for a flank position. Yike, they know he's there. They know he's in the area at least. Hylissang looking for the hook. Caps going forward. Hylissang sees the standard come down.
Move to bot lane to try and push out that wave. Poke continues to come through. G2 finally gained some space in the river.
But the poke from the Ezreal can do a lot of work here.
Yeah, Chasey level 11. How does he find his way in this fight? It's a bit frustrating. Playing front to back his cannon is not ideal. He needs to find a way around this side. He can even go towards the left-hand side around the Dragon Pit, but it looks like he's staying. Mickey
dodges away. Death charge going down onto Hylissang, but already death from below as Hylissang takes one. Explosive cast coming in as well. The Dragon secured for the Mad Lions, and look at where Broken Blade is compared to the rest of his team. Hylissang tried to dash forward, but straight into the Flame Chompers. Mad Lions will get 1 kill out of it, get the Dragon, and get out.
Great fight there by Mad. They don't overextend either. They're playing it calm. Chasey still has flash. He still has ultimate. That threat is still alive for the next fight. Bot tier 1 falls. Gold lead to Mad Lions. Dragon lead to Mad Lions. And they have this mid push so they can get vision on the map. Hilly will reset for the wards, but good setup by Mad.
It was interesting to watch both teams be incredibly patient and basically play this fishing game where both Mickey and Hylissang are looking for that pick. The hook does land onto Ezreal, who can buffer out to safety, but unfortunately for Mickey, he landed the hook on not an optimal target, allowing Hilly to get the punish. Good barrel onto Caps, puts him in a position that should have been a death, but thanks to his return ultimate stunning up 2, there's no way for Chasey to follow up and get that kill, so he gets the flash away to safety, and it ends up only being 1 for 0, with Elgoya getting a good smite secure.
Yeah, this comp from G2, it's very hard to find space for Hansama to hit, while Karzi is kind of like self-sufficient on this Ezreal. Hansama needs people in front of him. He needs the Jarvan and the Nautilus to go in together so they can hit the front line, and as much as this front line is not that tanky, they have so much damage and so much disruption that if he gets hit by a Kennen ult or a Wukong ult, he might be too low to walk up against this Pyke. So as long as Mad Lions save some of their spells for a follow-up re-engage, I think they're always sitting pretty confident. I mean, the second G2 get a reset, it's going to become tough, but this Chase, not even a second item yet. And as much as Chasey doesn't have that, the spike level of the Kennen right now is just so powerful.
Still, though, overall, the gold is very even. And I agree with you, though, Kadril, that Mad's composition feels like that they have a lot of tools. Focus from both teams. Tension continues to mount. The last game of the split for one of these two teams.
Defending this top tower. Caps.
Counter hook, explosive cast used.
Yeah.
Hansama takes a bit of chip damage from Karzi across the wall. And Vision helping him out, land those Mystic shots.
Defending that top tower there, G2 aren't they? They want to hold on as long as possible. I mean, Cassio Jinx will get stronger and stronger. Mad are the ones who want to force around 7 or 8 minutes around from any kind of soul threat. Mad Lions really want to get this top tower so they can push into tier 2 and get deeper vision in their jungle. But G2 will put up a fight for it. Hans will move to catch midwave. Maybe this is another opportunity when Hilly comes out of base and refreshes his wards.
Has that Umbral Glaive as well, just gives you so much vision denial. As a support, makes it really hard for G2 to gain control of an area because, I mean, Hilly can just order the ward once and it dies. And alongside the sweeper, it does quite a lot of work. G2 currently set up in the river. Hylissang trying to step forward. I mean, this hook doesn't really get you too much. Even if you hook onto Mickey, Ike is there. The TP behind as they look for Caps up towards the top side. He's been knocked back. Flash not available for the Cassio either. There's the Cyclone to follow. And they're just isolating Caps. He's dead, as you say, Kadril. And locked out by the Mad Lions. Now Hilly looking for another hook. They open up on him, though, and they'll lock him down 1-for-1 so far. Nisqy TPs into the mid lane as Hansama now needs to work away from this situation. The Flash, the Ghost, everything available. He dodges away from the explosive cast, and now he can open up on Nisqy. Down towards the bottom side, Nisqy is isolated. Super Mega Death Rocket hits him in his head and buries him in the dirt. Karzi opens up, though, and gets one in response. And in the end, it's a 2-for-2 trade.
Very messy fight, but like you said, Medic, 2-for-2. Double TP invested by the solo laners of Mad Lions. Nisqy's flash as well. The Eon to Hansama was great, but the ultimate missed despite him not having flash. Hansama just cheekily sidestepped it, and now this Jinx is a major win condition.
And if we could get vision, a toggle vision observers, when we get the replay of what Nisqy sees and what Hansama sees, because it felt like that they couldn't actually have information on each other. Exactly. So the moment that they saw each other, you could feel how scared Hansama was. That could have been the Baron moment. That could have been the situation that springboarded the game for Mad. A great collapse onto Caps in the top side should have converted into a massive team fight. But Hansama and Yike played the fight beautifully to allow an equal trade, and the game remains in a neutral state.
Yeah, Caps has been struggling, not only this series, but last series as well, to find his footing in these games. Yanni was tough. This game also feels quite rough as well. Gets flanked quite easily, and this is the situation where Chasey decides to TP mid. 2 fights happen at the same time. Here, Nisqy finds Caps and says, well, this TP's perfect. We'll set up for a kill here. Let's not waste too many spells, you know. Let's not overinvest in spells to make sure this happens. Let's use Wukong ult, and then we'll be happy. Caps falls. Hylissang falls as well. Shut down over to Hansama, but this is the point you were looking at, Veddy.
Yeah, so when we TP into mid, you can see that Hilly ends up getting shut down immediately, but the TP is coming down into that mid lane. And then you'll notice here that Hansama, making his way through, has no information as to where the Gragas was until this point, and that's when he realizes, oh no, I'm in serious danger.
So look, this ult's from Nisqy. Hans with the Ghost just a little bit to the left, and then it misses, doesn't knock him into Karzi or Elgoya. Now Hans is screaming for Nisqy, pops the ult, manages to land it. Yike off to the side on the left there, not very tanky, dies to Karzi 2. 2-for-2. G2 in this topside river.
Caps going forward. The clone, first target, hook wide there. Hylissang looking for a little bit more, though Caps is already low. The hook just to the side of it. Saras propped on Caps, that shield now. Going to be on cooldown.
G2 want to be really careful. Hansama no flash. They really need that Jinx flash if they're going to...
You sneak a Baron?
There's no way they can sneak a Baron, right? Unless they just flash over the wall. Yeah, I mean, they can EQ with Jarvan as well, but Cassio's not getting out.
I mean, gentlemen as well, I feel like this game, how crazy is it that it could come down to the 80 carries? Kazi versus Hansama, both sitting at 4 kills. A few more assists for Hans, but a slight gold edge for Kazi. They've been instrumental for their teams throughout their careers. Kazi helping Mad secure multiple titles. Hansama only winning his first ever title last split.
Just a couple of months ago.
Has been a mainstay top 80 carry throughout his career. And now in a game 5 between these two teams, we turn our attention to them once more. Who can make that pivotal play? How can their teams set them up for success? And how will it all come down as we get closer and closer to the final moments? 3 dragons in favor of Mad, small gold lead in favor of Mad as well. The Baron vision being cleared out as Mad slowly claim control of the top side as G2 cross map on the bot side.
I think G2 are trying to buy time. Broken Blade getting slowed by that Cyrildas.
That's so much damage. Broken Blade has to flash. True Shot finds him. Doesn't quite do enough. 20 HP.
His TP just came up as well, so Mad cannot go for a Baron rush. Really nice try there by Karzi. Manages to get Broken Blade's flash, but they might start it up anyway because Caps is pushing into this bot tier 2. They need to get him to TP up to this top side to stop the pressure. Is the objective gone? Can Yike get there in time?
Not there in time. There's no way Yike gets here. The smite will secure it. Yike flashes in, and now he's met with 3 members of the Mad Lions. Yike is down. Karzi is unstoppable. He dashes forward once again for another Mystic shot. Finds the slow on Mickey, and Hillisang's looking for something. Mickey hits the wall with the hook. The counter hook goes wide. Chasey on a slicing mouse of flank position, gets onto Hansama, but the exhaust is good. Hillisang dashing forward. Death from below. They're not low enough yet, but in the end, Hansama will fall, and Mad Lions are way too healthy and way too hungry for the win.
Mad Lions secure the Baron and will ace G2 with those death timers. They will at the very least break the base, but I wonder if they'll try to end the game right here, right now.
4 seconds on Yike, 20 seconds on anyone else. They're pushing in. They have the Ezreal for the attack speed for the W's. Niski's going to try and zone away Yike. Karzi dashes forwards here.
There's a Cataclysm, but Yike has fallen, trying to
It's over.
The minions going in.
They've done it.
Mad Lions heard you, and they raise a massive middle finger to the doubters. They want to claim the MSI spot for themselves.
Mad Lions make it happen, and you can see how happy the players are on your screens. In such a back-and-forth series, they managed to take G2 out of Spring in a 3-2 fashion.
Revenge for the Mad Lions. The 3-0 sweep of Winter results in a 5-game series. The Mad Lions valiantly fought their way through. They are ecstatic. And now, MSI's first seed from Europe will be determined by the winner.
Win the split.
Win the split.
That's what you got to
MSI.
do. Vitality and BDS stand in Mad Lions' way. What a weekend of action we have lined up for us. As well as that, if Mad Lions lose, we will crown a new LEC champion. It could be possible that when we get to Sunday, someone new is going up on that wall. For so long, Fnatic G2, Rogue, of course, last year, Mad Lions, and Alliance. But who is going to join them up there? I always forget about Alliance.
I think the beauty of all of this is now the person who goes to MSI is the person who wins the splits. You know, our best team from Spring will go. There was a lot of discussion around the format and all these things, but now we can ignore that. Now we have 3 teams left. Winner goes, and these 3 teams are looking in great form. Vitality will need to bounce back from what we saw against BDS. BDS looked like incredible form waiting in the finals, but now Mad Lions have a long weekend ahead of them. 5 games against G2. They play against Vitality tomorrow. If that goes the distance, they then play against BDS for the 3rd day in a row. So it's a case of elation and being very happy, but it's also a case of we've got 2 more days of this, guys. We need to relax.
18-hour turnaround.
It's the beginning of a long journey. Once again, for Mad, we talked about it last split. They made the gauntlet run all the way up to the finals, where they ran out of steam. They were figured out, and G2 shut them down. They still have to go through Vitality, a hungry Vitality, who got smashed last week against BDS, and then the final boss in BDS themselves.
That winter run started with a 3-2 win against SK as well. It was 3-1 the next day. Mad Lions hungry for it, as you can tell. Your player of the series votes at LEC on Twitter. Elyoya, Kazi, and Hillisang are your options. It's a tough one to judge, I'm going to be honest. Like, Hilly, his Blitzcrank game, his Pike game, absolutely off the hook. Kazi's
No
Ezreal
pun
game
intended.
and the Jinx game, I mean, you know, got to chuck one in there every now and again. I do see that Law is ready with Niski on the stage, so we're going to hand it over to Law. Take it away.
Ready indeed, and there's a lot to talk about from today's series. Niski, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
Congrats on taking down G2. Please sum up this series in one word for us in the audience. It was quite entertaining, but how about you?
Shitfest, I would say. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
we take those. I want to talk about the last draft specifically because before the series, I had Yoya in the interview, and we've talked about how lately you were relying on easy-to-execute drafts. And I'm just wondering why you decided to run this one on a Game 5 elimination game, a draft that was heavily relying on execution, Niski.
Yeah, I mean, for Game 5, we kind of wanted to go without regrets.
Yeah.
We all kind of picked the champs that we like the most. Like, Hilly got his Pike, Kazi got his Ezreal, I got my Gragas, Shazy got Kennen, and we had Wukong as well. So, I don't know, we just didn't really care what our draft would kind of look like towards the end. As long as we were happy playing it and we were confident in it, we knew that we would win. And that's what happened, yeah.
Sometimes having fun is the best you can hope for, and especially in difficult situations. Did it surprise you that they left Gragas open so many times, the last 2 games especially?
I mean, I'm not sure. I don't think I was like insane or anything on it. I just think I was like decent. And I don't think Gragas was like the biggest issue that they were facing into us. So I was like, they probably won't ban it, but at the end, I was like, I mean, we didn't lose with it, so maybe they should. And then they didn't. I was like, I will just pick it again and see what happens. And yeah.
You still had some decent results, if I may say, on Gragas since the beginning of the split. I think it's 9-1 right now.
Yeah, I think so. Or wait, did I lose on it?
If someone
I don't think I lost on it yet.
I think you lost on it once.
Oh, we did actually. Yeah, I lost.
But do you think you're the best Gragas in your team, and why should you get the pick every time?
I mean, I'm for sure the best, I think. I mean, I don't know. Have you seen Chase's Gragas today? I'm not sure, but I mean, I think, I don't know. I think the way I play the fights is very nice on Gragas. I think I know my job very well. I'm, how do you say? We call me like the good dog because I'm like in front of cars, kind of tanking everything, making slow and all that stuff. So yeah, I think I'm pretty good on it.
Yeah, champion, that suits you well. And you're very good at it. I want to talk about the level 1 today. If we can run the clip, please, production. What was that about? And
I mean, we thought we win level 1, but I guess we didn't because this guy's like Aftershock and they have a Jinx and they can just run us down. But yeah, I mean, I don't think we mis-executed, but we just thought we'd win, but we don't actually, so.
Yeah, no, how doomed did you think you were after this, especially because Chasey dies and the top lane matchup is going to be very decisive here?
Yeah.
What did you think after this?
I mean, after this, I remember me and Kaji saying, guys, it's fine, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But then we looked at each other and we knew that it kind of mattered because Kaji got our first blood and top had no flash, so like they could gank him so many times. But at the end, I think we just kept a good mood and we knew that at the end, 1 kill in early game doesn't really win them the game, right? Like we felt very confident going into this Game 5 and we knew that if we played our game, we would win.
It's interesting because I think throughout most of the games today, you guys tried something level 1. It didn't quite play out the way you were expecting it to every time, but is it something you've been working on? And was it a strat something you planned specifically for G2, or what was the goal here?
I mean, I think I feel like if you want to be a top team, you kind of have to do stuff level 1 because, I mean, I think of BDS, for example, right now they're in finals, they also do a lot of stuff level 1. G2 when they won did a lot. So I feel like kind of being innovative and like coming up with plans is very important. So we also practice those in scrims and all that. And yeah, there is way more to show,
Played out quite well, and looking forward to seeing what else you have in stock. You were telling me that for the last draft, you played something you wanted to play. When I talked to Pad during the series, he was telling me that the mood is amazing right now between you guys. Tell me about how it's been since the beginning of playoffs and in preparation of today.
I mean, the mood has been so good for the last 3 weeks. I mean, you can see it in our play. Like we always smile, even when we get like stomped, for example. I don't know, everyone has each other's back, kinda, which feels very nice in game because then you can play with confidence and know that no one will like judge you even if you make a mistake. And yeah, I mean, even for example today, Game 4, we're getting kind of shit stomped, if I may say, and then we were like, it's fine, guys, like make it hard for them, and then we play next game on blue side and see what happens and all that stuff. Yeah.
I think it's important to reset mentally, especially looking forward to such a long weekend, back to back, best of 5 series, in the hope of you making it to the finals. How are you anticipating all this? And maybe a couple words on the Vitality matchup you'll have tomorrow.
I mean, I was convinced that if we won today, we would win the whole thing, just because of the momentum. And I think we have so many games on stage, and I feel like our meta read gets better and better playing against each team. And I think, for example, tomorrow against Vitality, I believe we are the favorites, just because I feel like we're like in another form compared to what we were before. And I feel like they haven't necessarily won on stage yet. So I think we're favorites tomorrow, but also we should not underestimate them, because I believe they have really good players.
Yeah, getting this momentum is the thing you guys need right now. It's been a long day, Niski. I'm not going to hold you for too long. Yoya is waiting in PGL. Is there anything you want to tell to your jungler about today and his performance?
I mean, I think we did pretty good today. I think he did really good. I think his Wukong was good. So yeah, just don't get too cocky, yeah?
All right, don't get too cocky. Yoya, Niski, merci beaucoup. Thank you so much for the interview. We'll see you tomorrow. And Shox, back to you in PGL.
Thank you. I love those pants, Laura. Looks amazing. Great interview with Niski as well. And we are here at the LEC post-game lobby, where I'm joined by Reckless and Elyoya. Listen, I always love having Elyoya as a guest on PGL, but I feel like it's going to be even better because, yeah, you talked about it. The haters, silencing them today. So how relieved do you feel?
I feel some relief. Feel like we still have much to prove. Yeah, exactly. Job's not done. We still have to win tomorrow and the next day to actually shut them.
Yeah.
So felt good, especially this last game. I feel like we had a good performance. I would say especially me and Karzi, which actually have been two of the ones that we have been getting some hate, like these last weeks. So I'm really happy that we both get to show how good we can play.
You got hate, but do you feel yourself that you weren't playing your best as well, or?
No, for sure I was not playing at my best. I feel like it was a hard split, and emotionally, mostly, it was hard. But I feel like we have overcome this, and we are a much stronger team that we were like 1 week ago.
You see it, and we talked about it before as well, Martin, but you really saw it in the game as well, right?
Yeah, the mental strength as well it takes to, in a game 5 like this, after all of the pauses and the back and forths, like you guys getting kind of ran over in game 4, to come back, to make this draft happen, to be so strong, and yeah, it really takes a lot of mental strength, I think, to have this kind of game 5 performance. So big congratulations to you and to your team for pulling this off.
Thank you. I'm used to these 3 a.m. games, 2 a.m. games. I'm this kind of player. So this was like one more solo queue at 4 a.m.
Comfort zone.
It's only 11, Elyoya.
Okay, it's only 11, but after
like
after you have a 2 hours game that we had, it feels like it's 2 a.m. right now.
How was your experience with that 2 hours game? How did you feel?
Yeah, it was a bit weird. It's my first chrono break, and we were waiting. We didn't really know what was going on. We were just waiting, like, what is gonna happen, and we waited so long. I wanted to keep my mental still on the game, but it was hard to keep in the moment there, because you have so many lights hitting your eyes.
You're stuck on stage. You're not allowed to talk to each other.
Yes, the white noise is there. It got a bit annoying, but yeah, I think we did a good job to refocus. When there was like 2 minutes to go into the game again, we did a good job refocusing.
Yeah, I think that's a good note in terms of how to keep your head in the game, and I think it's all the more impressive the fact that you went all the way to 5 games and you won in that regard. Obviously, you still have a lot of games to play if you want to win that title, and if you want to make it to MSI. I also think this is really cool, because I guess there would be some people that are like, oh well, you know, they should just lose because then maybe G2 wins a split, but I think that's so unfair, because that would never happen. And I just love that you won, and that you won convincingly, I want to say. And that now, to me, you're going into the rest of this bracket to start with tomorrow, possibly as the favorites.
I mean, in my mind, we're always the favorite.
Yeah.
And as you mentioned, I'm really happy that we win this game, because now the MSI chances are in our hands. And that's what I wanted. I want to, if I go to MSI, I want to go to MSI because I won the split, not because G2 wins the split again. And I'm the one with the most championship points. So I'm really happy that I have this chance to prove that we are worthy to go to MSI. And in case we are not, then like we have to improve. Like then we don't deserve it. So I'm happy both ways.
Mm-hmm. As we have the bracket up, Martin, what do you think about Vitality Mad Lions tomorrow?
Well, you guys have been here before. You did this exact run in winter. And honestly, now from the best of 5 today and the best of 3s last weekend, you guys look really strong mentally. I feel like going into tomorrow's series, you have so many wins now in a row, and Vitality just lost a best of 5. In my mind, that's in Matt's favor in terms of the momentum and in terms of the feeling in the team. That's all in your favor. And as you said, now if you go MSI, it will be thanks to yourselves, and it feels really healthy for the system that whoever wins now goes to MSI. It feels, in my opinion, just much better to have it this way. The winter split winner goes, and the spring split winner goes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I fully agree. And as you mentioned, our mental resistance is, I would say, on top. We had a game in which our Nexus was 1 HP. Now we have this. Like, I think we are
tiebreaker.
We are really preparing mentally. We are really prepared mentally coming into this BO5. And yeah, I'm really excited to just have another chance to prove how much better of a team we are.
You've all talked about it a lot, about this, the fact that it wasn't going well in the team. Yeah, I don't want to, you don't have to talk about more about that. Everyone gets the picture. But it is interesting to me because you are usually the players that I identify with being happy players, or like getting along and joking, even if you're doing badly. So what has the effort looked like, both from you guys yourself, coaching staff, who I know they're always smiling, they're always trying to get the best out of you, etc. Jake, in order to make sure that you're in the best form?
I think it's a requisite to be friends if you want to be a good team. And I feel like during some points of this split, that fell apart. Like, we were not really enjoying the time together, and we were focused so much on working, and not even having some time to enjoy ourselves, that it really got to our heads and our performance went down a lot. And I feel like these weeks we have had some days that we were just spending as going to some place together. We played volleyball as a team. We would go to some other place to have many dinners as a team. And actually, I feel like this has done a huge improvement. And yeah, I would say that it was a good idea from coaches and everyone to do this, because right now we feel like we are more united than ever.
Yeah, Martin, sometimes the worst thing you can do is keep playing, right?
Yeah, and I've had that experience myself where it was just better not to play and to make the call that spending time together or doing something else than playing the game together would be more beneficial in the end. Because when you are in these situations, like in a game 5 here, it's no longer about what you practice throughout the week or what is even good in the meta or whatever. It's just like, how do you feel as a team? How do you feel as a player? Are you confident in this game in a certain pick or in each other? And then if you are, as you can see here with Mad Lions, you pick the Pyke, you pick the Ezreal, you pick the Gragas mid, and that is what carries you through. It's not about playing the meta correctly or practicing the most. It's about how you feel as a team and how you feel as a player on the day. And today, Matt just felt the best, I would say.
And G2 is probably not feeling too well. Just to round it up for everyone, G2 is still going to MSI, but they will go to the play-in as the 2nd seed coming out of the LEC. And the winner of Spring will be the 1st seed. It is between Vitality, the Mad Lions, and BDS. That's wild, but it's really fun.
So exciting.
I'm really excited for the rest of these. Not that I wouldn't be with G2, but yeah. Let's take a selfie and then I'll let you go. You guys always do fan meets, even though it's super late, I hear.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice of you.
That's really nice. Yeah, the mental fortitude is something else.
Okay, here we go.
Okay.
Lovely.
Thanks.
Thank you
so much. Congrats.
And if you missed our call out earlier today, we will round out our 2023 season in September in Montpellier, Occitanie. I need to get lessons from Laure. With our 3-day grand final event. That's right, 3 days as EMEA Masters joins us on the road for the first time ever. Mark your calendars because tickets are going on sale June 19th. You can head over to lolesports.com for more information, and we will see you tomorrow for our lower bracket semi-final. Good night. Mad Lions versus Vitality. Ciao.
Ciao.
But you can see Cats already roaming from the mid lane. Elioya hooked! That's the lollipop if I've ever seen one, and it doesn't taste too good for Elioya.
The show is here, I'm gonna flash ult him, okay? Yeah, I think we can already. Alright, W.
Okay, looks good. Nice. Good job. Well played.
Forward as well. Hansama holds both his summoners apart from the Ghost. Has already used that. Hansama underneath the tower is igniting that Kazi, having to get away with the feather caller. As he's locked down, Caps takes him out. One man down. Decide they don't want any more part of that fight.
I think I'm just gonna go on him, by the way. Okay, the time cage is close, Karzi. Okay, coming.
He's dead.
What the?
Elioya able to have a little bit more impact on that. Now they're threatening the dive.
Hansama has the Ghost, uses it, flashes away from the knockup. Kazi tanks the tower and takes 2 shots. It's gonna be 2! Mickey flashes, flash forward from Hillesang, looking for the stun with the Fury in the north. Now Elioya's having to get away from Hansama, who dashes across the wall and has already got the kill. Niski dying off towards the top side as well. Hansama's gonna get 2 out of this, and Niski's fallen as well. It's superb for G2.
Okay, Jinx carries it.
Let me hit them all, Karzi.
Let's go!
Nice, guys. Good job.
Going through as well, and Hilly is down. Kazi now having to retreat. The TP comes in, paranoia used as well. Kazi, no summoners, and no life left.
I think it's good. I think it's good.
I'm laying an Ari out dead.
Are we dead? Win them all. You win. Nice.
Now, so there's a window here. Well, Yo-Yo can go in.
Yeah, just
no
needs one
flash.
more
He has to
step
face
forward,
rush.
and Yo-Yo goes in. There's the cyclone, and Broken Bait is locked up, knocked up, and taken down by Mad.
Matched by
For the
Hans
slow.
here.
Camps has the flash, pulled back. Death can mark the spot, but Hilly doesn't want to use it until Camp splashes away. He's holding it in the end. He does find it. X marks the spot.
Chasey
on a slicing mouse and blank position gets onto Hans Summer, but the exhaust is good. Hillisang dashing forward. Dead from below. They're not low enough yet, but in the end, Hans Summer will fall. Mad Lions heard you, and they raise a massive middle finger to the doubters. They want to claim the MSI spot for themselves.
I'm single on a Sunday night, trying to get you out of my head. I don't know her name, she didn't ask for mine, but I'm not here to talk. Another drink, I watch it go down, 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 like I never met ya. Round, 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 but I can't forget ya. Down, 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 like I never met ya. Round, round, round. Another drink, I watch it go. Wake up in the morning, it's already night. Think I'm hanging on by a thread.